See 151 Easy Work Part 1 Sad Day Kiss. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 168. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. I would be delighted to, Master. Lady Death stands from her throne and strolls over to Tom's side. Do you want me to take us there now? Yeah. I want that pest gone as soon as possible. Tom nods as she grabs his arm and they disappear from the throne room. In an open plane of shadows as far as the eye could see, Tom and Lady Death appear floating in the empty void of shadows. Should we just wait for him to sense us, or? Tom asks as he isn't sure how to gain Noel's attention. I'm hiding my aura from him at the moment. If he senses me here, he'll run and abandon this dimension for good. I could order him to appear, but once again he would run and hide. Lady Death explains. Hearing this, Tom decided to not reveal Lady Death's presence. He doesn't want Noel to escape and come back for revenge later on. Tom may have Death at his beck and call, but she can't protect him every second of his entire life, or maybe she could, who knows. Thinking of a way to lure out the god of symbiotes, Tom remembered his currently bound animagus form. It was bound in the first place because of the connection it held with the shadow dimension, which in turn is connected to Noel himself. Unbinding my animagus form should draw him out. Tom thought. Now, the problem is, how is he going to unbind it? The Ancient One was the one to tie it up, and those binds are something Tom doesn't know how to remove. Death? Tom calls to her. Yes, Master, she replies. Can you remove the binds on my animagus form? Tom asks, and she looks him over for a moment and waves her hand. Suddenly, Tom could feel as if a part of him appeared out of nowhere. It felt as if a hidden part of his soul had just made itself known to him again. A bright smile appeared on Tom's face as he felt whole for the first time in a while. Without wasting a single second, Tom morphed into a grey snake with a black underbelly and bright red eyes. Turning into his snake form, Tom felt as though he was at home in the endless shadow dimension. Floating around, Tom circled Lady Death as he swam through the air. He felt truly at peace in the shadows and could almost cry at the feeling of being whole again. Your snake form is very beautiful, Master. Lady Death comments as Tom revolves around her in joy. Tom switched back to his human form and felt a disturbance in the shadows around them. He's coming, Tom says as the shadows part and Noel in all of his gothic glory steps out. Welcome back, insect. I'm glad you decided to return for your horrifying death. Noel comments haughtily as he smirks evilly in Tom's direction. Nah, I came to clear out this dimension. I was thinking of taking it over and redecorating a bit, maybe move some things around and change the wallpaper. Tom jokes as he doesn't even feel Noel's presence this time. Last time, Tom was frozen in fear as soon as Noel arrived. This time, Tom has become an avatar and the master of death. His newfound strength and experience has bolstered Tom to a level that can withstand Noel's aura. Not to mention, Lady Death is by his side now. The personification and entity of death itself is literally at Tom's beck and call. He isn't even a little scared with her in his corner. Due to Tom's nonchalant attitude, Noel looked surprised for a moment, but that surprise turned into anger and hatred. Without another word, Noel teleported forward and appeared in front of Tom, reaching out with one hand to grab him by the throat. You insignificant little bug. Boom. Throughout Tom and Noel's entire stare down, Noel failed to notice the other person beside Tom. Lady Death took great offense to this and didn't like how he talked to her master. The second Noel appeared before her master and had the gall to call him a bug, Lady Death stepped beside Tom and backhanded Noel away. A sickening crack could be heard as Noel's neck was snapped sideways. Noel shot backward and flew across the shadow dimension at alarming speeds. As he slowed, Noel cracked his neck back into place and teleported in front of Tom again. Noel's nostrils were flared as he hatefully glared in Tom and Lady Death's direction. Who dares lay their hands on Noel? You f-king wench. You should be bowing before me and begging forgiveness. You insignificant ant. Noel started ranting as veins pulsed on his forehead. Did this parasite just call me an ant, Master? Lady Death asks as her aura comes out. Up until now, witch has been hiding her aura so she doesn't scare Null away, but now that he's here, can he escape death? Nope. I think he did, Tom says with an ever-growing smirk forming on his face. Huh? Null exclaimed as he felt the growing presence of death radiate from the woman before him. It's impressive how a speck of dust such as yourself has the audacity to say such things to death itself, Lady Death exclaims as she teleports in front of Null, swings her arms upwards. What? Null yelled in anger and confusion as his arms separate from his body. Black blood gushes out as Null's arms start to decay and turn to dust, starting with his flesh and ending with his bones. Everything that exited Null's body turned to dust. Lady Death wasn't going to leave a single speck of him intact. Who? Null yelled as he watches his arm disintegrate into dust. See 152 Easy Work Part 2. Happy Day. Kiss. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 170. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. As Lady Death was teaching Null a lesson in humility, Tom had his eyes locked on the pitch-black sword strapped to the symbiotic god's waist. All Black is the first symbiote, created from the shadow of Null. It's probably evil as hell, but with the Ancient One or Lady Death's help, Tom can probably get the sword under control, whether that be by erasing its memory or somehow enslaving the symbiote. Tom doesn't really care as long as he can use the sword without any consequences. Death, Tom called out as the last of Null's arms disintegrated into nothing. Yes, Master? Death replied as she used her aura to hold Null in place. No matter how much he tried to thrash around and break free, the presence of death and decay surrounding him locked him firmly in place. You can vaporize every bit of him for all I care, but please keep the sword on his waist intact. I want it, Tom asks as he points to the sword. Of course, Master. I'll make sure to contain the sword for you once I'm done with this speck of dust. Lady Death answers sweetly towards Tom. Thanks. Be careful with the sword though. I've read that it was created from his shadow. Tom explains. I already know. You don't have to worry. I'll take care of everything, Lady Death says as she turns back to Null. Her sweet and happy face turns sour as her eyes land back on the armless god that couldn't move an inch. Null has never felt scared in his entire existence, but the woman before him somehow sends chills down his spine. When his mind cleared and he heard what the boy called her, Null was truly scared. He's never met Lady Death before, but he's always heard how she isn't to be crossed. Being the man that he is, Null has thought absolutely nothing of her. Since he's a god, Null could never die, so why be afraid of death? Now, seeing and experiencing death herself, Null cursed his former behavior and his inability to notice her earlier. Wait, stop, Null yelled as Lady Death strolled closer and closer. Lady Death just kept walking forward as Null started experiencing new levels of fear. I'm sorry, I won't bother you again, alright? Null starts to beg for his life. But Lady Death doesn't listen. Wait, I'll give you my sword. You can have it and the shadow dimension too. Just let me go. Please. Why would I need to spare you when I can just get rid of you and simply take what my master wants? Lady Death asks sarcastically with an evil smirk. No, stop. No. Null screams as Lady Death walks directly in front of him and stares into his eyes. I order you to stop. Get away. Now. Lady Death just smiles and places her hand on Null's chest, smiling at him as though she was feeling charitable. Death leans in and whispers into Null's ear. You shouldn't have disrespected my master. Suddenly, Null starts to age at blinding speed. Wrinkles form on his face and all over his body as his hair started to fall out. Teeth rotted from his mouth as his body began to shrivel up like a dried fruit. The sands of time seemed to accelerate as he aged from a young man into an ancient-looking mummy. Not just his body, but his clothes and everything on his person, except for all black, started to age and fall apart. Lady Death didn't stop there. No. Null kept decaying until he and everything on his person turned to dust and disappeared in the shadows of this dimension. The only thing that was left of the god of symbiotes was his sword and shadow, all black. The sword itself was shivering in fear as Lady Death loomed over it. All Black wanted to run and leave the shadow dimension and started looking for any opening to get the hell out. "Thanks for the help, Death." Tom thanks his new servant. "No problem, Master." Lady Death turns to look over at Tom with a smile. "I may not be able to enter the mortal realm, but I can handle upstarts like this anytime they offend you. Just let me know and I'll gladly remove anyone that offends you." When Lady Death turned her back to All Black, the sword didn't dare attack her. It didn't even think for a second to attack with her back turned. Floating in the opposite direction, the sword tried to flee at the highest speed it could muster. "Where do you think going?" Lady Death asked casually, looking over her shoulder. All Black froze in place and didn't budge another inch. Lady Death didn't even use a bit of her power or aura. With just a few words, All Black stopped dead in its tracks. "Get over here and introduce yourself to your new master," Lady Death commands sternly. The sword comes floating over hesitantly like a dog that knows it did something wrong. As the sword came in front of Tom and Lady Death, it morphed into a black humanoid shape with razor-sharp white teeth. "Hello, Master." All Black growls out with a small bow. "Hello, All Black." Tom replied and turned towards Lady Death. "As much as I enjoy this, I don't trust this sword's loyalty yet. Can you trap it somewhere in your dimension for now? I need to find a way to either get its loyalty forcefully or erase its mind and turn it into a mindless weapon. Maybe I can implant someone else's mind into it." As Tom pondered over his options, All Black wanted to crawl into a hole and die. It couldn't run away, was reduced to a servant, and now it hears what its new master has planned. "Sure." Lady Death waves her hand and the depressed sword disappears completely. C-153 Testing Powers Again Bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 170. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. With Null dead and gone, the shadow dimension was open for the taking. Tom wasn't sure whether he should actually take it though, at least not yet. That is, will it take time to gain control over the entire shadow dimension? Is he even strong enough to take control of it? How does he take control of it in the first place? These are questions that he has to ask both Lady Death and the Ancient One. For now, he just wants to return home. It's been a long and tiring day. "Death, can you guard this dimension for me? I want to take control of it as Null did, but am unsure how and it's been a long day." Tom asked. "No problem, Master. Anyone that dares enter the shadow dimension will be killed immediately," Lady Death said happily. "Well, if the person isn't evil, give them a chance to leave peacefully. If they don't take that chance, feel free to dispose of them as you see fit," Tom says as he doesn't want anyone getting killed for simply entering the place. "All right, as for taking over this dimension, you should speak to your mother about that. She will know what to do and can help you with it," Lady Death's advised. "Okay, sounds good. Can you send me back to Tintagel Castle? I promised that I wouldn't do anything like this without letting Druella know, and I just broke that promise. I also promised my mother that I wouldn't undo the block on my animagus form without consulting her, so I should go fill her in and apologize as well," Tom says with dread in his voice. "She should understand though. Just think of returning and you'll appear where you were in the mortal realm. Remember that if you want to see me again, just think of meeting me and your body will teleport to me," Lady Death reminds Tom. "I won't forget." "I'll see you soon, Death." Tom says goodbye. "So long, Master. I'll be waiting for our next encounter," Lady Death says seductively as Tom disappears. Appearing in Tintagel Castle's vault, Tom sees the dust from the remains of the Deathly Hallows at his feet. Remembering what Death said about him having all of the powers of the Hallows, Tom decides to give that a test. Anything to delay the impending lecture he will receive from both of the women in his life. Thinking carefully, Tom thought of the best person to summon from the afterlife. He didn't want to summon his mother again, as he would feel obligated to disclose his relationship with the Ancient One. He didn't know how she would react and truthfully didn't want to deal with the fallout if she were to be upset. Finding the perfect test subject, Tom left the vault so the location of the Tesseract Space Stone isn't leaked. Once he was in a different area of the castle, Tom willed a ghost to appear before him. A translucent figure of a bald man in black and green wizarding robes appeared in front of Tom. Looking around the room in surprise, the bald man looked interested and alarmed at the same time. "Where am I?" "Who are you?" he says as his eyes land on Tom. "My name is Tom Riddle. I'm the current heir Slytherin and soon to be Lord Slytherin, as I'll be graduating from Hogwarts next year." Tom introduces himself with a small bow. Hearing Tom's introduction, the bald ghost's stare intensified as he eyed Tom up and down. "My heir? Huh? I didn't think I would ever get one with all of the restrictions I placed on the ring." Salazar Slytherin said appraisingly. "How did you summon me?" "I've become the Master of Death," Tom says, surprising the ghost before him immensely. "That children's story was true?" Salazar asked with his eyes wide and his mouth open in shock. "Yeah, pretty much. I summoned you to test if my powers are working and they seem to be," Tom says, slightly offending Salazar. "You summoned me here to test your powers? Not to speak to your ancestor or ask for advice maybe?" Salazar asked with a raised eyebrow. "Nope, thanks for helping me though," Tom says and unsummons his ancestor. Salazar disappeared with the most disgruntled expression Tom has ever seen. It almost made him break out in laughter. Although he sent Salazar away, Tom's just messing with him. He plans on resummoning his ancestor again to see if he would be willing to teach him. I'm sure he knows some spells that have disappeared throughout time. Maybe he has some secret stashes of books laying around, Tom thought as he went to find a mirror, making his way to the nearest bathroom. Tom found a floor-tossling mirror to test his next power on. Willing himself invisible, Tom disappeared completely. Not only did he vanish, but Tom also couldn't be found with any type of magic either. The only thing that could give him away was sound and smell, yet that could be easily fixed with a spell or two. The last power he received from the Hallows is his fusion with the Elder Wand. Due to becoming the avatar of Manazar, Tom's magical power has already gone through a major increase. So much so, that he wouldn't be able to tell if it increased again. Although that is the case, Tom could still test one more thing. With the fusion of the Elder Wand, Tom should be able to do any spell wandlessly. Since he hasn't mastered all spells wandlessly, Tom decided to do one of the hardest spells he knows without a wand. Expecto Patronum. Tom calls and an ethereal thestral appears. Walking up to the thestral and giving it a head pat, Tom found that it looks stronger and more vibrant than before. Hee, it works, Tom exclaimed as he looks over his patroness. "Did you get stronger from the avatar ritual or because I'm the Master of Death?" His thestral neighs as if to answer, but Tom has no idea what its reply meant. He just continued patting its head, wasting time before he has to return to Kamar-Taj. It's time to face the music. C-154. Because of yesterday's mess-up, I gift you 2 chapters today. Enjoy. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 172. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. With nothing else that can fuel his procrastination, Tom unsummoned his patroness and opened a portal to Kamar-Taj. As soon as he stepped into his bedroom, he could already hear the crunching of potato chips. Only one person would eat potato chips in his bedroom. "Hey, Mom," Tom says with a hopeful smile. "Don't hey, Mom me. You broke your promise," the Ancient One said menacingly. "Yes, but I can explain," Tom says with his hands held up to show he was caught. "Explain quickly. Because this isn't a laughing matter. That seal on your animagus form was protecting this planet from a very evil god." She answers with a lecture. "I know, but everything is okay. Just calm down and I'll explain," Tom replies. The Ancient One merely raises an eyebrow and awaits her son's explanation. Earlier today, she suddenly felt the seal on Tom's animagus form disappear. She tried to open a portal to his location, but it would always fail. After a few minutes, she expected the Earth to be under attack by an angry symbiote god, but nothing happened. Everything was as peaceful as normal. leaving the Ancient One confused. Tom went on to explain how he became the Master of Death and tasked Lady Death with killing Null, telling me that you became the Master of Death itself, and then proceeded to order her to kill Null? His mother asked with a completely stunned expression. Yeah, pretty much. I had her unbind my animagus form to draw him out. I'm sorry I didn't consult you as I promised, but it was the best choice for the moment. Tom explained and apologized to his mother. I forgive you, but I want a favor in return. The Ancient One decrees with a shark-like smile. Huh? Why do you need a favor? If you ever need anything, all you have to do is ask. Tom says seriously. Well, probably stronger than me at this point. Not as skilled and experienced though, so don't get a big head. His mother says, knowing that a favor from a powerful being is the highest form of currency, especially since Tom now has control over Lady Death. I give you unlimited favors. My mother. Just ask me for help if you need it. Tom says seriously as he stares unwaveringly at the Ancient One. The Ancient One just sat there stunned for a moment. She wasn't fully used to the parent and child relationship they now have and didn't think that he would react like that. She thought that she would weasel a favor out of him, hoping to use it later on in order to get Lady Death to remove any future annoyance that may appear. The Ancient One was shocked by his proclamation and couldn't think of a single word to say. Speaking of favors, I've come up with a way to deal with your immortality and Dormammu problem, Tom states, shocking his mother even further. Her eyes go wide, as she remembers the time Tom announced that he would help her. The Ancient One has been tapping into the dark dimension to keep her going for a long time now, and it's a miracle that Dormammu hasn't noticed. Dormammu is a primordial interdimensional entity who wields apocalyptic levels of supernatural power and is the ruler of the dark dimension. The fact that Dormammu hasn't noticed the siphoning of power from his own dimension is impressive for the Ancient One. Are you going to sick Lady Death on Dormammu as well? She asked with an upturned eyebrow. No, I've become immortal thanks to death, and I now have the ability to grant others immortality as well. Tom answers, alarming his mother. Wait, you aren't going to remain this age forever, are you? She asks as Tom's body hasn't fully matured yet. No, I told her to stop my aging when I'm 26. Tom answers as he had the same worry. If I were to make you immortal, can you cut ties with the dark dimension on your own? Or should I have Death do it? I can do it myself, she answered after a moment to thought. Alright, prepare everything you need and let me know when ready. I'll contact Death and have her make you immortal. If that's what you want, that is. Tom looked at his mother expectantly. If that's what I want? The Ancient One asked herself out loud. Yeah, if you didn't want immortality, I would understand. Don't get me wrong, it'd be sad and miss you, but at the end of the day, it's your decision. Maybe you should take some time to think it over, Tom said as his mother became lost in thought. Does she want to live forever? No matter how much she thought about it, the answer was no, but that didn't mean she didn't want to stick around for a while longer. Thinking over her choices, the Ancient One left the room in a daze. All of her problems seemed to be handled. If Dormammu were to cause trouble, Tom would have Lady Death take care of it. Soon, she won't even be connected to Dormammu at all. Lastly, her son is becoming a strong enough entity to take over her position. Even her future problems are being handled by Tom now. Maybe it's time she retired. Maybe Tom should be the Sorcerer Supreme instead of Doctor Strange, she thought. While she was thinking over her choices, Tom was too tired to think about anything else. He didn't want her to die, of course, though he also didn't want his mother to make a decision she would regret. If she felt that her time spent on this earth was enough, Tom would be heartbroken, but he would understand. Sighing into his pillow, Tom drifted off to sleep, knowing he would have to visit Druella in the morning and tell her about what happened as well. See 155 bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 172. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. When Tom woke up the next day, He did his usual routine and went straight to Druella. He promised not to do anything dangerous without at least telling her and proceeded to break that promise almost immediately. As he arrived, Tom was greeted happily by Lady Rosier and went off to find Druella. She was awake and reading a book in her room. Walking into the room, Tom just spewed out everything he told the Ancient One the other day. Druella was amazed at what happened and annoyed that he broke his promise. "Why didn't you just tell me this yesterday?" she asked as he was there before all of this happened. "Truthfully, I forgot," Tom says, and Druella just stares at him as if he were the biggest idiot she's ever encountered. "You forgot," she yells after a long moment of silence. "How could you forget something so important?" "Well, a lot has been going on lately," Tom says with a shrug. Druella couldn't help but agree with Tom's excuse. A lot has happened. He became famous for killing Grindelwald, became the avatar for some snake god, he's going to receive a medal soon, and now he has become the Master of Death. All of that, and on the same day he became Master of Death, Tom sent Death to kill a god. Also, he could take over another dimension and use his sealed animagus form again. Tom's life has been hectic lately, which is why Druella has decided to give him a break this once. "Fine, I'll let this go. But did you say immortal now?" Druella asked as she was too angry before to process that bit of information. "Yeah?" Tom nods and Druella just stares at him. "What about me? Am I just going to grow old while you stay the same?" She looks at him in horror. Although they haven't been too intimate with one another, Druella has found that she truly loves Tom. She's found herself daydreaming about spending the rest of her life with him many times. Thoughts of having children and what to name them have passed through her mind multiple times, especially in the wizarding world's older type of society, where it is normal to have children in your late teens. Her mother has been hounding her about wedding dates and grandchildren ever since she started dating Tom. Now, that life she's been dreaming about and hoping for will be ruined. Although she wouldn't mind a permanently young and handsome life partner, she doesn't want to be the one that grows old and dies, leaving Tom behind. Soon, thoughts of how to become immortal appeared in her mind. She wanted nothing more than to find a way to spend eternity with Tom. Without her fully noticing, Druella started hyperventilating as her mind raced to horrible places. Suddenly, arms wrapped around her and squeezed her tightly. Her breathing and mind calmed as she felt the warmth of the man she loved. "Calm down, Drew. Everything is going to be alright. I'm the Master of Death. Remember, I can make anyone I want immortal with a single command. You won't have to grow old, die, and leave me behind, as long as that's what you want," Tom says soothingly as he kisses her forehead. "You promise?" She sniffles into his chest with a small amount of hope in her voice. "Of course, all I have to do is give an order to Death and you will live forever with me," Tom assures her as he hugs her a bit tighter for support. "Do you want to spend forever with just me?" Druella asks, the tiniest voice he's ever heard from her. Tom freezes in place and looks down at Druella with a confused expression. "Of course I want to. If I didn't, do you think I would tell you about my immortality?" Tom asks. "No, but you've only been with me. I'm sure there are prettier girls out there. Not to mention we haven't even had sex yet. Do you find me unattractive?" Druella voices all of her insecurities. "Huh? Why would I want any other girls when I have you? The most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on, and what's this about us not having sex? I've been waiting for you to be ready." "Are you ready?" Tom asks as his hands trail down her body. Yes, I've been ready, but just couldn't muster the courage to say it," Druella says as she feels his hands land on her butt. "So, I've been enduring and holding myself back for no reason at all?" Tom asks, the sexual frustration clear in his tone. He's been going to sleep without satisfying himself for a while now, and if he did satisfy himself, it was with one of his hands. Yet, now he knows that Druella has been ready this whole time. He could have done exactly what he wanted ages ago. With a heated glance towards Druella, Tom flicked his hand towards the door, locking and barring anyone from entering. He then did the same towards the walls, blocking all sound from leaving the room. It would be funny to see Lord Rosier's reaction to the sounds from his daughter's room. But Tom didn't want to torture the man. As soon as Druella saw Tom's actions, her heartbeat quickened. This is what she was helping for. It scared her, but it also excited her at the same time. "I'll do my best to be gentle, but we won't be leaving this room for the rest of the day," Tom said in a deep gravelly voice. He stared down at Druella like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. She could do nothing but nod her head as Tom started tearing her clothes off, and threw her onto the bed. C-156. The rice has been cooked. 2 again. Think of it as an extended apology. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 174. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Tom and Druella spent the entire day and night locked inside her bedroom. Thanks to the few books Tom has found on sex magic, Tom and Druella were able to go at it almost non-stop. The only time they had to stop was for food, water, and bathroom breaks. Food and water were delivered by Rosier house elves, which may have not been the brightest idea. Tom and Druella didn't know it, but those elves reported everything back to Lord and Lady Rosier. The parents now knew for sure that Tom and Druella were having sex. Lord Rosier was cursing up a storm as he wanted nothing more than to slaughter Tom like a pig. Thoughts of gutting him and watch the blood drain from his body swirled in his mind. Although that will never happen. Lady Rosier was humming and skipping around the house. Her daughter was finally a woman and is one step closer to locking down her man for good. Next is marriage, and then she can start hounding her even harder about kids. Although things don't have to happen in that order. She wouldn't mind getting grandkids earlier than planned. Although it's looked down on in their society to have children out of wedlock, no one would dare speak up against Tom Riddle, the slayer of Grindelwald, especially after he receives his Order of Merlin, first class. When she heard that her lord and daughter needed food, she personally instructed the elves on what to make for them. She would personally deliver it as well, but her daughter may not react well to her mother interrupting their private time. On the next morning, Tom woke up with a naked Druella draped over his left side. The room still smelled heavily of sex. With a wave of his hand, the windows opened and the smell in the room began to lessen. Although he used sex magic to keep them going far past human limits, even Tom was sore from yesterday's activities. The wind flowing into the room woke Druella from her slumber. As she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Tom smiling at her. "I hate you," Druella says as she feels her entire body aching. If even Tom feels sore, Druella has it much worse. Tom has a body enhanced by an avatar ritual, while Druella has nothing but a normal human body. Not only that, but it was her first time as well, so it was extra painful for her. At least it wasn't painful in the moment, Druella thought as she remembers the mind-blowing sex they had. Sex magic is crazy. Everything aches. We should have been more reserved during our first time. Druella slaps Tom's chest for doing this to her. Mimsy. Tom calls. Pop. Master called. Mimsy appears happily. "Can you please get me and Druella a pain relief potion each please?" Tom asks and Mimsy nods her head. Pop, pop. Mimsy disappeared and appears again with 2 vials of a disgusting green-looking potion grasped in her hands. "Thank you, Mimsy," Tom says as he grabs the potions, handing one to Druella. Pop. Mimsy pops away once again, leaving the couple alone in bed. Druella snatches the potion from his hand and hesitantly uncorks the vial. A putrid smell wafts out of the vial and into her nostrils. Druella's face scrunches in disgust as she holds her nose and downs the disgusting potion in one gulp. The pain that once spread throughout her body eases slowly and disappears. The aching of her body was replaced with a numbness. It's a weird feeling, but at least it's better than pain. Tom already took his potion. He was used to it already, as he would take them whenever he was sore from training too hard. "How about we spend the day in bed again? Except this time we won't be doing any strenuous exercise," Tom says with a wink. Time passes and the date of Tom's award ceremony arrived. The Ancient One still hasn't decided on whether to become immortal or not. Tom wasn't worried about it though. She has plenty of time before her death in the movie, and Tom was positive she would come to a decision long before then. As for Druella, she didn't need any time at all to come to her decision. She wanted to be immortal and spend eternity with the man she loves. While spending the day in bed after their first time together, Tom asked Druella if she wanted to be immortal. She needed no time to give her answer and said yes immediately. "Since you're making me immortal so we can spend forever together, is this also a marriage proposal?" she asked at the time. "I guess if I'm going to spend eternity with you, we might as well make this official," Tom says after a moment's thought. "I'll have to find a ring for you though." As soon as Tom answered, Druella squealed delightfully and smashed her lips onto his with tears in her eyes. Tom soon found a wedding ring that may have belonged to the wife of Salazar Slytherin, as it was stored in Slytherin Manor. When Druella told her mother about the engagement, she was over the moon with the whole situation. Her father wasn't happy, but he gave up being angry about their relationship. He can't control his daughter anymore, especially since she's dating their lord. On the morning of the award ceremony, Tom arrived at Rosier Manor in a new tuxedo. He still refuses to wear wizarding robes when he doesn't need to. Seeing Druella, who is dressed in a beautiful black mull dress, Tom and the Rosiers flood to the ministry together for the ceremony. See 157 Ceremony 1 bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 174. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Arriving in the Floo entrance hall of the ministry, the place was completely empty. Everyone was outside waiting for the award ceremony to begin. The Floo entrance of the ministry is a grand hall filled with fireplaces. On a normal day at the ministry, these fireplaces would be constantly lit with ministry workers and citizens alike coming and going. Today is special though. Today is the day that Tom Riddle would be arriving. The ministry shut down access to the Floo entrances to everyone except for Tom and anyone that comes along with him. A group of people were awaiting Tom and his guests' arrival in the Floo hall. These people are high-level members of the ministry. At the forefront of this group is an overweight middle-aged woman with dark hair. This is Hortensia Millifut, the Minister of Magic. Beside her are 2 tough-looking bodyguards along with other guards spread throughout the hall. She is still annoyed about Tom's refusal to support her in the next election. That, along with the closeness she has seen between Tom and Lord Black in the media, has caused her to be deeply displeased with Tom. Although she is angry with him, Hortensia can't just act against him, especially since Tom was approved for the Order of Merlin, first class. Seeing as she can't do anything, the minister decided to do her best to woo Tom with all she has. Hence the shut-down Floo entrances and the welcoming party. She even spent a major amount of time making sure the ceremony went smoothly and was as extravagant as wizardly possible. She knew there has to be some sort of connection between Riddle and Lord Black, and only hoped to show that she is worth backing as well. Most would say that since Tom is still a student at Hogwarts, he isn't very wise to the political world. But Hortensia would disagree. One doesn't gain so much power and prestige without knowing a thing or two. The ministry's welcome party all looked at Tom and Druella's mull garb and held in their sneers. All of them looked down on any sort of mull fashion, but would never voice their bias to Tom or Druella. Tom is far too powerful either magically or politically for them to anger. At the end of the day, the powerful get to do as they wish. "Hello, Mr. Riddle." Hortensia greets happily with the brightest smile she could muster. "I'm so happy to be able to welcome you to your award ceremony. I've personally made sure the ceremony will go perfectly for you." "Thank you, Minister." "How have you been since our last meeting?" Tom greets back in a friendly manner. "I've been well, thank you," she replies as her eyes roam towards Tom's company. "I see you've brought guests." "Hello, Lord and Lady Rosier. It's good to see you outside the Wizengamot." The Rosiers put on the fakest smiles Tom has ever seen on them. It was quite comical to watch them act this way and greet the minister. "Is this your daughter? I don't believe we've met." Hortensia's eyes land on Druella next. The Rosiers were about to answer, but Tom decided to cut in. "Yes, this is Druella Rosier, my fiancée," Tom reveals as he grabs her hand and holds it forward to show off the engagement ring. The hall grows silent as the welcoming committee were stunned by Tom's proclamation. Anyone that were to wed Tom Riddle would become the politically strongest woman, or man if he swung that way, in the wizarding world. The name Riddle is already the most known last name in the wizarding world. Once she becomes Druella Riddle, she would have a lot of political clout to throw around. Every lord, lady, and high-standing member of the ministry was hoping to wed their daughters to Tom. Many of them here today were hoping to use this opportunity to talk him into marriage contracts. It seems that chance has long since flown out the window. Before introducing Druella as his fiancée, they treated her and her family as they usually would. But now that the cat's out of the bag, Druella, and the Rosiers by extension, hold a lot more sway than they used to, especially when the public finds out about the engagement. I'm happy to hear about your engagement. Is it a recent development? The minister asks happily, fishing for information. Yes, he proposed a few weeks ago. Druella replies with the same fake smile as her parents. Of course, Tom is the only one that sees them as fake. He's spent enough time with Druella and her family to know this. This is nice and all, but is the ceremony supposed to start soon? Tom voices his concern. Everyone turns to check the large clock in the flue hall and their eyes widen. Right, we should get moving. It's almost time to begin, Hortensia says and starts rushing everyone out of the hall. Please, follow me. Tom and the Rosiers are lead through the ministry and to the main entrance. Throughout their trip through the ministry, Tom didn't see a single soul. The place was empty. When they arrived at the front entrance, the minister turned around and addressed Tom. Wait here. I'll go and introduce you and you'll come out and accept the award. I'll then leave the podium and you can make your acceptance speech, all right? The minister asks and receives a nod in return. Okay, wish me luck. As Hortensia opened the doors to step outside, Tom got a brief glimpse of an endless sea of people along with the loud bustling of the crowd. C-158 Ceremony 2 FCK. Here is another 2. Welcome. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 176. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. As the front doors of the ministry closed, the sound of the large crowd disappeared completely. The ministry must have some sort of sound-cancelling spell active. Tom thought annoyingly as he wanted to hear the minister's speech. How am I supposed to know when she calls me? After a moment of thought, Tom decided to just crack the door a bit. As he cracks the door open, Tom hears the deafening cheers of the crowd once again. Outside the ministry, everything is decorated for Tom's ceremony. At the top of the long stairway leading to the ministry entrance, stood the minister at a podium. She's surrounded by upstanding members of the ministry along with all sorts of decorations and banners. To the left of the podium is a table holding a picture frame with purple padding. Attached to the purple padding is a golden medal with an M engraved on the front. At the bottom of the stairs, gates line the area, blocking the sea of people from moving forward. Thank you, thank you. Quiet down, please. The minister's voice carries over the crowd and slowly everyone shuts up. Thank you. Today we're here to award a man for doing what no other dared to attempt. When a Dark Lord appeared and threatened our world's survival, he stood up and fought for every single one of us. Without him, we would still be embroiled in a world filled with war. You all know the man I speak of. Tom Riddle is the most impressive young man to appear in a very long time. I would even go so far as to say he's the second coming of Merlin himself. As the crowd hears her call Tom the second coming of Merlin, they couldn't help but agree with loud cheers. The area outside the ministry is engulfed in loud voices, cheering Tom Riddle's name. The minister gives them a moment to get out their excitement, patiently waiting at the podium. As the crowd starts to simmer down again, Hortensia speaks up once again. I won't waste much more of your time. I know many of you only came here to see the man himself, so without further ado, I introduce you all to the man that ended the war and slew the Dark Lord Grindelwald, Order of Merlin, First Class, Tom Riddle. She announces as the crowd goes wild. Stepping aside from the podium, the minister looks back to see the door open. Tom comes walking out in his slim-fit tuxedo, though, He didn't come out alone. On his arm is his beautiful fiancée, Druella Rosier, in a tight black dress. As the crowd sees Tom appear, the cheering becomes even more intense. The majority of the crowd have only ever seen Tom in the paper and came to see the man in the flesh. As Tom and Druella step up to the podium, the minister unclasped the medal from the padded frame and moved in Tom's direction. "Congratulations, Mr. Riddle," the minister says as she steps in front of Tom and pins the medal on his tuxedo jacket. As the medal touches his jacket, magical fireworks fly into the sky, showing a cartoon-style duel between two people. Tom could only assume that's supposed to be him against Grindelwald. The firework duel ends with the light side winning and the crowd truly goes nuts. "Thank you, Minister," Tom replies as Hortensia moves aside so Tom can get to the podium. Standing at the podium with Druella at his side, Tom waits for a minute for the rampaging crowd to calm down. "Thank you. Please calm down though, or else we'll be here for the rest of the day," Tom jokes as his voice gets carried over the sea of people thanks to the enchanted podium. After a few moments, the crowd calms down enough for Tom to speak. "Many of you know very little of me, so I thought I would spend my acceptance speech telling you about Tom Riddle. I was born and raised in an orphanage in London. Life wasn't immensely hard, but it wasn't easy either. Being born poor isn't fun as food was a scarce commodity, especially during the war," Tom says, his words resonating with the entire crowd. The war caused food shortages everywhere. Even the magical world had its own shortage. Almost everyone in the crowd experienced hunger during Grindelwald's rampage through the world. "When I was younger, I always knew I had magic, but I called it my special powers. I thought I was the only one in the world with these abilities. At least until my Hogwarts letter arrived. The wizarding world opened my eyes to bigger things than just levitating toys or changing a bully's hair color. It showed me that not only am I magical, but the world is as well. Hogwarts was hard in the beginning. I was shunned by my own house for being the mole-born Slytherin, but after a few years, I showed my worth and was accepted by my peers. A few years into Hogwarts, I traveled to Gringotts to get a special test done," Tom says, and many of the lords and ladies listened curiously. Not many tests can be done at Gringotts by a Hogwarts student. Only one test came to everyone's mind. "That's right. I went through an inheritance test. I'm sure many of you have gone through one as well. Who knows if you were related to some big-time wizarding family, right?" Tom says, and everyone nods. "Since I said I would tell you who Tom Riddle is, I feel I should let out a secret as well." Tom reaches into his pocket and pulls out one of his 3 earrings, placing it on his finger. "My name is Tom Riddle, heir to the royal house of Pendragon." See 159 Ceremony End Bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 176. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. The second Tom revealed his Pendragon lineage, the crowd went completely silent. That silence didn't last long as the crowd roared in excitement. It was so loud that it actually jump-scared Tom and everyone else on stage for a brief moment. When those on stage, like the minister and other high-level ministry workers, heard Tom's proclamation, they had mixed feelings about it. On one hand, they were immensely surprised and excited to hear the news of a living member of Wizarding Britain's royal family. On the other hand, this development is quite scary. Tom already has so much political power that it's hard to see that power rising any further, yet now they see it happening with their own eyes. Tom just went from a hero that ended a war to a heroic prince of the wizarding world's beloved royal family. The same family Merlin himself served. Prince Tom Riddle Pendragon, Order of Merlin, First Class. The hero that ended the worst war in recent history. He would never be called king, as the government has long changed from what it once was, but his title will no doubt be that of a prince from now on. Tom just went from a worldwide sensation to a cemented superstar in just a few words. Not to mention the fact that he will now hold the Pendragon seat in the Wizengamot. The young man holds far more power in the wizarding world than any other has in a very long time. After a few moments of the crowd going absolutely nuts, Tom spoke up to quiet them down. "All right, quiet down," Tom calls out, and his voice is barely loud enough to quiet the rampaging sea of people. "I know this is big news, but I just want to finish my acceptance speech by thanking those close to me. Important moments like this are best celebrated with those we care about." Tom turns and sends a quick wink towards his new fiancée. "I would also like to thank every single person here tonight. Thank you for being here, and I hope you all have a wonderful day." As Tom finished and walked back into the ministry, the crowd once again went insane. They loved Tom, and now that he's also a member of the long-dead Pendragon royal family, they are complete fanatics. As Tom and Druella strolled back into the ministry, everyone on stage followed closely behind them. They needed their questions answered in order to verify Tom's claim. The second the minister entered the building with everyone behind her, she started firing off questions. "Mr. Riddle, I'm sorry to be the one asking this, but I need you to verify your claim. If you really are a surviving member of the Pendragon royal family, then that's amazing, and I would love to be the first to welcome you to the Wizengamot, but we can't just take you at your word, especially when it comes to something like this," the minister says, with others nodding around her. Tom nods as well as he understands their point of view. "I can swear an oath on my magic so we can get this done easily," Tom says, and everyone nods with surprised expressions. Oaths aren't usually used for something like this, but Tom didn't want his inheritance tests leaked. He would rather not have the public learn of his connection to two of the most hated wizards to ever live. Morgana, the most hated enemy of everyone's hero, Merlin himself. Salazar Slytherin, the known hater of the larger population of the wizarding world. Mulborns. It's best to keep those hidden forever, or at least until he's fully cemented his position in the wizarding world. "I, Tom Riddle, swear on my magic that I am the heir to the royal house of Pendragon." Tom gives a short oath with his old bony wand, so they don't call him out on faking the oath. Lumos. A bright light fills the entrance hall of the ministry, shocking everyone present. Even Druella's parents stood rooted to the ground, stunned by Tom's hidden heritage. "I apologize for making you swear an oath, Prince Riddle, but it had to be done." The minister, along with everyone with her, gave Tom a small formal bow. Although Tom holds no power other than his seat in the Wizengamot, his title of prince puts him a step above the lords and ladies of any other houses. It's customary to show the respect that his title dictates. "No problem, I understand completely," Tom says with an understanding smile. "If you don't mind, we'll be on our way. I have some things to get done after this." Tom makes up a random excuse to leave. "Of course, have a nice day." The minister reluctantly escorts Tom back to the Floo Hall. "Thank you for your time, and please consider supporting me in the coming election." She throws that in as Tom and the Rosiers disappear through the fireplace. "Minister, what do we do now?" one is the minister's flunkies asked. "We do our best to stay on that boy's good side. At first, he was a hero that would hold a good amount of political power. Now, he's an untouchable king that could ruin careers with a single word. Keep in that boy's good graces and we'll be fine. He may not support my re-election, but that's fine as long as he doesn't completely ruin my career and reputation." The minister warned them, and many took that warning to heart. See 160 Aftermath. The single chapter returns. Kiss. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 176. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the Power Stones and enjoy the chapter. The days after Tom's awards ceremony was booming for the news. Front pages were filled with headlines about Tom's announcement of his heritage. "Royal Family Lives On" was the headline of the Prophet on the day after Tom's awards ceremony. Some of the people didn't fully believe him at first, but soon the ministry put out a statement to the press affirming his claim. When that statement was released, the lords, ladies, and other high-standing individuals that were skeptical started sending congratulatory letters to Tom. If the owls he received before the ministry's statement weren't crazy enough, now Tom has hundreds of unopened letters piled in his study. Of course, every single one of them has been tested for any tampering, curses, potions, etc. While all of this was happening, Tom decided to hide away from the world for a little while. When he left the house before, he would get stopped for small things like autographs and handshakes. Now that he announced something like this, Tom is 100% sure that being in public would be a horrible idea. He doesn't want to be mobbed by a stampede of crazy fans. Just picturing the herds of people surrounding him sends chills down his spine. With his downtime, Tom went to speak with his mother about what he talked to Lady Death about at their last meeting. Searching around Kamar-Taj, Tom found the Ancient One instructing some students in one of the many courtyards used for training. Waiting for her to finish up, Tom walked over and made his presence known. "Hey, can we talk in private?" Tom asks his bald mother, turning to see her son behind her. The Ancient One could see that whatever he wanted to talk about seemed serious. "Yeah, follow me." She agrees and leads Tom to an empty room nearby. "What's the matter?" "When I was speaking to Lady Death, she mentioned that she can't enter the mortal realm." "That was annoying to hear, as I have an extremely strong servant that can't help me in the material world, but she does have an avatar. Said avatar would have to serve me as well, but I need to break her out of her imprisonment." "Care to take a guess as to who the avatar I'm talking about is?" Tom explains and asks. At Tom's question, only one name came to the Ancient One's mind. Only one person has the attribute of death and is currently imprisoned. "Hail, Odin's daughter?" she answered with a raised eyebrow. "The Masters of the Mystic Arts haven't had any contact with Asgard, as they are a secret organization that protects Earth or Midgard in Asgardian terms. Why would they need to deal with Asgard, as long as they don't pose a threat to the Earth and its people, which they haven't so far? The Ancient One and the Masters of Kamar-Taj have no interest in getting involved with Asgard, although, that doesn't mean they haven't kept tabs on Asgardian news, especially the news of the crowned princess of Asgard being imprisoned by her own father. Thousands of years ago, Odin banished his daughter Hela from Asgard and imprisoned her in Hel after a failed coup attempt. Hela later attempted to escape, prompting Odin to send the Valkyrie to stop her. She successfully overpowered the warriors' women, killing all but one, Brunhilde. Odin intervened before Hela could escape, defeating her and returning her back to her prison. "Correct," Tom said as if he were the host of a game show. "You want to break Hela out of? You do understand how unstable she is, correct? She's been through so much war from such a young age that I'm unsure whether she could live without it anymore." The Ancient One started to explain to Tom why this would be a horrible idea, but Tom cut her off before she could go on. "Look, I get it. She is severely unstable due to having horrible parents and fighting in wars since she was a child. Although I admit that is all correct, I'm told by Lady Death that she can be brought under control. I just have to break her out and knock her unconscious. Death will take care of the rest." Tom cuts her off and explains further. The Ancient One simply stays quiet after hearing this. She is worried about her son's well-being. He may be strong, but he's not as strong as the thousands of years old avatar of death itself, or rather herself. "How do you plan to break the barrier set by Odin?" "Even with all my years of knowledge, I don't feel confident in doing so." "Also, how do you plan on knocking out Hela?" "She's most likely far stronger than you. If she gets free, you won't be able to defend yourself." His mother voices all of her concerns. "Well, I was hoping you would know or send me in the right direction to get past the barrier. As for knocking her out, I have to work on that. Though, I promise I won't do anything without having a plan in place that I'm confident in," Tom assures, and the Ancient One sighs tiredly. She knows that she can't talk him out of this. He's far stronger than he used to be thanks to being the Snake Avatar and the Master of Death. For the first time, she realized that she can't control Tom's actions or protect him if he were to come into any danger. He's probably stronger than her at this point, so anything that could be a danger to him would be especially dangerous to her as well. Sighing once again, the Ancient One decided to simply go with what Tom wants and aid him as best as she can. "If you want to break or subvert Odin's barrier, you'll have to study Asgardian magic. See 161 Schemes to Kiss. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 178. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. If you want to break or subvert Odin's barrier, you'll have to study Asgardian magic. The Ancient One says as she decided to help Tom as best as she can. Hearing his mother say this, a small smile bloomed on his lips. With this, Tom knows his mother is alright with him doing this. She may not like it, but she won't stop him. Alright, am no stranger to studying and magical practice. Do you have any hidden books on Asgardian magic? Because I've scanned through the library and haven't found much. Everything I've seen seems to be of a fairly low level. Tom asks, knowing his mother has a hidden stash of books, not suitable for the Library of Kamar-Taj. No, I'm sorry to say that what little books we have on Asgardian magic are already housed in the library. The Ancient One shakes her head. With those words, Tom's plans just became a lot harder to realize. Thoughts on how to steal from Asgard started formulating in Tom's mind. The Ancient One seemed to be able to follow Tom's train of thought, as she frowned slightly at him. If thinking what I thinking, then stop right now, she says sternly, like a mother berating her child. Asgard is far more advanced than you think. Our ways of using the mystic arts are similar, yet very different at the same time. If you were to go there with the intent to rob them, the chance of you getting caught is very high. Not much is said about Asgard in the movies, but Tom still hopes to be able to rob them blind. Although not much is said, that doesn't mean nothing was revealed at all. First, Odin is powerful as hell, especially with that spear, Gungnir, at his side. If he can make a barrier that even the Ancient One can't bypass or destroy, then he is truly someone Tom should be wary of. Although Odin is a powerful adversary, he isn't the one that Tom fears the most. That position is taken up by the gatekeeper himself, Heimdall. Heimdall possesses tremendous sensory capabilities far beyond that of any Asgardians, which made Odin appoint him the gatekeeper to Asgard. His sight itself extends to all of the 9 realms, and his hearing is so sharp and precise that he heard the warriors 3 and Lady Sif conspiring against Loki from his post in the movie. Tom isn't sure how to hide from someone like that. Would his new powers from the Deathly Hallows hide him from Heimdall's all-seeing eyes? It's said that the cloak can hide its wearer from death itself, but that could have been a lie for all Tom knows. If it could hide him from her, then it should be able to work against Asgard's gatekeeper. He'll have to speak to Lady Death and find out. Other than those 2 monsters, Tom has to worry about Frigga, who was said to be a very powerful sorceress. It was Frigga who taught Loki how to cast illusions, resulting in his exceptional skill in the field of sorcery. Thor shouldn't be too much of a problem, as he is more brawn than brains. It's his adoptive brother that would cause more of a hindrance. As stated before, Loki was taught all he knows by his mother, Frigga. He may not be as skilled and powerful as her, but he's still someone to look out for. I'm sure there are other powerful Asgardians that weren't mentioned in the movies as well. Tom thought, as the idea to steal from Asgard became smaller and smaller. Asgard itself is a small, planetary body that serves as home to the Asgardians, a race of long-lived humanoid beings, born with power far beyond the people of Earth. It is not round like the Earth, doesn't spin on its axis, and does not revolve around a star. It is a flat mass that would elate any flat Earth believer. From Tom's recollection, Asgard is just one giant city floating in space. Although, that could be different as it was never fully explained. If it is one big city, that makes guarding it from intruders like himself all the easier. Without having to worry about other cities, towns, villages, and other settlements, Asgard can focus all of its barriers and military power in one area. Once again Tom's hopes of robbing Asgard diminish. There is a small hope though. There are natural nexus portals that exist on Asgard, due to deposits of the wormhole-sensitive, crystal-like material used in the construction of the Bifrost Bridge. These portals are in direct contact with the roots of Yggdrasil, a tree-like cosmic grid that connects the 9 realms. Loki was said to use these nexus portals to go wherever he pleased unnoticed. Though did he really go unnoticed, or did his father simply allow him his freedom? With Heimdall's all-seeing universal vision, Tom isn't so sure that Odin wasn't informed of Loki's comings and goings. At this point, all of Tom's hopes and dreams of stealing from Asgard are dead and buried. His mother is right. After a long pause of contemplating his odds, Tom admits his conclusion out loud. All right, I admit that right. But there has to be a way to get my hands on some Asgardian magic. Is there not a universal black market that sells these things or something? Tom asks. I'm afraid any person or group stupid enough to advertise stolen Asgardian goods would receive a visit from Thor, Loki, and the Warriors 3. The Ancient One ruins all of Tom's hopes. Is there no way to get this done? Tom asks sullenly. I do have an idea. See 162 Study in Asgard? Bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 178. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Is there no way to get this done? Tom asks sullenly, as his chances of robbing Asgard didn't look good. I do have an idea, his mother says with a look of contemplation. Tom's crushed hopes seem to bloom once again at her words. What is it? Tom asks hopefully. I don't know if it's the best idea. The Ancient One looks hesitant to reveal it. Just say it and we'll see if it's bad or not. Tom says impatiently. Well, you could simply ask to learn from them. I don't believe they would react violently to a simple question. You will either be told yes or no. The Ancient One says as if it was the obvious thing to do. Huh? Tom stared dumbly at his mother, as he wonders why he didn't think of that. Would they be willing to teach me though? And why do you think it would be such a bad idea in the first place? I'm unsure whether they would be willing or not. But it's worth a try. What's the worst that could happen? They say no and you come back here. His mother explains with a shrug. As for why I think it would be such a bad idea, we would be revealing the magical communities of Earth. I could be mistaken, but I don't believe Asgard or any of the other realms are aware of us or the wizarding world. The Ancient One continues. Although Odin has become very lax and hands-off in his ruling compared to the Allfather of the past, I'm sure he still considers Midgard to be under his rule. I'm unsure how he would handle a growing magical community he didn't know about. Though I'm fairly certain he wouldn't react harshly. But it's not like I know the man personally, she says with a conflicted expression. The Ancient One wishes she knew more so she could help Tom, but she nor any of the masters of the mystic arts have had any contact with Asgard. In fact, they do their best to avoid anything Asgardian, as to keep Kamar-Taj as hidden as possible. Well, it's not like I have to make this decision right now. Before leaving the planet to study from godlike aliens, I would have to finish my last year at Hogwarts first, not to mention the other plans I have in motion, among other things. Until then, I'll just focus on my studies and try to find a way to knock out Hela, Tom says, placating the Ancient One's worries. I agree, that would be for the best, she says, smiling at her son's sensibility. Holding off on his decision, Tom spent the last of the summer as he usually does. Other than his usual routine of studying, combat training, magical practice, etc., Tom has been progressing rapidly in his technological knowledge. Although his body has already been enhanced due to his last ritual, Tom still thinks that he could go further with the super soldier procedure. Even if he can't be enhanced further by the serum, Tom could use it on his trusted subordinates. Just thinking of his own small army of magically loyal super soldiers brings a smile to his face. Other than that, Tom has continued his practice in telekinesis. He's been slowly increasing the weight of what he could lift, treating his mind as if it were a muscle. Tom's time wasn't only spent on magic, as his followers always have something he needs to manage. Lord Black is one of the main followers that contacts Tom on a regular basis. Due to Tom's plan to back him for the next election, they had to get many things in order. Tom decided to treat this as any other election and hold rallies all across Wizarding Britain. They even came up with a slogan for Lord Black's campaign, "Securing Our Future." Tom thought it would be best to mention the future in some way, and this is what they came up with together. Druella seemed to approve as well, but she thought "Help for Tomorrow" sounded better. It's too bad she was outvoted 2-1. Tom already has signs, posters, and clothing being made for the campaign at this very moment. Anything to capture the public's eye and get the voters they need. They would start the campaign as soon as the new year begins, as the minister would be chosen in the following year. That gives them an entire year to gain as many voters as possible before the polls open. Of course, campaigning would cost money, so Tom will be using the organization account to fund everything. The cost of everything would be very high, but that account has been filling steadily since the Ex-Creature Bill was passed. On the romantic side of Tom's life, he and Druella haven't decided on a wedding date, which has been driving her mother crazy. Lady Rosier wants them to get married and produce a grandchild as soon as possible, but Tom and Druella are still very young, so they decided to take their time. Not to mention the fact that Druella still hasn't met the Ancient One. Tom would have to get that done before the wedding. When it was time to return to Hogwarts for their last year, Tom was offered the position of head boy, which he promptly turned down. He's been offered the chance to be a prefect in the past as well, but who would want to be either of those things? It's like getting offered the chance to babysit children for free. Why would Tom wish to do that? He's sure that many would jump at the chance, as it would look good for future employment, but Tom doesn't really need to worry about that. Soon, the summer came to an end and the day to return to Hogwarts for the last year arrived. See 163 Final Return to Hogwarts 1. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 180. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the Power Stones and enjoy the chapter. Tom made a very big mistake. On the day he and Druella were set to take the train to Hogwarts, they both arrived at King's Cross Station as themselves. No disguise or anything that could hide their identities at all. Tom thought that the hype around him would cool off a bit when school started up again, but that seemed to be a bad prediction. Nobody dared to cause a scene in the mall area of the station, as that would break the statute of secrecy, but the second they stepped into platform 934, all bets were off. As they stepped through the pillar, they were instantly stormed with fans, reporters, and photographers. Although Tom has been through this before, this time it was on a whole other level. The people on the platform were packed shoulder to shoulder like sardines. Reporters surrounded the magical entrance with photographers close by to get the front page photos. Many people were holding signs with Tom's name written on them, and others had his picture drawn as well. Some of the more hardcore fans were chanting his name over and over, with many joining in as well. I think I know how celebrities like Justin Bieber feel. These people are nuts. Tom thought as he saw the situation on the platform. Tom was literally stuck at the entrance of the platform with nowhere to go. He couldn't traverse the sea of people to board the train unless he used magic on them, which he won't do as it could ruin his reputation. Soon, other students returning to Hogwarts came through the entrance and became stuck as well. As Tom was stuck there, reporters started throwing out as many questions as they could. He tried to answer all of them, but the noise from all of the people present made it hard to hear anything at all. After what felt like forever, Aurors came rolling in and firing off spells to disperse the crowd. They were all told to leave if they weren't a student or a parent of a Hogwarts student. Thankfully, with the threat of the Aurors looming over them, the reporter, photographers, and fanatical fans left the platform swiftly. As all of them left, Tom stepped forward and addressed the Aurors and remaining people. "I'm sorry about that. I may not have caused it, as I can't control the actions of other people, but they came here for me, so I feel partly responsible," Tom said, appeasing some of the more disgruntled parents. who simply wanted to see their children off to school. Turning to the others, Tom gave them a thankful smile. "Thanks for breaking that up. It was getting pretty bad there for a moment." Tom thanks them and they simply wave it off. "No problem, Your Highness. We're just doing our jobs." The leader says respectfully, "Your Highness." Huh? I like it. Tom thought as he heard the way the era addressed him. With that done, Tom and Druella hopped onto the train bound for Hogwarts. The ride was as long as they remembered. But time flies when you're having fun, and they were certainly having fun all alone in their compartment together. And, wink wink, nudge nudge. When they arrived at Hogwarts, Tom wasn't stampeded by students like last year. They seemed to have learned from the last time and decided to respect Tom's boundaries. That doesn't mean he didn't get some annoying students asking for autographs among other things, but those were mainly new first years, so Tom didn't get too annoyed about it. After the first years were sorted and everyone ate their fill, the school year officially began. This year, Tom and Druella would have to take their NEWTs, which won't be hard at all, as they are way ahead of every other 7th years. Even if he were to worry about it, he has until the end of the year to take the tests. This is also Tom's last year to get the houses united as a student of Hogwarts. He'll do his best, but he may have to continue his work as a teacher next year. With Tom's grades, fame, and good standing with Headmaster Dippet, it would be incredibly easy to get a job for any teaching position. Maybe he should become the next headmaster as well. Being in the position to mold the young minds of the wizarding world would be ideal after all. He'll have to talk to the headmaster about his future employment. On the day after the welcoming feast, Tom and many other club presidents started advertising towards the new first years. Due to Tom's booming fame, almost every first year showed up to join the self-defense club. Not only did the first years join, but many that gave up last year came back to rejoin as well, which Tom found hilarious. Classes were the same as always. Tom was at the top with Druella right behind him. After handling the new influx of club members, Tom decided to apply for something that he has been putting off for a while now: his apparition license. Due to having elves and the ability to make portals at will, Tom has neglected to learn how to apparat. Applying was fairly easy though. Tom simply let his head of house, Professor Slughorn, know. Slughorn would then file the paperwork and Tom would have an apparition class added to his schedule. Once the teacher of said class sees that he's ready, Tom can go to the ministry to take a test. If he passes the ministry's apparition test, he'll have a license to apparat whenever he wishes. See 164 Professor 1+1. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 181. I'll be writing and posting at least 3 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. With the apparition class added to his schedule and everything else taken care of, including the yearly recruitment of new followers, Tom set up a meeting with Headmaster Dippet. Thanks to his skyrocketed fame, recruiting the Slytherin second years was extremely easy. Everyone wanted to become his follower, especially after hearing about his Slytherin heirship. Not only was the famous Tom Riddle a Pendragon, but he's also a descendant of every pureblood family's favorite founder, Salazar Slytherin. The kids were practically begging him to accept their oaths of loyalty, which was a nice change from his usual need to threaten them. As soon as the time came to meet with the headmaster, Tom made his way to the office alone. Druella wasn't a very big fan of Headmaster Dippet. He tends to ignore her presence whenever Tom enters the room. Seeing that she would probably be annoyed if she were there, Tom decided that it would be best to go alone this time. Getting to the gargoyle, Tom gave the password he was instructed to use. Fiddlesticks, Tom says, and the passage opens. Climbing up the moving stairs, Tom came to a stop and knocked on the door leading to the headmaster's office. Knock knock. Yeah, I think he'll become the headmaster. The aesthetic is nice, Tom thought as he waited for a reply. Coming. He hears a muffled voice from the other side of the door. Opening the door, he's met with the very beautiful and lavish scenery of the headmaster's office. Yup, this is going to be mine. Tom made up his mind at that moment. Tom, I was delighted to hear that you wished to speak with me. What can I do for you? Headmaster Dippet asks as he stands from his desk. You don't mind if I call you Tom, right? Yes. That's fine. I don't mind at all. I wanted to talk to you about what he'll be doing after Hogwarts. Tom reveals as he walks up to the desk. Oh, I'm sure you've given it a lot of thought, like any other graduating student. The headmaster nods in understanding and motions to the chairs in front of his desk. Please, have a seat. Taking a seat, Tom gives Headmaster Dippet a thankful smile. Tell me where you wish to be employed and I'll write the best recommendation I can possibly give. The headmaster says, genuinely happy to help Tom in any way. Thank you, Headmaster. I appreciate the help. Tom says gratefully. Could you write a recommendation to yourself? Tom hints at what he wants. When Tom arrived talking about his time after Hogwarts, Dippet thought that Tom would want a letter of recommendation for a job in the ministry. He didn't have the slightest clue that Tom would want to work as a professor, but that didn't deter his excitement one single bit. The second he hears Tom's statement, his mouth hung open before a beaming smile graces his face. Let me just make sure that I didn't mishear what you said. Are you asking for a job here after you graduate? The headmaster asked joyfully. Yes. I would be thrilled to teach at Hogwarts. If I were to spend my life working at something, teaching is something that I believe I can be proud of. Ever since I started the Self-Defense Club, I've learned that I like teaching and I seem to be fairly good at it. What better place to use those skills than the #1 school of magic in the world? Tom explains. With every word out of Tom's mouth, Headmaster Dippet's smile grows larger and larger. This may be the greatest hire that he'll ever accomplish as the headmaster of Hogwarts. I would be more than happy to hire you for almost any professor position, Tom. Although, are you sure you want to be a teacher? Young and have all year to make your decision, Headmaster Dippet asked, testing his resolve. Yes, I'm certain that this is what I want to do. You don't have to worry, Tom says with determination in his voice. All right, hired. Is there a certain position you're interested in? I may have to decline if a capable professor is already teaching the position you want though. The headmaster agrees immediately. Ha ha. Thanks, Headmaster. Tom laughs as he knew getting the job would be easy with his credentials. As for the position, I can teach almost any one of them except divination. The ones that I find the most interesting would be defense, dark arts, potions, and transfiguration. As Tom said transfiguration, the headmaster's eyes lit up. The former transfiguration professor is dead thanks to aiding and abetting the Dark Lord Grindelwald. The position has been passed down through a few individuals ever since, but none of them seemed to meet the standards that a Hogwarts professor must attain. Even the professor that he just hired for this year didn't have the greatest resume, but the school needs a teacher so he was hired nonetheless. I can guarantee you the position of Transfiguration Professor next year, Dippet stated instantly. Based on Tom's grades, he makes a far better Transfiguration Professor than any of the current applicants. If Dippet could hire him now, he 100% would do it, but he can't hire students as professors. Even with Tom's notoriety, it's against school policy. All right. That sounds good to me. Tom agrees, laughing on the inside about how he's taking over Dumbledore's positions. Would you mind if I make a request? Of course, ask away. Dippet replies curiously. When Professor Slughorn retires, I would like to take up his position as head of Slytherin House. See 165 Future Reforms bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 16 chapters ahead at chapter 181. I'll be writing and posting at least 3 chapters tonight. Thanks for the Power Stones and enjoy the chapter. When Professor Slughorn retires, I would like to take up his position as head of Slytherin House. Tom voiced his want to lead Slytherin House. When Headmaster Dippet heard his request, he quiets down and thought it over. On one hand, Tom would most likely get the job done better than anyone else. On the other hand, That position is very coveted and many are in line to take it. The reason Tom wants to lead the Slytherin house is fairly obvious. They are his followers and it would be easy to control them as their head of house. Not to mention how much easier it would be to recruit the second years with him in control. Also, taking away all the schemes, Tom just wants to lead his own house. He spent almost 7 years in Slytherin and it would be sad to just leave it behind. I can do my best to get you into that position, but I have to worry about the school board. If one of the teachers that have been waiting to take Professor Slughorn's place doesn't like my choice, which would be you, they can go to the board in order to flip my decision. The headmaster says with determination to get Tom into the position he requested. Tom understood that he couldn't control everything in the school, so he gave the headmaster a thankful smile. I think I have a few followers on the Hogwarts board, don't I? Tom thought, as he may be able to get his position after all. Thank you, headmaster. No problem at all, Tom. Feel free to ask me for anything at any time. Who knows, one of these days you may be sitting on the other side of this desk. Headmaster Dippet hints at Tom taking over his position. That would be a dream come true, sir, Tom says as he looks over at the grandfather clock. It's almost dinner time. We should be getting to the Great Hall by about now. Oh, right, the headmaster says as he checks the clock. Why don't you go first? I still have a small amount of paperwork to sort through. All right, see you later, Dash. With Tom's future employment taken care of, he doesn't have to worry about failing Lady Hogwarts' mission. It's not like the mission would take much longer anyway. The houses are already on fairly friendly terms with one another. Of course, there are radicals in every group, but those radical groups have shrunken considerably. When Tom thought about it, he actually does want to work at Hogwarts. Not just to complete Lady Hogwarts' mission, but to become headmaster. Thinking of all the future threats that could appear, Tom wants to reform the Hogwarts curriculum. A stronger wizarding world doesn't just mean politics and technology. No, Tom would have to raise the bar of what the average wizard's strength is considered. What better way to accomplish this than to take over the school and tweak the curriculum? The most drastic change he could think of making would be adding a spell practice class at the end of every day. Every student would be instructed to practice spells until they had almost no magic left in their reserves. This would be the same thing that Tom has been doing every night before bed. It would increase their reserves and help hone their spellcasting skills. Although this is one of the practices that Tom didn't want to spread outside of his organization, as it could produce someone stronger than himself. Due to becoming an avatar and the master of death, Tom isn't very scared of anything in the wizarding world anymore. As for his followers, soon enough many of his trusted ones would be enhanced by the super soldier serum. That should put them in a place far above every other wizard and witch could ever hope to reach. If his assumption is correct, the serum should enhance his followers' magic as well as their bodies. Erskine said that serum would enhance everything, which means magic is very likely to be enhanced as well. Although that is wonderful, Tom will have to make sure none of his potential candidates are psychopaths or even potential psychopaths. Once again, Erskine said that the serum enhances everything, including who you are as a person. Tom doesn't want to create another Red Skull situation, so he'll have to screen his potential candidates thoroughly. Maybe use Legilimency on them and sift through their mind to find out who they are as a person. It's a bit extreme, but Tom is trying to create a super wizard army. He can't allow for any crazies to join along as well. They would just cause problems for his plans somewhere down the line. Though, these are things to worry about when the time comes. Tom still has to finish learning how to take apart and put together all of the technology in his secret lair. He has already read and memorized every college book that he had his elves steal for him. Now, all he has to do is keep working with the tech he stole in order to understand and work with it. Back to the Hogwarts curriculum, Tom has many ideas about what to change. When he becomes headmaster, the students of Hogwarts will be in for a rude awakening. If they thought their work was hard now, imagine how they will react to a gym class added to their schedule. As Tom left the headmaster's office, He made his way to the Great Hall. It was dinner time and he was starving. See 166 Apparition Class on. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 183. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. When the time came for Tom's first ever class on apparition, he was a little bit nervous. Apparition is something commonly used in wizarding society, and Tom's elves have used it to transport him places many times. But the thing that makes Tom so nervous isn't the teleporting itself, but what could happen if it's done in the wrong way. Splinching is what occurs when a witch or wizard apparates or disapparates unsuccessfully, leaving part of his or her clothes or body behind in their former location. The degree of splinching can range from minimal, such as loss of hair, to life-threatening, such as loss of flesh or muscle, though the damage is usually repairable. Tom doesn't have the luxury of relying on his elves to apparat. No, he has to do it himself, and that worries him a little. Although he has a healing factor, which might be able to regrow missing limbs, it isn't a 100% thing, as Tom hasn't tested that yet. In order to test it, he would have to cut something off. What if that thing he cuts off doesn't regrow as he hopes? Tom would rather keep his appendages and not know than lose one and know for sure. If I splinch myself today, then I'll learn for sure whether I can regrow anything or not. Tom thought as he made his way to an open field outside the castle, as the class would be held outdoors. Arriving at the meeting area, Tom is met with a large number of students. Although apparition is dangerous during the learning stages, it's also one of the more handy and interesting things to learn in the wizarding world. Not to mention the dangerous aspect of it, which could be appealing to a portion of the students, as danger could be seen as exciting to some. Due to the learning restrictions placed on apparition, which Tom understands completely, the class was completely made up of 7th years. When the teacher arrived, she gave a long lecture on the dangers of her class. Once she finished the lecture, she started teaching while speaking as clearly as possible. When apparating, one has to remember the 3 Ds: destination, determination, and deliberation. You have to be completely determined to reach your destination and move without haste. But with deliberation, a witch or wizard ordinarily requires a wand in order to apparat, but like many other spells, it could be performed without one. As she says this, she apparates a meter to her left without a wand. Although it can be done, that doesn't mean you will be doing it that way. You must learn to crawl before standing on 2 feet and walking with the rest of us, which is why we won't be apparating ourselves today or even tomorrow. She says, pulling out a fist-sized ball from her pocket. You will be apparating an object. Remembering the 3 Ds, you will think of your destination, which in this case will be where I stood before. Then you will firmly and purposefully will the ball to appear in said location. Finally, you will act slowly and carefully, as to not make mistakes due to rushing. As she finished her explanation, a rustling was heard as the ball in her hand disappeared and appeared where she stood before apparating earlier. Many of the students have seen their parents or elves apparat before, but the skill and finesse which their teacher does it is impressive. With a wave of the teacher's wand, fist-sized balls drop before every student's feet. Now, I want all of you to spread out and practice as I've shown you. Don't worry. If you make a mistake, the nurse is already on standby, she says, and Tom hesitantly grabs his ball, moving away in order to practice. Thanks to not having to practice on himself, Tom wasn't nearly as nervous as before. Mistakes could still be made, but with this type of practice, the possibility is much lower. At worst, someone may lose a finger. At best, the ball may get destroyed. If someone is truly mentally challenged, then something worse could happen. But that would take a truly idiotic person. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. A few minutes into their practice, a scream filled the grassy field. One of the more idiotic Gryffindors tried apparating himself a few meters away and lost a big chunk of his leg. He thought himself better than the exercise given by their teacher and wanted to prove his worth. As soon as he disappeared and reappeared, he had a blinding victorious smile on his face. Though, That smile didn't last long before it was replaced with a pained look of regret. He screamed in pain and fell to the floor like a puppet without its strings. As soon as it happened, the teacher waved her wand and the school nurse appeared, carting off the idiotic Gryffindor for medical treatment. Thankfully, he lives in a world of magic, so his injury will most likely be healed in a few days. As the injured Gryffindor was carted off, the teacher looked over her students. This is why we practice on an object at first. It isn't because you aren't capable of apparition, but because you are inexperienced. Now, get back to work, she says, lecturing the class once again. By the time the class ended, Tom went through about 10 balls, as he would splinch them into pieces. Although he destroyed so many of them, Tom started to get the hang of it near the end. The last ball he apparated only had a small piece of it missing, which was far better than every other student. After another day of practice, he should have this exercise completely mastered. See 167. Campaigning begins. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 185. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. While Tom was hard at work studying in school, Lord Black and his other followers have been working hard as well. When the winter break passed and the new year arrived, the campaign for the seat of Minister of Magic began, and Lord Black wasn't the only candidate. There are a total of 10 candidates running in this election, and Lord Black only has to worry about 2 of them. The current minister, Hortensia Millifoot. She has been elected twice in a row and is currently working towards her 3rd re-election. Although she wasn't extremely popular during her 2 terms as minister, she did gain a serious boost in popularity thanks to Tom's actions. First, Tom killed the Dark Lord Grindelwald during her 2nd term. Although she didn't contribute anything to get it done, it still happened during her reign, so to speak. Due to the death of Grindelwald and many of his core acolytes, she was also the sitting minister when the war was coming to a close. Once again, she didn't do anything but will be remembered as the person in charge at the time. Not to mention the award ceremony, where Hortensia presented the Order of Merlin, First Class to Tom in front of the large majority of Wizarding Britain's population. Hortensia Millifoot has gained a good amount of popularity thanks to Tom, and as long as he doesn't back another candidate, she will most likely win thanks to her association with him. Secondly, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Lord Alphonse Potter. Yes, that's right. The father of Tom's friend Charles will be running for Minister of Magic. Although he doesn't have the same popularity as the current minister, the Potter family is well known for being very progressive and kind. Many Potters have married Mulborns throughout the years, and have been known to fight for the rights of Mulborns along with sentient creatures. In fact, they were one of the first that supported Lord Black's Creatures' Rights Bill. They have been fighting in the Wizengamot for decades to help the wizarding community as a whole. A member of the Potter family was actually the one to write and present the bill for free Hogwarts schooling. Without the Potter family, many of the poor Mulborns, half-bloods, and even some pureblood families Weasleys would be forced to take loans in order to pay their way through Hogwarts. If those loans came from Gringotts, then good luck to those families. Because Gringotts is known for their high interest rates and brutal late terms. Thanks to actually being a good person, Lord Alphonse Potter is a person to look out for in the coming election. The pre-planned that Tom instructed his followers to do paid off, as the second the new year arrived. Signs for Lord Black's candidacy were placed everywhere. Not just signs, but clothing as well. Every clothing store in Diagon Alley, and other places as well, were filled and advertising the merchandise. Clothing like this was never a thing in the wizarding world, so many asked why they would wear a shirt or hat like this. The workers were instructed to tell these people that if they want to support their candidate, buying their clothes will contribute to their campaign monetarily, while wearing their merchandise will help advertise their candidacy to others, drawing in more votes. Many that supported Lord Black and had the spare income to purchase the clothing flocked to the stores to show their support. Soon, many wizards and witches could be seen wearing clothing with Lord Black's silhouette and slogan on it, securing our future. At the same time as the clothing and signs went out, Every candidate made a trip to the ministry in order to register their candidacy. As soon as they were finished, Lord Black held a rally in Diagon Alley. Using his connections along with his lords, he was able to obtain permits in order to hold rallies all across Britain. Lord Black was 100 steps ahead of every other candidate. This is all thanks to Tom's pre-planning though. Without him, Lord Black would be floundering along with the other candidates. His first rally was advertised on the campaign signs. So many people going about their day saw them and learned of it. Arriving at the rally, Lord Black was met with a bigger crowd than he thought he would draw. Diagon Alley was packed when Lord Black arrived and took the stage. After calming the crowd, Lord Black made a speech that was written by his Lord Tom Riddle. It was a speech tackling the hardships of average working citizens. How they weren't paid enough for their work. There is no such thing as minimum wage in Wizarding Society. Everyone's wage was different depending on their job, and only those working in places like the ministry were paid enough to live comfortably. Lord Black offered to make a minimum wage that all employers would have to follow if he were elected. This drew the attention and adoration of many working-class citizens, while also drawing the anger and hatred of the few business owners and employers in the country. Next, Lord Black spoke about hospital bills. How one trip to St. Mungo's could bankrupt any normal family, depending on what the trip was for. The wizarding world doesn't have any form of medical insurance. If you want to pay your medical bills, you simply save money to pay them, which seldom works. For those that haven't saved enough, they take loans from the goblins or a rich family that's in that sort of business. Lord Black offered to make healthcare a universal right for all. The government would regulate how much medical treatment would be allowed to cost, so no one can charge 10 galleons for a medicine that costs 3 nuts to make, and pay for all medical treatment for its citizens. At this point, the crowd was absolutely stunned. Lord Black has offered them something that they didn't even know existed. They never in their wildest dreams would have thought a politician would offer them anything that could help in their daily lives, yet they are witnessing it happen right now before their very eyes. Soon, the crowd started roaring Lord Black's name. In just a single rally, he captured the hearts of the working class citizens, who just so happened to be the large majority of the voting population. Lord Black stood stunned on the stage as thousands of people chanted his name. He never thought his Lord's speech would have this sort of outcome. See 168 Conjuration bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 185. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. It didn't take Tom more than an extra day to master operating the ball perfectly. He was the first in his class to do so and gained a good chunk of points for his house, but he doesn't really care about that. Good work, Mr. Riddle. As expected from someone with your capabilities, the teacher said happily. Thanks. Should I start working on another exercise, or is that it? Tom asks, hoping for another exercise as he's nervous about apparating himself. No, the next step is normal apparition. She shook her head, crushing Tom's hopes. Since you're so far ahead of everyone else though, why don't you practice with the ball for the rest of the day? Once you're able to apparat the ball 100,100 times without messing up a single time, you don't have to show up to class anymore until everyone else can do the same. That sounds good. How long do you estimate it would take everyone else to catch up? Tom asks. A few weeks at least. Maybe a couple of months if we have some stragglers, she explains. Tom was very happy with this outcome. What student wouldn't be joyful at not having to show up to class? Not to mention the fact that Tom is one of the busiest people in Hogwarts. He practically runs Slytherin House like a well-oiled machine, trains with the Slytherins every morning, and then he trains almost every student in the self-defense club. After worrying about all of that, he has to manage his followers outside of Hogwarts through the Mark's communication function. All of this combined with his own training and classes makes Tom the single most busy person in Hogwarts. Even the headmaster and professors aren't nearly as busy as Tom is, so having an opening in his schedule is a big deal to him. By the end of the class, Tom was able to do as she said and perfectly apparat the ball 100,100 times without any blunders. None of the students were the least bit surprised by Tom's performance. In fact, they would be surprised if he didn't finish the exercise as fast as he did. Since he finished as the teacher said, Tom bid his classmates farewell and went on his way, not to return until the very last student masters the exercise. With his newfound free time, Tom decided to work on something that he's recently started learning in Transfiguration class. Conjuration. Conjuration is an advanced form and type of Transfiguration, some of the most complex magic taught at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which is why Tom was so interested in teaching Transfiguration after graduating. Conjurations are distinguished from the other branches of Transfiguration by their ability to transfigure the desired object from thin air, while its opposite, vanishment, causes desired objects to disappear from existence. Conjuration is more than difficult compared to transformation, which is the art of altering the physical features of an object, and vanishment, which is only taught to students at the NEWT level. The only form of transfiguration that exceeded conjuration in difficulty was human transfiguration, which is illegal and not taught at Hogwarts. Conjuration also has some overlap with charms and some dark charms, such as the water-making spell and the floating eyes curse. Many things can go wrong when attempting to conjure something from nothing, especially in the case of living creatures. If conjuration is not performed exactly right, or if the caster is simply messing around with conjuring spells, mistakes such as frog-rabbit hybrids can occur. The hybrids in question can be explainable by the magical law principle of artificial animate quasi-dominance, which pretty much explains why and how many things could go wrong during conjugation, such as severed heads, indeterminate stumps, and of course mutant animal hybrids. At the start of the 7th year, Tom's class started learning the intricacies of conjuration. Due to the lackluster teaching skills of this year's Transfiguration professor, no one in the class has made much progress in learning it though. Since he can't rely on his own professor, Tom decided to spend his new free time getting conjuration down before the NEWTs arrive. Everyone in the class is most likely going to do the same, or else they will end up failing their Transfiguration NEWTs. There's no doubt in Tom's mind that the majority of students this year will not do very well on their Transfiguration exams. It's a good thing that they can retake them again next year, but many won't have the time and money to spend hiring a tutor and studying after leaving Hogwarts at the end of their 7th year. On the next day during the time that would usually be spent in apparition class, Tom invited Druella over to the ROR. Druella learned apparition from her parents, so she doesn't have to attend that class. She took the exam and received her license before school started this year. Together they found books on conjuration and had a small reading party to themselves. Before tackling any sort of magic, no matter how great or menial, it's best to learn as much about it as possible. Their schedule continued like this for a week, as they familiarized themselves with the ins and outs of conjuration. Once they memorized every book they can pertaining to conjuration available in the ROR, they could finally start putting everything they've read into action. Alright, Drew, let's start small for our first try, shall we? Conjuring a toothpick should be a good start, Tom says as Druella draws her wand with a determined look on her face. Let's do it. I'm tired of reading already, Druella replies. Same. The first to conjure a normal-looking toothpick can ask the winner for one favor. Do we have a deal? Tom challenges confidently. Deal. C169 cheated equals. P.S. Many of you are asking when the next arc will begin. It's coming soon. I don't want to spoil it though. You'll see in the coming chapters. As of this chapter, The Patreon is 17 chapters ahead at chapter 186. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. They began as both Tom and Druella started competing to be the one to conjure a toothpick before the other. The winner would then gain the right to ask a favor from the loser. Druella already had a favor in mind and started waving her wand with a determined spark in her eyes. Tom hasn't introduced her to his adoptive mother yet. She has been waiting for him to do so, but he's been putting it off for some reason. She plans to use her favor to get a meeting with his mother once and for all. On the other hand, Tom is the one to make up this bet, yet he has no idea what he's going to ask for. I'll just save the favor until I can think of something, Tom thought as he started wandlessly trying to conjure a toothpick. By the time their little free period ended, neither could conjure a perfect toothpick, which goes to show just how hard it is to learn conjuration. Although both of them haven't done it yet, Tom has gotten the closest to a toothpick out of the two. His looks like a thin pointy wooden popsicle stick, while Druella's looked like a pointy drumstick. It seems that our time is up. We'll have to make our way to class, Tom says, grabbing his belongings and leaving the roar with Druella at his side. Oh, I forgot something. Why don't you go on ahead, and I'll meet you again in class, she says, walking off in the opposite direction without giving Tom a chance to reply. Shrugging his shoulders, Tom went to class and waited for her. Throughout the entire class, he kept glancing at the door, waiting for his girlfriend to finally show up. When the class ended, Tom had a bad feeling that something may have happened, so he went back to the roar to look for Druella. As soon as he stepped into the roar, Tom laid eyes on Druella sitting on the floor conjuring a perfect toothpick. His jaw dropped as he knew at that moment that he's just been played. She skipped class just to win the bet and get a favor from him. A bright smile forms on Druella's face as she picks up the toothpick and sees that it's perfect. She won. Cheater, Tom exclaims, causing Druella to jump and drop the toothpick. Looking to the door, Druella sees Tom standing there with a disgruntled look on his face. Hey, I didn't cheat at all. There were never any rules in the first place. Take your loss like a man and get ready to fulfill my favor, Druella says haughtily. Tom just looked at his girlfriend who's acting like this and decided to just let it go. She's right. They never came up with any rules. The bet was simply whoever conjured a perfect toothpick first wins, and she was the first to do so. Fine, you win, Tom says, taking a deep breath to calm his disgruntled mind. What do you want for your favor? I want to meet your mother. The adoptive one, not the dead one. Although, I wouldn't mind meeting her at a later date as well. Druella voices what she wants. Tom was truly surprised by her choice. He thought she would ask for something like a vacation or to learn one of his mystic arts powers, like the sling ring portals or the eldritch weapons. He didn't think she wanted to meet the ancient one so badly. This worked just fine though. His mother has been bugging him to meet Druella for a while now. They are engaged, so it's weird that she hasn't met his mother at this point. Alright, meet me here after dinner tonight and we'll go to Kamatage together. Tom agrees easily. Wait, I need to get ready and find something to wear. Not to mention my makeup. These things take time to prepare. Druella frantically starts pacing around the room. Tom smiles evilly in Druella's direction as he found his way to get back at her. I'm afraid your favor was merely to meet my mother without a specified time. It's such a shame that you didn't word your wish correctly, Tom taunts her teasingly. Druella stops her pacing and stares over at Tom menacingly. She knew he was annoyed because of losing and was only using this as a way to get back at her. Fine. Tell our professors that I have a bad headache and won't be attending any classes for the rest of the day, Druella says as she hurries out the door to her dorm room in order to get herself ready for tonight. Hee hee, that's what you get for cheating. Tom cackles evilly to himself and leaves the room to get to his next class. Later that night after dinner, Tom and Druella met in the roar as planned. Are you sure ready for this? Tom asks as they step inside. Yes. Why wouldn't I be? Druella replies with a challenging eyebrow raised. She's dressed perfectly in formal wizarding robes, and her makeup looks as though a professional worked their magic on her. Well, my mother can be a bit intimidating after all. I think it's the bald head, but that's just my opinion. Tom answers with a shrug. Druella has heard about his mother before. She knows that his mother is a sorceress that teaches a different type of magic than theirs. That's why Tom can open portals and all of the other weird powers he has. That doesn't matter now, we're engaged. So I need to meet your mother. What kind of fiancé would I be if I've never met her? Are we going to have our first meeting during the wedding? Druella reasoned. All right, here we go, Tom says and opens a portal to Kamatage. Do your best. C-170 meeting the in-law 2 today. Banzai. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 186. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. As Tom and Druella stepped through the portal, they appeared in Tom's bedroom at Kamatage. Where are we? Druella asks as she looks around curiously. This is my bedroom. Welcome to Kamatage, Tom says excitedly with open arms. Looking around his room, Druella couldn't help but feel let down. She thought Kamatage would be more grand and Eastern, but Tom's room looks like an ordinary Western bedroom. I thought you said Kamatage was in China, she asks Tom. Picking up on her thoughts, Tom pulls her over to the window and opens the curtains. Outside she could see Chinese-style architecture as far as the eye could see. A few of the courtyards separating the buildings were packed with robed students practicing the types of magic Druella has only ever seen used by Tom before. An excited smile appears on Druella's face as she feels as though she's witnessing a world hidden from everyone else. Is this how Melbournes feel when they learn of our world? She asks herself. Is the view better than my boring old bedroom? Tom asks teasingly. Yes, it is, Druella answered honestly as she gazed off into the distance. Come on, you'll have enough time to take in the view later on. We shouldn't take too long or else we'll be late for the meeting with the all-powerful Ancient One, Tom says jokingly, pulling Druella from the window and out the bedroom door. Wait. Stop pulling me. Going to mess up my clothes. She yanks away from him and fixes her robes. She would have worn her mule clothes as Druella knows that Tom likes that, but from what he's told her, his mother wears robes as well. Wanting to dress to impress, Druella went with robes this time. Alright, but hurry up. I'm sure you don't want to be late on your first meeting after all, Tom says as he waits for her to make herself presentable once again. As they walked through the halls of Kamatage together, Druella noticed that every person they passed would treat Tom as if he were royalty, bowing and paying their respects. It happened with anyone, no matter what color robe they wore. Why do they keep bowing to you? Are you like a prince here or something? Druella asks as they walk the halls. No. That started happening when everyone found out about the Ancient One adopting me, Tom reveals, as another set of robe-ring masters paid their respects. My mother is a very well-respected leader. Because she took me as her personal disciple and then adopted me, I have a certain amount of power here. Many also think that I'll be the next Sorcerer Supreme when the Ancient One steps down. That's amazing. So you would take your mother's position then? Druella asks excitedly. Yes. But I doubt that is going to happen. Tom shakes his head as he remembers Doctor Strange. Why not? Druella asks, wondering why Tom thinks his mother wouldn't choose him. Well, remember when I told you about the Infinity Stones? Tom asks. Yeah, you have the space, she replies, but Tom covers her mouth. Don't talk about that where others could be listening. I don't need someone hearing about it and telling their friends. Sooner or later I'll have wannabe evil sorcerers at my doorstep looking to steal from me, Tom says, and Druella nods, so he removes his hand from her mouth. Sorry about that. Druella says, genuinely apologetic for her slip-up. No problem. As I was saying, my mother has the Time Stone, which is pretty much an open secret here in Kamatage. She uses it to look into the future and I'm sure she's seen her successor already. Tom explains. Why do you not think that person could be you? Druella asks. It's just a feeling I have, Tom says mysteriously as they appear at a large double door. Are you ready? Druella stares into the wooden doors, nervous to be meeting the person behind them. She's not only meeting with Tom's mother but the leader of a secret group of magic users that even the wizarding world knows nothing about. Taking a deep breath, Druella turns to Tom and nods her head with a determined look on her face. "Yeah, let's do this," she says, resolved to make a good impression. Hearing her answer, Tom smiles at her reassuringly and knocks on the door. Knock knock, coming. A muffled voice could be heard from behind the door, inviting them inside. At the sound of the voice, Druella starts to get visibly tense. Seeing this, Tom takes the lead and grasps her hand. "You got this, don't worry so much," Tom says and opens the door with his other hand. Walking into the room hand in hand, Tom and Druella see a robed bald woman waiting for them with a cup of tea in hand. "Finally, my son decides to bring his fiancée to meet her mother-in-law. It's not like this should have happened years ago, right?" the Ancient One says sarcastically as she eyes Druella up and down. This isn't the first time she's seen Druella. Although Tom doesn't know it, she did a quick background check on this girl and her family when she started dating her son. The Ancient One sent a few of her more subtle sorcerers to gather information, and even went to see the girl herself once. She had to be sure that Druella wasn't using Tom, as the Ancient One has many enemies that would gladly use Tom's well-being against her. Of course, Druella and her family passed the check and aren't involved with Tom for some ulterior motive. "I'm sorry it took so long. I actually had to use a favor I won in a bet to finally meet you as well," Druella says, trying to break the ice. "I'm Druella Rosier, your son's fiancée. Even if it's so late in our relationship, it's nice to meet finally you." See 171 Kicked Out bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 186. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. "It's nice to finally meet you as well, Druella. Take a seat." Before anyone could move, Druella appeared in the seat opposite to the Ancient One. Druella has a shocked look on her face as she had no idea how she got in this seat. This is when she truly understood how powerful Tom's mother really is. "Would you like some tea?" the Ancient One asks, and once again before Druella could answer, a cup of tea appeared perfectly held in her hand. Meanwhile, Tom is still standing near the door, watching his mother toying with his fiancée, as the meeting between the two most important people in Tom's life was taking place. The Ancient One looked over at her son and gave him a look that said get lost. Seeing his mother wanted to be left alone with his already nervous fiancée, Tom merely shook his head at his mother, not wanting to leave Druella alone to deal with this shark of a mother. Walking over to the table, Tom summons a chair and sits beside Druella. He grasps her hand once again in order to calm her nerves. Feeling Tom beside her, holding her hand, Druella calms down after the Ancient One's shocking welcome. Seeing that Tom couldn't take the hint, the Ancient One decided to be a bit more blunt. "Tom, why don't you leave us alone so we can get to know each other? Go and practice your telekinesis or something." His mother tells him dismissively, "No, thanks. How could I miss the meeting of my 2 favorite women?" Tom says, playing it up like he wanted to be here. In fact, Tom wants to be anywhere but this location. He knows the Ancient One will try something, so he has to stay to make sure everything goes smoothly. If braving his mother's annoying and childish behavior for Druella's sake doesn't prove his love for her, Tom doesn't know what would. It's okay, Tom. You can go. It'll be fine," Druella says with a hint of nervousness in her voice. She knows that Tom's mother wants to speak with her alone. Sooner or later she would get what she wants, so Druella decided to get this over with as swiftly as possible. Hearing what Druella said, the Ancient One smirked evilly in Tom's direction. With this, he's outvoted 2-1. "You heard the girl. Now scram so as girls can talk in private," his mother says, shooing Tom away with her hand. Letting go of Tom's hand, Druella motions for him to leave as well. Not needing to be told twice, Tom took the chance to get the hell out of this situation. "All right, I'll be back in a bit," Tom says and gets up to leave the room. "If she goes overboard and you can't handle her anymore, send me a message through the mark and I'll come to rescue you," he tells Druella through the mark. When Tom was finally out of the room, the Ancient One stared at Druella unwaveringly for almost a full minute. The atmosphere became tense as both sides just stared at one another. "So, you plan on marrying my son?" the Ancient One says with an overbearing aura. "Yais, dash." While the Ancient One was having her fun intimidating her son's fiancée, Tom decided to pay a visit to Lady Death. He has needed to talk to her about Asgard for a while now, so this should be the best time to do it. Willing himself to be in Lady Death's presence, Tom appeared in the realm of death once again. This time he appeared in a large pitch-black hall. Lady Death was standing before a bunch of undead-looking soldiers kneeling beside her. "Hey, what are you up to?" Tom asks, drawing Lady Death and the undead attention. As soon as the undead sensed Tom's presence, they drew their weapons and rushed in his direction to slay the intruder. "Stand down," Lady Death calls out, stopping the undead soldiers in their tracks. "Huh, are those zombies?" Tom asks, not very scared of them at all. He's the Master of Death and an avatar after all. "Yes, Master. I apologize for the disrespectful welcome," Lady Death says as she struts her way past the frozen undead soldiers. "Why do you have zombies in the first place?" Tom asks as he wonders why the all-powerful entity of death would need zombie soldiers. "I call them the Legion of the Doomed. They are the army of undead that guard my palace against any and all intruders. Every single one of them is an enemy that crossed my path through the years. After killing them, I turn them into nice compliant little minions," Lady Death says with a charming smile on her face. "I pity any idiots that has or will ever cross this scary woman." Tom thought as he inwardly celebrated getting her on his side. Just thinking of having an entity like Lady Death as an enemy sends chills down his spine. "Can you send away the undead so we can talk? They're stinking up the place," Tom says as he gets another whiff of rotting flesh. "Of course," Lady Death says and looks over at her servants. "Get back to patrolling the palace." As the undead march out of the room, Tom waves his hand and uses magic to create a gust of wind, clearing the room of its rotting stench. "I'm happy to see you again, Master," she greets seductively. "What do you need to talk to me about?" "I have some questions about Asgard." See 172 questions 1 kiss. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 187. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. "I have some questions about Asgard," Tom asked, piquing Lady Death's interest. "What would you like to know about the fake gods?" Lady Death asked, not sounding too pleased about the Asgardians. Of course Lady Death wouldn't be happy with Asgard due to her avatar's troubled upbringing and later imprisonment. "I need to know a few things that could help me in the plan to break Hela out of hell." Tom reveals and gets an eager nod from Lady Death. "First, would my new powers from the Cloak of Invisibility hide me from detection in Asgard?" "Yes and number. It depends on where you're going and what you're doing. If the area you're going to has protections placed by Odin or Frigga, then you would be found easily. You also wouldn't be able to hide from either of them as well. They will feel your presence instantly. Other than that, you would be invisible to everyone's senses, including Heimdall's all-seeing eyes," Lady Death explains. "Well, that ruins my chances of going to steal from them. I don't want to risk Odin and Frigga having protections and finding me out," Tom says and gets an understanding nod from Lady Death. "With your current power level, you could probably beat them in a fight. Although you are very inexperienced, so they would have the advantage, especially with your avatar and Master of Death powers being so new to you," she says, eyeing Tom up and down. "I didn't know I was that strong," Tom says with a hand on his chin. "Then again, I haven't had a chance to test my power in a fight while going all out yet." "Well, if you ever want a sparring partner that can keep up with you, I wouldn't mind helping out. I would take it easy on you, of course, that way it wouldn't be a one-sided beatdown," she offers with a taunting smirk. "All right, I get it. You're extremely powerful," Tom says, knowing that she's just flaunting her power level. "I will take you up on your offer though, but I can't do it today. I have to be back soon. My mother is meeting my fiancé for the first time, and I need to be in top form in case something happens." "Your fiancé is the same girl that you asked me to make immortal, correct?" Lady Death asks, receiving a nod from Tom in return. Then nothing too bad will happen. At worst the Ancient One will merely maim and confine her. The Ancient One shrugs as if Tom's fiancée getting maimed wasn't a big deal at all. Tom just looks at her as if she were the dumbest person in the room. Then he remembers that Lady Death isn't a very normal person, so why should her point of view be normal either? Well, I still want to be available just in case, Tom says, getting an uncaring shrug from Lady Death. Is there anything else you wish to ask? She asks 2 things actually, Tom says as he holds up a single finger. First, do you have any books on Asgardian magic? I need to learn it in order to get Hayla out of her prison. I'm sorry, Master. Lady Death shakes her head from side to side. I've never had a need for such things, so I never thought of collecting books like that. Also, things like that are in the mortal plane, which makes it hard for me to acquire. It seems that every avenue is being closed and the only one remaining is to simply ask Odin and Frigga if he can be taught in Asgard, which is unlikely to be allowed, but he'll cross his finger and try nonetheless. Although, Tom has one more idea. Okay, last question. I tried to summon a dead Asgardian to learn from them, but I didn't know any names to do so. I looked up names from Norse mythology, like Bor, who is Odin's father, but nothing would happen every time I tried to summon them. Am I just getting their names wrong, or is it not possible to summon dead Asgardians? Tom asked, wondering why his spirit summoning wasn't working properly. And, thanks to whoever it was that gave me this idea on Patreon. I forget your name, 'cause it's been a few days, but this was your idea. As Lady Death heard this question, she started pouting and crossed her arms. The atmosphere became complicated as she looked truly disgruntled about something. What's wrong? Tom asks. You can't summon dead Asgardians. She grounds that out with her teeth clenched tightly. Why? Tom asked, not surprised in the least. He thought that was the problem but wasn't completely sure, as the only other possibility is that he had the names wrong. I made a deal with the first Asgardian king that he and his people would have their own afterlife called Valhalla. I promised to not interfere with their afterlife, so that means neither can you. I'm sorry, Master, but I always keep my word no matter what. Death explains, angry at herself for doing something so stupid. It's alright. Don't worry about it. That just means it's going to be a bit harder to break Hayla out of hell. Although it will be harder, that doesn't mean I can't get it done, Tom says reassuringly. After speaking with Lady Death for a little longer, Tom leaves to make sure his fiancée and his mother haven't torn each other apart. When he arrived at Kamatage and opened the door to where he left both of them, Tom saw something he truly didn't expect to walk in on. Both Druella and the Ancient One were sitting across from one another drinking tea and laughing. They looked like 2 friends that have been together for years. What happened while I was gone? See 173 Mother-in-Law's Delight to Joanne's. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 189. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. When Tom left the Ancient One and Druella alone to go meet with Lady Death, the tension in the room grew heavy with his absence. So, you plan on marrying my son? The Ancient One broke the silence with her overbearing aura. Yais. Druella stuttered out with a nervous air around her. Although Druella is nervous and even stuttered, the Ancient One could see a determined spark shining in her eyes. The overbearing aura that was radiating off of the Ancient One continued for a moment and disappeared as if it were never there. Good. I like that look in your eye, the Ancient One says with a small smile on her face. Before Druella could comprehend what the Ancient One said, both her and Tom's mother appeared in a larger empty courtyard. Druella shuffles her feet to catch her balance, as she was just sitting down and didn't expect to be moved again. Meanwhile, the Ancient One stood across from her with perfect posture, her robes billowing in the wind, making her look cool and collected. Can you please stop doing that? Druella asked as she caught her footing and held in her need to barf. The Ancient One merely ignored her question and addressed her as if she hadn't spoken at all. You and I are going to have a nice and friendly spa. If you don't impress me during our fight, I will not support your marriage to my son, the Ancient One says, shocking Druella. She thought that at the worst possible scenario they would have a fight. Not a fight like this though. Druella thought that they might get into a verbal confrontation, not a physical one. Taking a deep breath, Druella readies herself for a fight against one of the strongest people on the planet. Tom has told her almost everything about his mother, except for the Dormammu matter, which he wouldn't tell anyone as that could risk the Ancient One's life. Druella knows how strong the Ancient One is, and now she has to fight her. She's going to kick my ass, Druella thought as she resolved herself to get her mother-in-law's approval. I just have to do my best to impress her, I guess. Good. That look in your eye is back. I'll take that look as you being ready to begin, the Ancient One says and slaps her hands together. Golden eldritch energy ignites from her hands, and as she pulls them apart, two bright gold whips appear in her hands. Swinging the whips back, the Ancient One flicked her wrist, sending the whips cracking forward in Druella's direction. Seeing the whips shooting toward her position at blinding speed, Druella dives to the side, barely dodging the twin golden whips. SHT. Druella curses internally as she slides and rolls on the stone floor of the courtyard. Going to have to do more than dodge in order to impress me, Miss Rosia, the Ancient One taunts as she pulls back her whips yet again. Standing up and brushing the dirt off of her robes and out of her hair, Druella curses her choice of dress for today's meeting. I should have known something like this would happen and picked something more duel-friendly to wear. Now my favorite dress robe is ruined, not to mention my makeup as well, Druella thought angrily, as she grabbed her wand and waved it at her dress. Suddenly, her dirty and ruined robe, including her high heels, turned into a copy of her favorite dueling outfit. As her clothes and shoes changed to something more manageable, the Ancient One flicked her wrist once again, sending the whips crashing forward. Although, this time Druella was far more prepared than before. With her wand in hand, Druella waved it at the oncoming whips. Protega Maxima, she calls, and the whips collide with an invisible shield, breaking it into pieces. Although the shield couldn't hold, the whips were diverted and hit the ground a few meters away from where Druella stood. Done rolling on the floor. Then I'll kick this up a notch, Tom's mother says as the whips disappear. Hearing what she said, Druella decided to go on the attack, rather than waiting for the Ancient One to send whatever attack she was cooking up. Incarcerus, Petrificus Totalus, Stupefy, Confringo, Bombarda. Druella calls a spell chain as fast as she can in order to beat the Ancient One to the attack. Incarcerus to bind her arms, Petrificus Totalus to bind the rest of her body, Stupefy to stun her, Confringo to blast her, Bombarda to make her explode. This chain is her favorite and most well-practiced of all the chains she knows. Although Druella sent some deadly spells in the Ancient One's direction near the end, she knows that her future mother-in-law will handle them easily. Druella has no plans to win this battle, as she knows her limits and the Ancient One is far above hers. She can only do her best to impress, whether the Ancient One allowed it or not. The first two spells hit her perfectly, binding her arms and then the rest of her body. Although her body was fully bound, the Ancient One didn't fall and merely stood there with a calm expression. Soon, the other spells all hit perfectly as well. The next one stuns her in place, completely immobilizing her. Then the Confringo hits, blowing off the Ancient One's right arm, and finally, the Bombarda lands, causing the Ancient One's head to explode with blood and brain matter spewing everywhere. Druella stood there with an unbelieved look on her face. She knew it couldn't be this easy and looked around for the real Ancient One. Very good. It's best to not hold back and go easy on your opponent, especially when your opponent is me. The Ancient One speaks from her place directly behind Druella, causing the younger girl to jump slightly. See 174 Mother-in-law's Disappointment bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 189. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Very good. It's best to not hold back and go easy on your opponent, especially when your opponent is me. The Ancient One speaks from her place directly behind Druella, causing the younger girl to jump slightly. The headless body of the Ancient One in front of her faded away as if it was never there in the first place. Before Druella could react, the Ancient One worked her magic and Druella was suddenly upside down, bound by her legs, and hung on a tree branch. The sudden change caused her to drop her wand, which was swiftly caught by her future mother-in-law. "I'm sorry to say that I'm not very impressed," the Ancient One says as she whirls Druella's wand between her finger. "You had to dodge a simple whip when it could have been easily blocked, and even when you did block it, shield fell apart like paper. The spell chain you did was okay for any other Hogwarts graduate, but not from someone wishing to marry my son. I do give you points for blowing up my illusion's head though. It seems I'll have to talk Tom out of marrying you. I can't have my son marrying some weakling." As the Ancient One taunts Druella with every word that comes out of her mouth, the upside-down girl slowly starts seeing red, especially after hearing her last statement. "How dare this bitch call me weak? Who does she think she is? If she thinks she can break me and Tom apart, she has another thing coming." Druella internally curses the Ancient One's existence. Lifting her hand and pointing a finger at the bald woman before her, Druella channels all of her hate and anger into one spell, Crucio. She calls and red magical lightning shoots from her pointed finger. The red lightning sails through the air and lands perfectly on the bald sorcerer's chest. As soon as the spell touched her, the Ancient One winced and bit her bottom lip in pain. "This spell is still as horrible as I remember it being," the Ancient One thought, enduring the pain for a moment. As the pain started to become a bit too unbearable, a circular set of golden runes and glyphs appeared on the back of the Ancient One's right hand. Pulling her hand backward, she backhand slaps the spell away from her, easily countering one of the most feared spells in the wizarding world. Suddenly, Druella found that not only were her feet bound, but her hands are now tied behind her back as well. "Wow, that curse is still nasty, huh?" the Ancient One breathes out as she wipes some sweat from her brow. Druella was truly shocked with how the Ancient One easily handled her Crucio like that. She has never used that spell with such anger before. Yet the Ancient One stayed standing and only winced a bit. Not to mention the fact that she also backhanded it away, as if one of the unforgivables was nothing but a first-year spell. Suddenly, Druella and the Ancient One appeared back in the room where they met. Sitting across from one another with tea in hand, Druella wanted to throw up right then and there. Not only did she get moved without warning yet again, but she went from upside down to right side up as well. After calming her raging stomach, Druella also noticed that her clothes and makeup were fixed and back to the state she arrived in. "You pass," the Ancient One says calmly as she takes a sip of her tea. "What?" Druella dropped her cup and yelled in confusion. "You pass. I accept you as my future daughter-in-law." She repeats and explains further. "Although after you graduate Hogwarts this year, you will be coming here every summer to learn the mystic arts from me personally. Tom has had and will have a dangerous life. He can't have a partner as powerless as you currently are. I'm sure that very powerful for the standards of the wizarding world, but there's a bigger and far more dangerous world beyond yours." Hearing her future mother-in-law's words, Druella couldn't help but agree with her. Some of the things that Tom has faced are truly crazy. Just thinking about encountering someone like Null, the literal god of the symbiote race, or any other god for that matter, sends chills up and down Druella's spine. Now, she has an avenue to become powerful. Powerful enough to follow Tom wherever he goes. She could have his back and fight beside him even against gods and other powerful entities. She always asked Tom to teach her the mystic arts, but Tom is a very busy man. It's also against the rules of Camartage to teach another without enrolling into Camartage first. Seeing an opportunity like this appear before her, how could she ever pass it up? "I accept. Thank you for this opportunity," Druella says thankfully. "No problem. Just work hard and we won't have any problems. I've taught the best of prodigies down to the slowest of idiots, and every single one of them became powerful people. All it takes is time and hard work. As long as you give me that, I can promise that you'll become strong enough to fight by my son's side," the Ancient One says. "I'll give you my best, I promise," Druella says with determination. After taking care of everything, The mother and daughter-in-laws started talking about lighter subjects. Both sides talked about small portions of their lives and how they met Tom, including some embarrassing stories they both had about him. This is when Tom walked in and saw both Druella and the Ancient One sitting across from one another drinking tea and laughing. They looked like two friends that have been together for years. What happened while I was gone? See 175 Double-Teamed 1-1. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 190. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. What happened while I was gone? Tom asks with a stunned expression on his face. When he left his mother and his fiancée alone, his mother was acting like a hungry lion while his fiancé was a nervous wreck. Now they are far too chummy for Tom's liking. There's no way that they became this close in the few hours I was gone. Tom thought as he looked at his mother, suspicion clear in his gaze. Seeing Tom look at her like that, the Ancient One smirks evilly in his direction. She just spent a couple of hours messing with Druella, and now she gets to mess with her son as well. Oh, Tom back. She greets her son happily. Druella and I were just exchanging stories about you. Is it true that you opened a portal into her bedroom and saw her naked? Hearing his mother's question, Tom just looked at her stunned and turned to Druella with a raised eyebrow. At least Druella had the sense to look sheepish, as she turned her head away and pretended like she wasn't in the room. Sigh, what the hell have you two been talking about while I was away? Tom asks as he stares directly at his smirking mother. Oh, nothing. We were just trading embarrassing stories about you. Do you remember the time you accidentally portaled into a public bath in Japan filled with naked old men? The Ancient One asks with an ever-growing smirk. Tom knew that bringing these two together would be a horrible idea, and this just proves him right. His main worry was them not liking each other, but now he knows that there was something far worse to worry about. Them liking each other is way worse. When Druella heard the Ancient One's question, she started giggling and peeking over at Tom. Every time she would look over at him, she would start laughing harder and harder. That's it. You two will never be in the same room again, Tom says and opens a portal below Druella, sending her to her bedroom in Rosier Manor. Suddenly, as Tom's portal closed, another portal opens above where she sat, depositing Druella right back where she once was. Ugh, please don't do that again, Druella says as she's starting to get annoyed at people moving her without her permission. Both sides completely ignored her and glared challenging at one another. I'm afraid you won't be able to get what you want, the Ancient One says and points over at Druella. You see, Druella here is going to be my new student once she graduates from Hogwarts. As Tom hears his mother say this, he turns to Druella and receives a nod in confirmation. Taking a deep breath, Tom calms himself and decides to just accept his new reality. Druella learning from the Ancient One is a good thing after all. He can only hope that they stop whatever it is they are doing right now. Sigh, whatever, just please stop whatever is happening right now, Tom says defeatedly and sits down beside Druella. I don't know what you're talking about, the Ancient One says as she pulls out a photo. Hey, Druella, do you want to see a picture of Tom when he was After spending almost an hour getting his secrets exposed and laughed at by Druella, Tom took her home and returned to Kamar-Taj soon after. Walking into his mother's quarters, Tom found her sitting on the sofa, eating potato chips and reading one of her mystery novels. Did you have fun today? Tom asks, still slightly disgruntled about what happened earlier. Yes, the look of dread on your face when I exposed your dirty little secrets will fuel me for years to come, the Ancient One says without looking up from her book. Tom strolls over and snatches the potato chips from his mother's grasp, as he takes a seat across from her. Crunch, I'm so happy for you. But we need to talk about something a little more serious, Tom says as he munches on his stolen goods. Closing her book, the Ancient One glares at Tom for robbing her of her favorite snack. What do you need to ask me about? She asks as the bag of potato chips disappears from Tom's grasp and returns to its former owner. As the Ancient One goes to reach into the bag, her hand meets empty air as the bag was back in Tom's hands. The Ancient One isn't dealing with Druella anymore. Tom was taught by the Ancient One herself, so he knows many of her little tricks. "Have you decided on whether you want to be immortal or not?" Tom asks as he continues munching. As Tom asks this, the room's atmosphere becomes a lot more serious. He asked her this a while ago and feels as though he gave her a good amount of time to come up with an answer. Seeing that his mother is quiet and still looks unsure about it, Tom decided to tempt her a bit. "If you don't want to live forever, I'm pretty sure that I can ask Lady Death to take away your immortality when ready to pass on. This way you can sever your connection with the dark dimension before Dormammu notices, and I get to spend more time with my mother," Tom offers, hoping she agrees. The room becomes silent as the Ancient One thinks it over for a moment. Staring at her son's hopeful face, she didn't have the nerve to deny him at this point. "All right, he'll become immortal. But give me time to prepare everything. I need to collect a few things in order to sever ties with the dark dimension." See 176 Severing Ritual 1x2. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 192. He'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Since his mother decided to accept immortality from him, Tom had nothing else to worry about at the moment. He wanted nothing more than to have his adoptive mother around for as long as possible. Although, he does understand her hesitance to become immortal. She is called the Ancient One for a reason after all. His mother has been around for a very long time, and after spending so long on this earth, Tom is sure that she has long grown tired of living. What he didn't know is that tiredness she felt has slowly disappeared, eaten away by her new son's presence. When he appeared and became her student, slowly over time the tired feeling she always had started constantly decreasing. The second they had their talk and Tom became her adoptive son, it was like she became an entirely different person. A person that wasn't tired of living anymore, where the days didn't blur together without end. She looks forward to every day because she gets to spend them with her son. She looks forward to the future now as her son is in it. Life is pretty good for the Ancient One at the moment, and she's finding herself not minding a bit more time on this earth. A few days later, the Ancient One told Tom that she had everything to sever her connection with the dark dimension. She has to undergo a complicated ritual in order to get it done without tipping off Dormammu. If she were to sever it without the ritual, they would risk Dormammu finding out, and that wouldn't be good. Although Tom does know how Dormammu was beaten by Doctor Strange in the movie, so they would be able to get rid of him in the end, but it's still best not to deal with him in the first place. Okay. So what happens after the ritual? Should I tell Lady Death to make you immortal? Tom asks, making sure she doesn't die as he isn't sure that she could be brought back or not. "No, you can't make me immortal until after the ritual. If you do it while I'm still connected, we risk Dormammu noticing." His mother shakes her head. "Then what do we do? Because without your connection to the dark dimension, going to die, right?" Tom asks, annoyed that they have to keep worrying about Dormammu. "Maybe I should just send Lady Death to take care of him?" "Yes, so listen carefully because this is important. I'm going to do the ritual and give you a signal near the end. All you have to do is go and tell Death to make me immortal at that time. Okay?" she explains, getting a nod from Tom. While his mother was setting up the ritual, Tom made a quick trip to the realm of death to notify her about what's going on. That way everyone is ready and moves as quickly as possible. He also asked if Lady Death could bring dead souls back to life just in case something goes wrong. Sadly, the answer to that was a resounding number. In order to bring someone back to life, she would need to make them a new body or heal their already dead body, which she can do neither nor has she ever tried. Apparently, giving life isn't exactly her forte, which is understandable. She's an entity of death after all. It would be hard to do the exact opposite of what you are. When the ritual was fully set up and everyone was ready and waiting to do their jobs, Tom met the Ancient One in the same room he did his avatar ritual in. Speaking of that, Tom needs to talk to Manazu as he hasn't seen her in a while, but that can wait for a calmer time. Entering the ritual room, Tom is met with a grand ritual, but not as grand as his avatar one. His mother was standing on the side of it, making sure everything was painted in the right way and placed in their designated areas. "Is everything ready?" Tom asks as she finishes looking over the ritual. "Yes. Is Lady Death ready?" the Ancient One asks in return, receiving a nod from Tom. "Good. Then let's begin. The sooner I don't have to feel the dark dimension trying to corrupt me, the better." Saying this, she strolls through the ritual, careful not to ruin anything along the way. Stopping near the center, she walks over to a pedestal with a bowl and knife placed on it. Inside the bowl are two pieces of rope, tied in a tight knot. Grabbing the knife, the Ancient One slits both of her wrists one by one while holding them above the bowl. As blood collects in the bowl, it soaks into the ropes, dyeing them red. While the bowl is filling with blood, golden eldritch runes appear around the Ancient One, activating the ritual. The runes and glyphs littering the floor start lighting up one by one, originating from the center, where the Ancient One is still bleeding herself into the bowl. When every portion of the ritual is lit up, Tom's mother stops her bleeding and reaches into the bowl, pulling out a bloody knotted rope. With the rope in hand, the Ancient One turns to her adoptive son and nods. "Go now," she calls out. Not needed to be told twice, Tom wheels himself into Lady Death's presence and disappears from the ritual room. With a wave of her hand, the knotted rope in before her untied and separated into two separate pieces, symbolizing the Ancient One unbinding herself from the dark dimension. See 177 Ritual Aftermath bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 192. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Appearing in the realm of death, Tom saw Lady Death waiting patiently for his arrival, ready to grant his mother immortality at any moment. "Do it now," Tom shouts quickly. Lady Death nods and simply waves her hand casually. "It's done," she says, causing Tom to sigh in relief. "She didn't die, right? Did we do everything on time?" Tom asks, still worried for the Ancient One. "She didn't die, so I guess," Lady Death says with a shrug of her shoulders. Knowing that his adoptive mother didn't die was great, but deep down Tom's still worried. What if we did it too early? Did Dormammu get notified? He thought as he started pacing from side to side. Tom couldn't take the suspense any longer, so he willed himself back to where he was, appearing in the ritual room once again. As he appeared in the ritual room, Tom was met with the same ritual setup, except nothing was lighting up anymore. Taking a look around for his mother, he found her lying face up in the center of the room with 2 separate pieces of rope grasped tightly in each of her hands. "Mom!" Tom exclaimed as he rushed to her side. When he arrived beside her, Tom checked her breathing and found that she was still alive. The ritual must have caused her to pass out, Tom thought as he waves his hand and levitates her out of the room and towards her quarters. It seems that the tables have turned. First, he does a ritual and passes out, and now his mother has the same happen to her. Placing his mother in her bed, Tom sat beside her and waited impatiently. If they did it too early and Dormammu found out, he won't just appear in the skies of Earth, ready to devour it as he does every other world he comes across. Dormammu would simply learn of the Earth's existence and start looking for ways in, whether that be by force, which will be impossible thanks to the sanctums placed around Earth protecting it, or influencing those on Earth to help him gain access as he did in the movie. Even though Tom knew that Dormammu wouldn't just appear out of nowhere, he kept looking out the window and into the sky with a worried expression. Although he knows how to beat him, Tom doesn't want to have to deal with Dormammu in the first place. Hoping that his mother will know if it went well, Tom resolved himself to wait patiently at her bedside. Knowing that he had classes at Hogwarts, Tom sent a message to Druella through the mark, telling her to let the professors know that he's not feeling well and won't be in class. After waiting an entire day, the Ancient One stirred as her eyes opened and surveyed the room around her. The last thing she remembered are the ropes untying themselves, severing her connection to the dark dimension, and then everything went black. As she looked around the room, The Ancient One sees her adoptive son sleeping on a chair at her bedside. A small smile creeps on her bald-headed face as she watches Tom sleep uncomfortably on the chair beside her. Stretching her tired body, the Ancient One hopped out of bed and levitated Tom back to his bedroom. After tucking him into bed, she gave him a kiss on the forehead and left the room with a small smile on her face. As she left the room, that happy smile disappeared and formed into a contemplative frown. All of the worries Tom previously felt were appearing in her mind at this very moment. She truthfully didn't know if they executed everything on time or not. They definitely weren't late, as she would be dead if that were the case. But were they too early? Since the Ancient One passed out after untying the knotted rope, she had no idea if Dormammu was tipped off or not. Thinking it over for a moment, she decided to act as if he knows and prepare for a future attack. It's best to be ready for nothing than be unprepared for an attack by someone of Dormammu's power level. She would not come to regret this decision either. In a blacked-out dimension of pure darkness, a towering figure loomed in the shadows, surrounded by multicolored energy with menacing purple eyes. This is obviously the Dread One, Eater of Souls, Keeper of the Mindless Ones, Daddy Dormi, the Great Enigma, Lord of Chaos, and Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu. A contented smile appears on his giant face, as he just finished devouring an entire dimension's worth of worlds. The beautiful screams of fear and agony that rung throughout entire planets still fresh on his mind. Suddenly, the tiniest pulse of deathly energy pierced through the dark dimension, drawing the attention of the giant figure. What is that? His deep voice boomed throughout every corner of the dark dimension. Spreading his consciousness and following the energy to where it originated, Dormammu found something truly infuriating. How dare that bald head BTCH take from me without permission? Dormammu's rage and fury shook the dark dimension to its core. As the dark dimension lord's rage began to simmer, he sets his glowing purple eyes on the world that the thieving woman strives to protect. Earth, huh? I can't wait to see the look on her face as I devour her precious world whole. C-178 Mama disappears. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 193. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. When Tom woke up in his room, confused about how he arrived there, he stood up and rushed back to his mother's quarters. After searching every room for the Ancient One, Tom found a note left by her bedside table. Dear Tom, due to unlinking myself from the dark dimension, I've decided to prepare for a possible attack by Dormammu. I'm unsure as to whether he knows or not, but it's best to stay prepared either way. These preparations can be used for other entities that will no doubt invade Earth's sovereignty sooner or later, so nothing will go to waste. I'll return once everything is ready. You're in charge while I'm away. See you soon, your mama 3. If even she doesn't know, then I should prepare as well. Tom thought as he folded up the letter and pocketed it. She's probably seen how Doctor Strange would have beaten Dormammu, so I won't bother trying to do that. I also don't have the time stone, so there's no point in even trying in the first place. Although Tom doesn't have to do much to get ready for Dormammu, as he trusts his mother to handle almost anything, he can still get some things done. Also, Dormammu will most likely employ some mindless ones that Tom could battle, so it's definitely best to prepare. The mindless ones are a race of humanoid beings that dwell in the dark dimension. Every one of them is a servant to Dormammu, obviously. Although those mindless ones won't be able to come unless Dormammu is already here, but that doesn't mean the people of Earth can't be tempted and infected by Dormammu's promise of power and immortality. The 2 best options for Tom right now are to link himself to the Shadow Dimension as its ruler and gaining control of Alblack. Tom planned to ask the Ancient One about connecting himself to the Shadow Dimension, so that we'll have to wait until she surfaces again. Until then, Tom could start working on gaining control of Alblack. Having a god-slaying sword at his side will definitely come in handy. That sword is going to be hard to get under control. It's made from Null's shadow and spent its entire life alongside the murderous psychopath, so it's most likely impossible to gain control over Alblack without some sort of mind control or replacement. Tom thought as he contemplated how to deal with this. Seeing as he missed a day of Hogwarts already, Tom decided to go to school and experiment with Al Black after his responsibilities there are taken care of. Returning to Hogwarts early the next morning, Tom's professors asked him about his absence the day before. Of course, he went with his earlier excuse of being sick in his dorm room. After dealing with classes, clubs, and his followers, Tom paid a visit to the realm of death once again. Appearing in the dark outlined world ruled by Lady Death, Tom was greeted by his deathly servant. "Welcome, Master. Did everything go well with the bald sorceress?" Lady Death asked from her dark skeletal throne. "Hello, Death," Tom greeted back with a smile on his face. "Yes, but we're preparing for a possible attack from Dormammu just to be safe. If you want me to, I could go and deal with him for you," Lady Death asks as she crosses her legs seductively. Hearing Lady Death's offer, Tom thought it over for a moment and shook his head. "No, thanks. I can't keep relying on you for things like this, or else it will never end. I also don't want to tip off any high-level entities of our involvement with each other. If you keep showing up to destroy all of my enemies, then conclusions will be made and dots will be connected. I'd rather not shine a big spotlight on Earth, at least not yet," Tom explains, getting an understanding nod from Lady Death. "All right, is there anything else I can do for you?" she asks, hoping to make herself useful. "Yes, I think it's about time that I get Al Black under control," Tom announces and looks to Lady Death questioningly. "How has his stay in the realm of death been?" "At first, I decided to be merciful and allow that sword free reign in my realm, but that didn't last long as it couldn't control itself and tried to escape through one of my undead guards," Lady Death explains with a shake of her head. "Where is it now?" Tom asks, knowing Lady Death wouldn't allow All Black very much freedom after that. "Locked in the dungeons of my palace." It made a lot of noise at first, but after a few days of isolation went by, I haven't heard much from it since, Lady Death says as an evil smile gracing her lips. Isolation tends to be the best punishment when you want to break someone. Once again, Lady Death proves to be a frightening entity to ever anger. "Sure that he's still the right?" Tom asks as a quiet dungeon could also mean an empty dungeon. "Yes, would you like to go and see for yourself, or I could simply bring the sword here?" Lady Death asked with a raised eyebrow. "Bring it here." Tom chooses and Lady Death waves her hand, causing a pitch-black sword to appear. As soon as Al Black appears, Lady Death gives Tom a look that said "I told you so." Tom just ignored her childish behavior and drew his attention towards the pitch-black sword before him. "Hello again, Al Black." C-179 Experimenting 2. I couldn't think of anything. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 195. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. "Hello again, Al Black." Tom greets the dark sword before him. As the sword appears in front of them, it lunges to the side and tries to fly out of an open window. Before it could get anywhere near the window, the sword disappears and appears right back in front of Tom and Lady Death. "Where do you think going?" Lady Death asks with the raised eyebrow as her arms cross in front of her. At the sound of Lady Death's voice reprimanding it, Al Black started shaking and morphed into its humanoid shape. Prostrating on the ground, the monstrous black symbiote groveled in Lady Death's direction. "Please forgive me," Al Black spoke pathetically in its raspy deep voice. "I don't know. You've tried escaping multiple times now and each time I hear the same thing. Please forgive me. I apologize, Lady Death. It will never happen again. Every time I hear your pathetic groveling, I grow less and less forgiving," Lady Death says as her deathly aura spikes, pressuring Al Black into a small black puddle on the throne room's floor. "Let's not waste too much time. Alright, I have classes tomorrow morning and I would like to get some sleep tonight," Tom says to Lady Death. Her aura that once surrounded and pressurized Al Black vanished, causing the black sludge-like puddle to morph back into its humanoid form. Panting on the ground, exhausted and afraid, Al Black kept his head down, bowing in Lady Death's direction. "Would you like any help getting this little guy under control?" Lady Death asks, as if Al Black were nothing more than a puny insect. Al Black flinches at Lady Death's words. He knows that whatever is in store for him isn't going to be good. "Yes, I want to be able to wield Al Black, but I don't trust it not to betray me the second it gets free of your watch. Do you have any ideas on how to get it under control?" "I was thinking of either mind control, mind wiping, or transferring another consciousness into the sword instead. Of course, if we were to do the last one, his current consciousness would need to be wiped or ejected somehow." As Tom says that, he places his hand on his chin, pondering on what would be his best option. With every word out of Tom's mouth, Al Black starts becoming more anxious and depressed. He has no way to escape, nor can he fight back, and these people are going to do who knows what to him. He truly felt like a helpless child in this situation. Worst of all, they keep talking about him as if he were nothing more than a thing, calling him it and speaking like his life didn't matter at all. "We could remove its astral body and dispose of it, replacing it with a more compliant soul from the many dead souls that I rule over," Lady Death says, piquing Tom's interest immensely. "That would be perfect, but would another soul survive in a body that wasn't originally meant for them?" Tom asks, hoping to cover all of the possible screw-ups that could occur. "Well, I see no reason why it wouldn't work," Lady Death said after a brief moment of thought. "We could test it out with one of the less worthy souls at first. That way, if something goes wrong, we don't lose a good candidate for your new sentient sword." "All right, let's try it out," Tom says excitedly as he steps toward Al Black. "Keep him still for me, will you? Also, keep his astral body from fleeing as well." Getting a nod from Lady Death, Tom steps in front of a frozen-in-place Al Black and strikes him with an open palm, knocking his astral body from his physical black sludge body. As Tom does this, Al Black's physical body reverts back into a puddle without any sort of form, sword-like, humanoid, or otherwise. Peeking into the astral plane, Tom can see Al Black's humanoid astral body bound tightly in deathly black chains. No matter how much he struggles for freedom, the chains hold tightly, keeping him firmly in place. "Good work, Death. Keep him alive for now. I want to make sure this works before we get rid of him," Tom says, receiving an understanding nod from his deathly servant. "You got it, Master. Do you have any request for our test subject? Or should I just choose from the pool of souls with the most stains on their living records?" Lady Death asks. "Nah, just pick randomly," Tom says with an uncaring shrug. Nodding to her master, Lady Death snaps her fingers and the soul of an old man appears before her. "Huh? Where am I?" the man asks, as he's never met Lady Death before, nor has he been in her palace. Lady Black ignores the soul in favor of her master. "This man was your average serial rapist murderer, nothing special, but held you as a fine test subject," Lady Death explains. "What? Test subject?" the soul asks with an angry shout. After explaining everything to Tom, Lady Death grasped the souls by the neck and slammed it into the black puddle on the palace floor. The puddle started moving and slowly forming into the body shape of the man, whose soul was just slammed into the symbiote sludge. "Huh? What happened?" "I feel kind of funny," the new symbiote said with a deep and distorted voice. Looking down at himself, the new symbiote started hyperventilating. "What happened to me?" he screamed in fear as he noticed his black sludge body. "What did you do to me?" See 180 Experimenting 2 bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 195. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. "What did you do to me?" the new symbiote screamed at Lady Death with fear and anger clear in its voice. Ignoring his question, Lady Death examines it and looks to her master. "It seems to have worked," she states with a pleasant smile on her face. "Yes, but will it last? Also, can he transform into a sword still?" Tom doesn't celebrate just yet, as anything could go wrong. "Hey, stop ignoring me!" the symbiote screams in annoyance. Good point, Lady Death says as she turns her focus back to the new symbiote that's currently freaking out before them. Hey, mongrel, try to turn into a sword, as she commands him. The new symbiote starts shaking in anger. UF King BTCH. Who do you think you're talking to? He starts raging, not knowing who or what he's dealing with. Lady Death's eyebrow started twitching in anger at the gall of this bug to speak to her like this. Rest in peace, Tom thought as he watched the car crash that is about to unfold before him. Suddenly, Lady Death appears in front of the angry symbiote in an instant, reaching out and grasping the symbiote by the neck with ease. Listen here, bug. Lady Death speaks softly with a simmering rage evident in her voice. You will do as I say and with the smile on your nasty little face, or I'll make the rest of your eternal afterlife an everlasting experience of torture. Do I make myself clear? Every word that leaves her mouth is laced with the power of death, all of which is crashing down on the symbiote body of this rapist murderer. Yikes. He stutters out, not really affected by the hand squeezing his neck due to his symbiote body's malleability, but definitely affected by the power of death smashing down on him. Good, she says as she tosses him aside like rubbish. Now, do your best to change your new body into a sword. Not wanting to anger the scary woman any further, the symbiote tries its best to change into a sword but fails horribly. Don't think I can do this, he stutters with a fearful gaze planted on Lady Death. Close your eyes, Tom says, drawing the new symbiote's attention. Huh? Who are you? He says, just noticing Tom's presence. That doesn't matter. Close your eyes. Tom repeats himself. You heard the man. Do as he says, Lady Death says, lighting a fire under the man, who immediately does as she says for fear of his afterlife. All right. Now what? He stutters again with his eyes closed. Now, picture a sword. A medieval style that's the darkest shade of black you can think of. Do you picture it? Tom asks, getting a hesitant nod from the sludge man. Good. Now will yourself into the shape of that sword. You may not be used to it yet, but your body is a sort of fluid now. Shape that fluid into the sword picturing in your mind. After a few moments, the man slowly starts morphing into a bent and badly shaped medieval sword as black as night. It works. Practice seems to be needed, but that's understandable, Tom says with a smile on his face. Now, how do we test the longevity of this? We need to see if he will stay as Al Black for an extended period of time, or if the body will reject his soul somehow. Hearing that he passed whatever test they were running, the new Al Black reverted back to his human form with a content sigh. It was very uncomfortable as a sword. That makes sense. Should I send him to a dimension where time flies faster? That would be the fastest way to test this out, Lady Death offers after a moment's thought. Yeah. But make sure you tie him down and make sure others can't interact with him, Tom says, making sure his little experiment doesn't escape. Nodding her head, she turns to the frightened symbiote and tosses him through a portal of her own making. On the other side of the portal is an empty white space. In that space sat the new Al Black with a resigned look on his face. Black chains sprout from the white dimension, locking the symbiote into place. A barrier forms around his chained position, keeping any who passes by from interacting with him. If his soul were to be ejected from Al Black's body, the chains will bind it, stopping him from escaping into the white dimension. See you in a few hundred years, Lady Death says with a wave of her hand. What? The new Al Black screams in indignation as the portal closes, leaving him all alone in an empty white void. What's the time difference between here and the? Tom asks as he watches the portal close. Every minute here is about 100 years there, Lady Death explains. Let's wait about 5 minutes and check up on him. Sound good? Tom asks. Yeah. In the meantime, would you like a tour of my palace? I don't think I've shown you around before, she offers. Sure. How big is this place anyway? Tom asks as Lady Death escorts him out of the throne room. After a short 5 minute tour didn't even cover 1/120th of the palace, Lady Death opens a portal to the white dimension. Peeking into the portal, they see an insane-looking symbiote singing lullabies to himself. "I told you, isolation is the best way to break someone," Lady Death says with an "I told you so" sort of voice. C-181. Are you my mommy? Only one. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 195. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. The second that the new Al Black saw the portal with Tom and Lady Death peeking through, he stopped singing his lullabies and stared blankly at the portal. He stared at Tom and Lady Death shockingly. They stared back, waiting to see his reaction. "Are you my mommy?" he asked Lady Death with a tilt of his sludgy black head. Ignoring the obviously insane creature before him, Tom turns to Lady Death questioningly. "So, he's insane from the isolation, not the integration into Al Black's body, correct?" Tom asks just to be sure. "Yeah. I've punished many souls with isolation. This is definitely from isolation." "I would know," Lady Death answers with a nod of her head. "Good. Then the experiment is a success," Tom exclaims with a happy smile on his face. "Soon, he will be wielding one of the strongest swords in the universe, Al Black." "Mommy," he says again with a sad look in his monstrous eyes. "Can you bring him back into the throne room, so we can continue?" Tom said, moving to take a seat in Lady Death's skeletal throne. While Lady Death drags him back into the throne room, closing the portal behind her, Tom pondered over who should be the one placed in Al Black's body. There are a few people that Tom can think of off top of his head who would fit the bill as his sword. Tom's mother Merope Gaunt would be a good choice, as she would be incredibly loyal to him. He is her son after all. The only thing that could cause a problem with this would be the tension between his birth mother and his adoptive mother. Would they have a problem with each other? Tom wasn't sure, but the possibility is out there. Then there's the option of using someone from the Harry Potter or Marvel universe. The question is who would be the best options. For the Harry Potter world, the options are one of the founders, Helga, Salazar, Godric, or Rowena. But they aren't the only options. There are 2 other options that Tom would find more appealing than the founders of Hogwarts. These are Merlin Emeries and Arthur Pendragon. Merlin Emeries, because of his skill in magic alongside his enormous amount of knowledge and experience as a royal advisor. Arthur Pendragon, because of his skill with the sword, which would be perfect for this as he would become a sword, alongside his experience and knowledge as a king. No one else in the wizarding world would be a viable choice. Morgana Le Fay would be a good candidate if she weren't an evil witch that would most likely betray Tom at the first chance she was given. Grindelwald and Dumbledore would betray him as well. Grindelwald, for whatever evil plans hatch in his mind, and Dumbledore because he will think it's for the greater good or whatever. The 3 brothers from the story of the Deathly Hallows didn't seem that powerful without their Hallows to lean on, so Tom didn't even think of using one of them. Then we have Marvel characters, which Tom knows very little of. He only ever watched the movies, so he had very few options to choose from. In fact, he could only think of one good option. The best option Tom could think of from the Marvel side of the world would be Agamotto, who was the father of the mystic arts and the first sorcerer supreme. Not only was Agamotto the founder of the Masters of the Mystic Arts, but he also built the many sanctums around the world and created the Eye of Agamotto, which houses the Time Stone. The question is, would Agamotto want to serve him as a sword? Tom doesn't think so. Actually, Tom doesn't think that the majority of these people would want to serve as his sword, except for his mother. Of course, then that leaves Tom with one other option, but it's a risky one. He could, with the consultation and help from Lady Death, use a piece of his soul, like a Horcrux, and place that into the sword. The sword would be him, therefore the risk of betrayal would be far lower, but he would have to tear off a piece of his own soul, which is a big no-no in the Harry Potter universe. Just looking at the history of the original Tom Riddle aka Voldemort is a strong PSA showing why nobody should tamper with their soul. Although thanks to the symbiote's symbiotic bodies, maybe Tom could piece the sword into his soul again, making it whole once more. except it would come along with Al Black as well. Kind of like a Zanpei Kuto from Bleach, but without the Shikai and Bankai. Just a sword attached to his soul. It would definitely keep the sword safe from any theft. That might work. The more Tom thought about this, the more he liked the idea. He would have to be careful and consult Lady Death and the Ancient One to be safe, but the idea seems workable. The only problems that need to be worked out are severing a piece of his soul without A, hurting himself or his psyche, and B, having to take an innocent life to do the split. Tom isn't a good guy, but neither is he evil either. He merely does as he wishes and lives by his own morals. One of those morals is killing innocent people for no reason whatsoever. It just doesn't sit well with him. He also needs to look into a way to connect Al Black to his soul as well. Tom has a feeling that's going to be harder than it sounds. Although, maybe he could still use a dead soul and attach them to his soul as well. Having his mother or Arthur Pendragon as a sort of Zanpei Kuto spirit would be interesting. Choices. But first I have to figure out if any of this will work. Anne, give me ideas on what you think he should do. I'm going to go to sleep and wake up as early as possible tomorrow. If I stay up later than this, my sleep schedule will become weird. I'll do 3 chaps tomorrow since I only did 1 tonight. Once I read your suggestions, I'll decide on what to do about Tom's sword. Right now I'm leaning towards his mother being placed in the sword along with it being attached to his soul. See 182 choosing DOS. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 197. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. While thinking over what to do, Tom turned his attention toward Lady Death. She just brought the new insane Al Black into the throne room and chained him in place. He was being noisy, so Lady Death put up a soundproof barrier, blocking all sound from annoying her master. You can kill the astral Al Black now. We have no use for him anymore, Tom says, making sure they don't forget about him. Oh, yeah? I almost forgot about that insect, Lady Death says as she waves her hand casually. Peeking into the astral plane, Tom watches a wave of deathly energy consume Al Black's astral body, slowly eating him away until there's nothing left. It's done, Master, Lady Death reports, happy to serve her master in any way possible. I saw. Good work. Tom compliments as he decides to ask Lady Death for her input on his earlier thoughts. Now that this has been proven successful, we need to pick a soul to inhabit Al Black's physical body. Do you think that your souls would be interested in serving me? I don't think the people that I have in mind would be willing. Hearing Tom's words, Lady Death couldn't help but agree. She may rule over the dead, but once they enter the land of the living, they would be out of her domain of control. Death has no power over the living, only the dead. Who knows if any soul they choose would betray Tom the second they return to the material world. I'm not sure how to go about this, Master. Maybe we should pick someone you trust, like your mother. Lady Death shares her opinion after a moment's thought. I thought of that as well, but I would rather not disturb her afterlife if I don't absolutely have to. Tom thought as it felt like he may be desecrating his mother's soul. At first, he thought using her would be a good idea, but after thinking about it more and more, Tom started feeling dirty about the whole thing. His mother should rest peacefully, without any outside tampering. Seeing Death become as stumped as he was, Tom returns to his thoughts. He thought of anyone that would fit the bill and be loyal to him in any way whatsoever. Even the tiniest bit of loyalty can be cultivated into a trusted servant, but no one among the dead seemed to fit the bill but his mother. After a bit of thinking, Tom was about to summon his mother to ask for her opinion, but he saw something that sparked a moment of brilliance in him. One of Lady Death's undead guards walked past the open throne room door, guarding the palace halls against any would-be intruders. Death? Tom called for his deathly servant, breaking her from her silent pondering. Yes, Master, Lady Death answers from her position on Tom's left. Tell me about the undead you control. Would they heed your commands in the material world as well? Tom asks, getting a nod from his deathly servant. They are completely under my control, no matter what plane or dimension they travel to. Lady Death explains as a look of realization appears on her face. Good. And Al Black is a living being, correct? Lady Death nods happily and Tom continues. So, he can be made into one of your undead soldiers? Yes. I would simply have to order him to follow your words as if they were mine, and you would have a loyal sword. Lady Death puts all the pieces of Tom's idea together with an excited smile. Exactly. Should we find a soul first or wait until after we turn Al Black's body into an undead? Tom asks, ready to put his idea into action. It would be best to have the soul already in the body beforehand. Lady Death replies after thinking for a bit. Since loyalty isn't a problem anymore, do you have any ideas as to who you want as Al Black? Hearing her question, Tom starts thinking for a moment. Out of all the options he previously thought of, Arthur Pendragon would be the best of them all. 1. Arthur was a king, so he could very well help with the administration of his budding shadow organization. He could also help tutor Tom on how to rule properly. Although Tom will do his best to always remain in the shadows when it comes to controlling the wizarding world, he still has to make the big decisions. Decisions that would be easier made with an experienced hand guiding his way. 2. He wasn't just a king but also a knight and master swordsman. Arthur would make the perfect sword spirit, and when he isn't a sword, Arthur could train Tom in everything he knows about swordsmanship. If Al Black was a magic wand or staff, Tom would be choosing Merlin instead of Arthur. Merlin was still a tempting choice, but would he be able to use magic? Probably not. Either way, Arthur seems to be the perfect fit. Sure of his conclusion, Tom walks up to Al Black and strikes him with an open palm, knocking the insane souls out. Disintegrate him like you did, Al Black, and bring Arthur Pendragon's soul to me, Tom orders. Not needed to be told twice, Lady Death waves her hand and a black wave of death eats the insane soul down to nothing. Nodding at her work, Tom watches his deathly servant snap her fingers and a new soul appears. Huh? Where am I? See 183 Ancestral Servitude bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 197. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Huh? Where am I? A surprised soul appears and looks around Death's throne room with caution and intrigue. The soul looks to be between 25 and 30 years old with bright blonde hair, shining blue eyes, and a symmetrical aristocratic face. From what Tom can see of his transparent body, he seems to have trained his body well during his time alive. Hello, Arthur. It's an honor to meet you, Tom says respectfully to his ancestor. You as well. Where am I? He greets Tom on reflex and asks his earlier question once again. We're in the realm of death. To be more specific, this is the throne room of her palace. Tom answers his question, as he feels bad for the enslavement that's about to take place. Looking at the other person in the room, Arthur knows just with a glance that that is the death that Tom is speaking of. While Arthur is taking in his new surroundings, Tom retook his seat on the skeletal throne. Why have you called me here? Arthur asks Lady Death as respectfully as possible, so as not to anger the embodiment of death before him. Master, would you like to answer that? Or should I? Lady Death peeks over at Tom questioningly. Hearing Death call the man from earlier master, Arthur turned back around to see Tom sitting on a throne of bones. He'll answer. It's the least I can do before we do what we plan, Tom says and looks into his ancestor's eyes. I'll speak plainly. I plan to put your soul into the body of a symbiote sword called Al Black. You would return to the living world again as my sword and servant. No thanks, Arthur replied, unsure of his position. I'm afraid you don't have a say in the matter, Tom says with a shake of his head. I apologize in advance for any discomfort or pain during the process. What process? He yells in anger and fear for whatever is about to happen. You'll see soon, I'm sure. Tom answers him and looks over at Lady Death. Place him in the body of Al Black and start turning him into a loyal undead. Undead? Arthur exclaimed in shock as he decided to take his safety into his own hands. Dashing towards the nearest exit, which just so happens to be the window that Al Black tried to escape from earlier, Lady Death appeared in front of him and grasps his neck with a single hand. "Don't make this harder than it has to be," Lady Death says, and they appear next to the puddle-like sludge that is Al Black's body. "Who knows, you may enjoy life as an undead sword servant of my master." As she says this, Lady Death gives Arthur no time to reply and chokeslams him straight into the black sludge on the throne room floor. When Arthur Pendragon's soul is absorbed into the dark puddle, it slowly starts morphing and takes the shape of a pitch-black Arthur. Every bit of his features can be easily made out, except every part of him is now a dark black. From his skin, hair, and nails, everything was black except for his human-like eyes and teeth, which are an unblemished pure white. Arthur is currently naked as well, but he doesn't have his dangly bits anymore. I guess symbiotes have no need for reproductive organs. Tom thought thankfully, as he would rather not have to look at his ancestors' junk anyway. "How do you feel, Arthur?" Weird," he answers half-heartedly as he examines his new body. "What? It seems to have worked the same as before." Tom nods happily and looks to Lady Death. "Start the next step whenever ready." As Tom ordered, Lady Death appeared in front of Arthur and placed a hand on his forehead. Her aura of death started spiking and transferring to Arthur, causing his new symbiote body to ripple and shake. "What are you doing? Get off of me!" Arthur yells in pain with fear evident in his voice. He tries to struggle and break away from Lady Death's grasp, but for some reason, not a single part of his body would budge an inch. No matter how hard he tried, his new body wouldn't respond at all. Soon, Lady Death's hand was caked in black energy that slowly started pouring into Arthur's body. With every second that goes by, Arthur's sludge-like body started to bubble and boil, as he screamed in agony. Suddenly, Lady Death released his forehead and Arthur fell to the ground seemingly unconscious. His bubbling body came to a simmer and lay unmoving on the throne room floor. "Did it work?" Tom asked, hoping that nothing went wrong. "Yes, I just have to give him his first command." Lady Death turns to answer her master's question and then says the magic word, "Awaken." Arthur's eyes open instantly as he rises to his feet and greets Lady Death with a deep bow. "Mistress." He pays his respect in a slightly raspy symbiote voice. "See? It worked just fine." Lady Death turns to her master with a happy smile. "Arthur, this is my master, Tom Riddle. You will treat him as you treat me. Protect him with your measly life and listen to his every order. Is that understood?" "Understood, mistress," the undead Arthur says as he turns to Tom and bows just as deeply as he did for Lady Death. Master. See 184 Bonding 1. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 198. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Master. The humanoid sludge that is now Arthur Pendragon bowed deeply in Tom's direction. "What should I call you, Arthur or Al Black?" Tom asked as the undead symbiote stood straight, awaiting further commands. "You can choose, Master," he replies, uncaring of his new name. "What do you think, Death?" Tom turns his question to Lady Death. "Personally, I think Arthur sounds better than Al Black. Just remove the Pendragon name so nobody gets suspicious. If anyone asks, you can just say you named your sword after your ancestor." Lady Death gives her opinion. "All right, sounds good." Tom nodded and looked over at his new pitch-black servant. "From now on you are Arthur." "Just Arthur." "I understand, Master," Arthur says with a quick bow. "Good, now that's taken care of, we should test your ability to turn into a sword," Tom says, getting a questioning look from his new servant. "I can turn into a sword?" Arthur asks confusedly. "Yes, I'll talk you through it on the first try, but I expect you to start practicing diligently afterward," Tom says, getting a nod from his new servant. "Good. Now close your eyes and try picturing a sword. Any style you like. I'm sure it won't be hard for you." "Okay, am picturing Excalibur. Arthur says after a quick moment of thought. All that's left to do is will yourself into that sword. Morph your new malleable body and turn it into the same shape as Excalibur. Tom instructs further. Arthur doesn't respond and stays quiet with his eyes shut tight. Tom and Lady Death sit back and wait patiently, not wanting to interfere and distract Arthur. After a minute of silence, Arthur's body started shifting and slowly morphed into a perfect pitch-black sword. The sword is different from the old Al Black but was the same type of style. A beautiful medieval sword as dark as could be. Due to Arthur's familiarity with swords, he had no problem whatsoever morphing into a perfect unblemished sword. Looking at the sword, Tom couldn't help but feel excited, especially since he's seeing what Excalibur looks like, which should be in his Pendragon vault, hopefully. I wonder if Arthur would be able to absorb Excalibur? Tom thought as he hoped that would be the case, or else he would have to learn a sword style, so he can wield them both. Putting that thought to the back of his mind, for the time being, Tom stands from the skeletal throne, strolls up to the pitch-black Excalibur look-alike, and grasps the handle in his hand. Just from touching the sword, Tom can feel the power it holds. As Tom picks up the sword, Arthur acts on instinct and forms a bond between them with Tom as his host. The sword melts into a liquid and covers Tom's hand, climbing up his arms and to the rest of his body. Once Tom's body was covered in black tar-like liquid from head to toe, Arthur melted into his skin, merging with his new host completely. As Tom felt and saw Al Black do all of this, he didn't panic and simply let the symbiote do as it pleased. He knew that Arthur wouldn't hurt him after turning into one of Lady Death's undead. "Hello, Master." Tom heard Arthur's voice in his mind. "Hello, Arthur. Have you bonded with me as a host?" Tom asked as he studied up on the Clinter race in Camartage. What also tipped him off is the sudden growth in power he felt. As soon as Al Black bonded with him, Tom felt as though he could best Thor and the All-Father in combat at the same time, while single-handedly slaughtering millions of gods in open combat. "Yes, Master, I think so," Arthur replies, not completely sure but he feels that his master's words are correct. "It looks like it went well?" Lady Death's half asks with a questioning look. "Yeah. He bonded with me. I feel a lot stronger right now," Tom says as he taps his foot on the throne room floor, creating spider web cracks along the black floor. "It takes some serious power to damage any part of my palace." Lady Death nods, impressed by Tom's casual show of strength. "Yeah, he'll have to get this under control before heading back to school. I wouldn't want to kill some kid by simply bumping into him," Tom comments, hoping to get his newfound power under control quickly. "I can help you with that. But first let's leave the palace." She snaps her fingers, teleporting both of them to an open field miles away from the palace grounds. "I don't need you destroying my beautiful palace." Seeing that he doesn't have to watch his strength anymore, Tom decides to test it out by stomping the ground as hard as he possibly could. Boom! A loud explosion is heard as the ground beneath Tom and Lady Death dents inward a few meters in what seems to be a mile-long radius. Seeing the extent of his power, Tom just stood the slack-jawed and eyes wide open. He truthfully didn't think this would happen. "Huh?" Tom couldn't utter a single word. Tom thought maybe he would cause some cracks and a good-size indent, but nothing could have prepared him for anything like this. "I told you before, it takes some serious power to be able to harm my palace," Lady Death says in an "I told you so" type of manner. "Are you ready to start getting that power under control?" See 185 Fighting and Flying 1 again. Sorry. 2 tomorrow though. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 15 chapters ahead at chapter 200. Who'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. "Are you ready to start getting that power under control?" Lady Death asks, ready to begin at any moment. Yeah sure," Tom says, breaking from his earlier shock. "All right. Come at me with all you have." "Well, fight until you can get yourself under control." She holds her arms open, waiting for Tom to make the first move. "Okay, here I come," Tom says as he kicks off the ground, launching himself towards his deathly servant. As he appears in front of Lady Death, Tom pulls back his fist and strikes her square on the jaw. The sound of the impact matched the noise of thunder clapping, but Lady Death didn't budge a single inch. Her head tilted to the side slightly as she looked at her master with an impressed expression. "Wow, it's been a long while since anyone has hit me with that amount of force," she says with a nod of recognition towards her master. "Very impressive, master." Even knowing that Lady Death is legitimately impressed and recognizes his strength, Tom feels as though he's being looked down on and belittled in this situation. Pushing that feeling away, as he knows it's just his misconception, Tom wins back his leg and kicks towards Lady Death's ribs. After giving Tom his free hit, Lady Death didn't see a need for him to get another one. Moving faster than the eye could see, Lady Death moves her hand to the side and catches Tom's leg by the shin. "Ugh, I feel like this was a bad idea," Tom mutters as Lady Death smiles seductively and backhands him across the face. The impact made the same thunderclap as Tom's first strike, except hers actually sent him flying across the open field and into a line of black trees. "Ow, that hurt," Tom says as he climbs out of the torn-down trees and brushes himself off. "Would you like my assistance, master?" Arthur asks Tom telepathically. "Yeah, you got any other powers except the sword?" Tom asks, not wanting to use the God King sword against Lady Death, as he's only trying to get his strength under control at the moment. "Maybe." "1 second," Arthur says, unsure of his current powers. Suddenly, 2 black wings emerge from Tom's back, shocking him for a brief second. "Wow, that's interesting. Can I fly now?" Tom asks Arthur through their bond. "I think so." "I'm sorry master, but I'm still trying to get used to this as well." Arthur answers as best as he can. "All right, let's try it out then," Tom muttered as he tried moving his wings. As his wings flapped downward, Tom shot into the air faster than a rocket into space. "H-H-H!" Tom screamed as he shot upwards at hypersonic and possibly faster than light speed. When he started slowing down hundreds of miles above ground, Lady Death appeared beside him with a questioning look on her face. "You can fly as well?" she asks and turns an admiring gaze towards his new wings. "Nice wings by the way." "Ah, thanks," Tom responds without thinking as he takes in his surrounding. As far as the eye could see is a black void with space for Tom to fly to his heart's content. Taking a deep breath to give himself a boost of courage, Tom flaps his new wings once again, trying to get used to them. As Tom flew through the sky, practicing his newfound flight skills, Lady Death followed along, watching her master soar through the air inelegantly. Soon, after almost an hour of practice, Tom started getting the hang of his black wings. With every well-timed flap, Tom maneuvers through the air with a smile on his face. Anyone could fly on the broom in the wizarding world, but there's something freeing about flying without needing one. After getting his flight under control, Tom lands in a random area and Lady Death appears next to him. "Did you enjoy yourself, master?" she asks, seeing the smile plastered on his face. "Yes, that was exhilarating," Tom says excitedly, causing Lady Death to smile at her master's behavior. "Should we get back to our spa?" "You should have school in a few hours, I think," Lady Death says, breaking Tom from his earlier excitement. "Yeah, right. Let's get back to it," Tom says and immediately gets launched away by another backhand from Lady Death. Ugh. After landing and brushing himself off, Tom couldn't help but think Lady Death was enjoying this. The fight began once again, but Tom wouldn't really call it that. It was more of a one-sided beatdown, where Lady Death constantly manhandled him. No matter what Tom did, she would always counter him and send Tom flying across the realm of death like a rag doll. Although the beatdown was gruesome, with every passing moment, Tom was slowly getting his newfound strength under control. Due to his new power, durability, and stamina, the spa lasted far longer than Tom imagined it would. By the time they finished, almost 2 days have passed since Tom's arrival. Tom missed a day of Hogwarts, and was in the process of missing another. Panting on the floor, Tom lay exhausted from his never-ending one-sided fight. Checking the time and date with a quick spell, Tom saw that he missed class, but it was definitely worth it. Now, Tom has enough control over his strength not to murder people with the smallest of actions and mistakes. Oh well, Druella probably covered for me. Tom thought as he lifted his head to see a perfectly pristine Lady Death. What a monster. C-186 King of Kamar-Taj 2 Kiss. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 201. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Once Tom returned to Hogwarts, he was questioned for the second time this year by his professors. Apparently, missing classes and using the "I'm sick" excuse can only work so many times in a school of magic, especially when Tom hasn't been to the nurse a single time on either occasion. After getting lectured by his professors for a bit, Tom returned to his normal school routine, except for one change. That note the Ancient One left behind said Tom was in charge while she's away. Tom has full control of Kamar-Taj and everyone who's a part of it. Seeing as he's in charge, Tom has been returning to Kamar-Taj every day after his school responsibilities are taken care of. Since Tom and his mother are both preparing for a possible invasion from Dormammu and his forces, Tom decided to prepare the people of Kamar-Taj as well. First, he called a meeting of every master of the mystic arts that is still affiliated with Kamar-Taj on the coming weekend. Soon, Kamar-Taj started filling with sorcerers arriving early to see what the meeting was about. It's not every day that a grand meeting of every member is called. Even the students in training were called to join as well. Getting through the school week, Tom returned to Kamar-Taj with Druella on Saturday. She's already been informed of the possible Dormammu situation. Although she was worried about the possible danger, Druella was elated to hear about the Ancient One accepting immortality from Tom. She knows that Tom was worried his mother would choose to decline and could now see the weight leave his shoulders with her acceptance. As soon as Tom arrived, it was almost time for the meeting. They were given ample time to arrive for people that could easily portal anywhere with a wave of a hand. Making his way to one of the largest courtyards, Tom and Druella waited patiently as masters and students alike started pouring in. Once everyone seemed to have arrived, Tom spoke up, quieting the crowd and drawing their attention. "Hello, some of you may have noticed the absence of my mother, the Ancient One, as of late. She has taken some time off to prepare for an attack against our planet," Tom says, causing the crowd to stir and murmur amongst one another. Before Tom could continue, one of the more senior masters spoke up. "Do we know which entity or organization is planning the attack?" he asked, many nodding to his question. "We think the attack will come from the Dark Dimension," Tom revealed, shaking many to their core. Only one being ruled the Dark Dimension, and he was no joke. All of the masters and many of the students wore fearful expressions. "Dormammu," the same man that asked the question muttered, but his voice was like thunder striking the stunned crowd. "Yes, Dormammu and his mindless ones as well." Although this is scary news, I must say that the Ancient One already has a plan. Truthfully, she didn't tell me to inform you, but I was left in charge while she's away and decided you should know. Not only should you know, but you should prepare. I've already started my own preparations as well, Tom says, and summons his wings and Arthur in his sword form. The power radiating off Tom and his sword caused a few of the weaker students to faint, while everyone else, including the masters, started sweating with fear and clear on their faces. This is a sword that has the power to easily kill gods and other godlike entities. I believe my mother can handle Dormammu with a bit of preparation, but if anything were to go wrong, I have my trusty blade with which to chop his head off. I'm telling you this so you don't think this is an unwinnable situation. Tom informs them and retracts his wings and sword, causing everyone around to sigh in relief. Although none of you will be facing Dormammu, you may face a few mindless ones depending on how things go. Take this time to get yourselves in order and prepare for the coming battle. Kamar-Taj is being placed on a wartime alert. All members will be lodging here until this situation is resolved. Hopefully, nothing happens and we can laugh about this later, but it's best to be prepared for all situations. That concludes this meeting. If you don't already have your own room here, Find one and make yourselves at home. All masters are to report for a separate meeting later tonight in the same location. Tom says and leaves with Druella close behind him. Tom wasn't sure if he made the right decision by telling them. On one hand, they will be prepared if the need arises. On the other hand, Tom just panicked a lot of people over something that may not happen in the first place. Do you think I made the right decision, Arthur? Tom asks as Arthur has more experience than him. When you start getting more experienced as a ruler, you'll see that there are very few right and wrong decisions. This one has its own pros and cons. But I feel you picked the better of the two. With a prepared force, ready to fight and defend at any moment, you'll be better equipped to deal with this storm. A character's advance. Arthur gives Tom his experience's opinion. Hearing Arthur's thoughts, Tom feels better about his decision to inform them. Also, there's an alternative motive to Tom's actions. When Tom announced that all of them would be lodging in Kamar-Taj, that wasn't just to keep everyone together and prepared. Tom knows that in order for Dormammu to come to Earth, he has to get someone from Earth to open his passage. There's no better candidate to do that than a sorcerer of Kamar-Taj, which is why Tom is bringing them all together under one roof. With all of them here where he and other masters can see them, Tom knows that it would be a lot harder for Dormammu to corrupt them. Not to mention for them to work on opening a passage for him. Anyone that is tainted by the dark dimension will be noticed sooner or later, and if anyone leaves, they would be the number one suspects. See 187 Meeting of Masters bonus kiss. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 201. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Later that night, after everyone was settled into their rooms in Kamar-Taj, a meeting was being held between every master with Tom at the lead. Due to this being a more high-level meeting, Tom didn't bring Druella along with him. She wasn't even a student of Kamar-Taj yet, so her presence could cause problems with the more strict masters. Of course, Druella will become the Ancient One's personal discipline once she graduates, so this won't be a problem for long. As a disciple of the Sorceress Supreme, Druella would have no problem attending meetings like this. Tom would know as he was her most recent disciple. When every master arrived, Tom searched the crowd for a moment. Look closely at the people around you and tell me if anyone is missing. I've been living in Kamar-Taj for a while now, but I haven't met every master yet, Tom says, and everyone starts scanning the crowd, looking for any missing masters. After waiting a short while, one of the masters spoke up. Lestrade and his friends are here, she says, happy to not have that depraved bunch around. As she says this, the rest of the masters search around again, nodding in agreement to her words. This could mean they've been compromised, Tom says, causing the crowd to widen their eyes in realization. Looking around the courtyard once again, everyone in attendance starts looking for any other missing people. As all of you should know already, the only possible way for Dormammu to breach Earth's protection is if someone opens a passage for him. I've brought all of us together, so we can watch for any possible corruption within our ranks, and see who didn't show up. Do we have any other missing masters? Tom explains and asks once more. After yet another long moment of eyeing one another, every master shakes their head. No. The only ones missing are Lestrade and his group, but they're always late to meetings, so it could be nothing. One of the masters speaks up with a shrug. I'm afraid that we can't take that chance, Tom says with a shake of his head. We're dealing with a possible attack from the dark dimension. We can take the chance and say, well, they're always late. Dormammu's best option to get here is to turn a member of Kamar-Taj to his side. We are the most skilled, knowledgeable, and powerful people on this planet, Tom says, causing many to nod in agreement. The man that tried to make excuses for those absent shut his mouth instantly. Although being late for a meeting is normal for these people, this is not a normal situation. Who of you knows where we can find these people? We need to investigate this and put a stop to the myth the need arises. Tom asks, getting a few raised hands. All right, Everyone without their hand raised may retire for the night. The rest of you will go and grab any equipment or artifacts you may need. We will be leaving within the hour for wherever these people are. Tom orders and turns to one of the more senior and trusted members he knows. Are in charge while I'm away. As Tom says this, everyone dispersed and returned to their rooms. Some to get a good night's rest while others needed to get their belongings in time to move out for the investigation. Less than an hour later, Tom and the few masters that knew where they were going met up in the courtyard again. Due to the possibility of a battle occurring, every one of them was dressed in their robes, equipped with whatever artifacts and weapons they would need. Once again, Tom didn't bring his beautiful fiancée along. Since this could end up in a fight far beyond her level, Tom didn't want to endanger her life, which didn't make her happy at all. She wanted to fight at Tom's side and swore to herself to train hard under her mother-in-law when the time arrives. Alright, it seems like these people are a sort of group. Do they live together in the same location? Or are we going to be hopping from place to place? Tom asks before setting out. They live in a compound together similar to Kamatage, but much smaller. Lestrade made them move in together because he likes keeping his lackeys close. The same woman from before said with a sneer crossing her face. It sounds like you don't like him very much. Tom half asked as he heard the woman scoffed. Don't like him? I despise perverts like him. The man is a degenerate that lords over his followers like a king to his peasants. It's a miracle that he hasn't been thrown out of our order yet. Am not surprised he would be the first to fall for whatever Dormammu offered him and his minions. She rants, getting nods from many of the surrounding masters. Although I agree with your words, let's not forget that he's always late when called back to Kamatage. This could be just a big misunderstanding. One of the masters voices his opinion. Yeah, right, the woman says sarcastically. Well, we'll find out when we arrive, hopefully, Tom says, drawing everyone's attention. If everyone is ready, we should get a move on. As they set out through a portal opened by one of them, Tom was met with a Chinese-style mansion, similar to that of Kamatage but far smaller in scale. Let's see if anyone is home, shall we? C-188 Searching 1. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 14 chapters ahead at chapter 202. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Since this is an extraordinary situation, Tom didn't bother with common courtesy and strolled straight through the front door. Surprisingly, the place was left unlocked and without any magical protections to keep intruders out. That's suspicious, Tom says and receives nods of agreement from those with him. Keep your guard up. Saying this, Tom leads them through the halls of the compound, looking for any of the residents or possible intruders. Searching every room one by one, Tom and his group don't find a single living soul. The entire mansion was empty, which wasn't a good sign. Split up and search for any evidence of their involvement with the dark dimension. Tom orders. Everyone picks a direction and spreads out to search the place for any evidence. During their first sweep of the place, they were only looking for people. Now they are looking for anything that could link these people to Dormammu in any way. While everyone was looking around the place, Tom started looking for something else. A compound this big should have a basement, yet throughout their first search, Tom didn't see one at all. At first, Tom tried to use some locator spells to find any hidden entrances, but nothing seemed to work. There must be some sort of barrier blocking me, Tom thought as his last locator spell failed. Since magic wasn't doing its work, Tom decided to search the old-fashioned way. Walking through every room in the compound, Tom checked behind every mirror, bookcase, and painting. Movie logic says that these are the most likely areas to hold secret passages. After searching for less than a few minutes, Tom found a very suspicious bookshelf. No matter how much he tried to move it and peek behind, the shelf wouldn't budge a single centimeter. Throwing a quick unlocking charm at the shelf, it slides open, revealing a stairway leading downward. This is really cliché, Tom mutters as he strolls down the stairs. At least clichés are predictable. While Tom descended into the darkness, his eyes instantly adjusted to the pitch-black area. At the bottom of the stairs is a long corridor, leading to a laboratory sort of room filled with books and lab equipment. Along the wall are glass chambers of various sizes filled with all sorts of beings, from animals, humans, and aliens. Each of them was submerged in a bluish tinted liquid. That's disgusting," Tom mutters as his eyes survey the naked aliens and humans. Doing a quick spell, Tom found that all of the test subjects were dead and had been for a while. The only thing keeping them preserved must be the blue liquid. Looking through the room, Tom found many books and research papers that would definitely get these people excommunicated from Kamar-Taj or even killed, depending on the Ancient One's mood. Seeing the pile of evidence against these people's character, Tom now heavily suspects them of working with Dormammu. After searching the entire room, Tom's group came down and found him. They finished searching the entire compound and came looking for him. "Wow, this place is disgusting," one of the masters comments as they see the test tubes along the walls. "Yeah, everything in here is very damning for these people. The chances of them working with Dormammu just went up by a lot," Tom says as he places a book back on the shelf. "Did you guys find anything?" "No. But they seemed to have packed their things. The closets and dressers are completely empty. I don't think they planned on coming back," the female master of the group says. "Then why leave all of this behind?" Tom asks, motioning towards the room filled with damning evidence against them. "Maybe they were in a rush, or they didn't think anyone would find this room," one of the masters comments. "Whatever the reason was doesn't matter. I guess we need to find them quickly," Tom says, looking at his group. "Do any of you know where they would go? Any hideouts they frequent?" No one spoke up as none of them were close to Lestrade and his minions. They all kept their distance as dealing with that group tended to cause them headaches. "No one?" Tom asks again, not receiving an answer. "All right. Head back to Kamar-Taj. I'll pack these books up and have them moved to the Ancient One's private collection for her to look over. We'll start a search for these people tomorrow." Not needed to be told twice, the master's portal back to Kamar-Taj, leaving Tom behind in the secret lab. "Mimsy," Tom calls his favorite elf. "Pop, Master." Mimsy yells and tackles into Tom's leg. "Mimsy misses you so much." Mimsy starts crying as her nose gets runny, causing tears and snot to get all over Tom's pants. "I'm sorry I've been busy lately, Mimsy. I'll try to call you more often," Tom says, patting her bald head. "Master promises?" Mimsy asks with upturned eyes. "I promise," Tom answers easily, causing his head elf to calm down and let go of his leg. "Can you package these books and any other papers laying around? Oh, and vanish those test subjects along the walls, please?" Hearing her master's orders, Mimsy perks up immensely. It's been a while since her master called for her, as he has school and other things to worry about, so getting any orders from Tom brings a happy smile to Mimsy's face. Once everything was packaged and gone, Tom left the compound and returned to his room in Kamar-Taj. As he steps through the portal, he's met with a scantily clad Ruella sleeping soundly on his bed. "Was she waiting for me?" Tom thought as he sees that she still has her makeup on. "I guess I took too long." Stripping down to his boxers and crawling into bed, Tom brings his fiancée into his arms and pulls her close, falling asleep alongside her. See 189 Finishing School 1×2. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 12 chapters ahead at chapter 202. Taking 2 days off on Patreon. Chapters will resume on Saturday. Patreon schedule is 2 chapters a day 6 days a week. Friday is my day off. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Tom had another day before heading back to Hogwarts, so he used that day to start a search for the missing masters, though he knows that they most likely won't find them. Masters of the mystic arts are very crafty and versatile. The chance of them hiding out in an easily found location is extremely slim. They could be hiding in another dimension for all Tom knows, or they could be in a tiny shack in the middle of nowhere that's magically expanded on the inside, like the Doctor's TARDIS. When it comes to the mystic arts, the possibilities for hiding places go on and on, so finding them is highly unlikely. Although it is unlikely, Tom still sent teams of masters out searching any possible areas. Not only does he have people searching, Tom has masters constantly taking turns, using tracking spells and arrays to magically pinpoint their location. Soon, time passed and Tom returned to school along with his beautiful fiancée Druella. In his spare time and during the weekends, Tom would return to Kamar-Taj to give orders and make sure everything was going smoothly. Due to everyone living together, none of the masters or students were showing any signs of corruption. Although for all they know, Dormammu has already gained a group of sorcerers, which would explain the lack of problems arising in Kamar-Taj. Dormammu already has Lestrade and his group as his in, so he has no need to look for others. And even if he wanted to, Tom has made it so that would be very risky. After a while, everyone in Tom's apparition class mastered teleporting the ball. Each of them could do it 100,100 times just like Tom did on his last day of class. Seeing as they caught up, Tom was informed that he was to report to class once again. His first day returning to class was a big one. This is the day every student would be apparating themselves across a small distance of a few feet. As Tom arrived in the open field once again, he could see the nervous expressions of every student there. He didn't blame them for being nervous, as even he was nervous as well. Although if anyone that didn't need to be nervous, it was Tom Riddle. He didn't fully know it yet, but thanks to his avatar status and his bonding with Arthur, Tom could regenerate from almost any injury, including severed limbs. Hell, he might even survive being beheaded, but that would be a very risky thing to test. Attention students. The professor arrived and called for everyone's attention with a very serious demeanor. This is the most dangerous day our class will ever have. I don't wish to scare you, but this has to be conveyed. There will be no fooling around in this class. If I see a single one of you horsing around, I'll have you expelled before you can even apologize. Does everyone understand? Yes. Some students voice their agreement while others simply nod their heads. Now, all we will be doing today is apparition of a very small distance. Simply remember all that you've learned and do your best. I'm sure everyone will do splendidly, she says and looks over at Tom. Mr. Riddle, since you were the first to master the last exercise, why don't you showcase this one to the rest of the class? Yeah, sure, Tom says, moving to the front of the class. He knows that she just wants someone among the students to ease the group's nerves a bit. Tom is the best option for that, as he will most likely breeze through any exercise. Now, everyone stand back a bit and give Mr. Riddle some room, the professor says, causing the students to give Tom a wide berth. None of them want Tom to apparat into them, and become his conjoined twin. Although being conjoined with the Tom Riddle may have its perks, it isn't worth the life-threatening possibilities. Remember everything you've learned and move yourself a few feet ahead of you, the teacher says, grabbing Tom's shoulders and pointing him away from the class. With nothing but an open field ahead, Tom used his occlumency to calm his mind and execute everything he's learned without any mistakes. Suddenly, Tom disappeared and appeared a few meters into the distance. He only tried to go a few feet ahead, yet he went far over double the distance he meant to go. As soon as he appeared, Tom gasps for breath, filling his empty lungs, and stumbles onto the grassy floor. Once he caught his breath, Tom gave himself a once-over, checking for any missing or injured body parts. While Tom's checking himself, the professor appears next to him and does the same. Well done, Mr. Riddle. Although, next time go for a shorter distance, she says after making sure her student wasn't injured. After that, the rest of the class went one by one, so the professor could check each of them at a time. Some of the students injured themselves, but it was nothing compared to the Gryffindor incident on the first day. Just some minor damage and some destroyed belongings. A few of the students lost a good chunk of their hair as well, which was entertaining to watch. Time passed once again and the school year started coming to an end. Tom mastered apparition after a few days and didn't need to attend that class anymore. During one of the weekends after his mastery, he was permitted to use the school's flu in order to go and take the test for his apparition license, which was easily obtained. Now, all Tom has to worry about were the NEWTs and trying one last time to get Lady Hogwarts' mission completed. If not, then he would have to continue the mission as a professor. See 190 Finishing School 2 Bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 12 chapters ahead at chapter 202. Taking 2 days off on Patreon. Chapters will resume on Saturday. Patreon schedule is 2 chapters a day 6 days a week. Friday is my day off. Thanks for the Power Stones and enjoy the chapter. Once Tom and every other 7th year student took their NEWTS, Tom decided to throw an end-of-the-year part in the Great Hall. There is only a week left of school and Tom wants to use that time to get Lady Hogwarts' mission completed. He knows that he's close. The interaction between Hogwarts houses has been going extremely well. It's just a matter of time before he gains control over the castle and its wards. It wasn't hard to get permission from the headmaster for the party. The man would let Tom get away with anything except murder at this point. Of course, since this is a party to bring everyone together, Tom invited every person in the castle from students to faculty. Even the ghosts were welcome to join as well. Since the majority of students weren't of noble descent, Tom didn't bother treating this as a gathering of nobility. That would just cause a divide in the students as many would feel out of place. So Tom decided to go with a school dance theme. He even got a few popular bands from the wizarding world to come and play for the party. Tom just hoped that it wouldn't be awkward, as he remembers these things being that way back in the other Earth. Although awkward situations have a possibility to bring people together, hopefully. Speaking of awkward situations, everyone is still living in Kamar-Taj, waiting for an attack that may never arrive. This whole year has been especially busy for Tom. With the Ancient One away, Tom has been given the added burden of keeping Kamar-Taj running, which has been fairly smooth at least. That's the problem though. Some have voiced their displeasure with living in Kamar-Taj and want to return to their homes, as no sign of an impending attack has been seen at all. But Tom won't allow anyone to leave, at least not until the return of his mother. Speaking of the Ancient One, Tom can't help but feel as though she's taking advantage of the situation, and relaxing somewhere reading and eating her snacks. Bald Sorceress Vacation Home. Aku, the bald one herself, sneezes. Is it dusty in here or something? Reaching her hand into a bag of potato chips. The Ancient One finds that the bag is empty. I need more snacks. Back to Tom. No, she wouldn't pull something like that. Tom denies it, but deep down he knows the truth. Although many wanted to leave, Tom and many of the high-level masters were able to keep everyone from revolting. There was a good thing about having so many masters in Kamar-Taj at once though. The students were getting the best training for every subject. Bored masters with nothing to do volunteered to teach their specialty to any student that was willing to learn. Suddenly, Kamar-Taj found itself with a large influx of teachers, and a plethora of new subjects being taught. Even Tom attended some classes in his spare time for the subjects he either skimmed over or hasn't even started yet. It is truly a golden age for students in Kamar-Taj right now. As long as they take advantage of this situation, the next batch of master will be truly exceptional. Soon, the day of the year-ending party arrived. It was a bit awkward in the beginning, as school dances tend to be, but it all seemed to go well. Tom made sure to have pre-arranged seating, so he could mix and match tables during the dining portion of the evening. Tom and Druella tried to have a good mix of students from opposing houses at each table in order to better integrate everyone. When the night ended and everyone left, Tom stayed behind with Druella as the house elves cleaned the Great Hall. Do you think it worked? Druella asked, knowing that Tom wanted to use this party to complete his task. I don't know, Tom answered as they watched the elves disappear after swiftly cleaning everything. As the elves disappeared, the sorting hat appeared on the table to the right of Tom and Druella. Report to the room of requirement, the hat said in a hushed tone, and disappeared as if it were never there. Is that a good sign? Druella turned to Tom with an upturned eyebrow. I have no idea, Tom replies, hoping he's finished his task. Let's go and find out, shall we? Tom holds out his arm for her to grasp, as a proper gentleman should, and they stroll through the castle halls, making their way to the room of requirement. Walking through the door, one after the other, Tom and Druella are met with a scene they didn't expect. The room was huge with extremely high ceilings. It's dimly lit everywhere except for the middle of the room, where a humongous metal pillar glows in a purple light. The pillar is so tall and wide that it would put the biggest giant sequoia tree to shame. On the pillar itself, Tom could see countless scribbles of runes and glyphs covering every inch from top to bottom. Suddenly, the light of the pillar grew brighter and an ethereal figure of a woman appeared in front of it. "You've finally completed the task I've given you. It took you long enough." See 191 Finishing School 3 times 1. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 11 chapters ahead at chapter 202. Taking 2 days off on Patreon. Chapters will resume on Saturday. Patreon schedule is 2 chapters a day 6 days a week. Friday is my day off. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. "You've finally completed the task I've given you. It took you long enough." The ethereal female figure said, "I take it that you're Lady Hogwarts?" Tom asks as he and Druella stare stunned at the pillar she came out of, which just so happens to be the Hogwarts Sword Stone. "Yes, that me. I would like to thank you for accomplishing the task I've given you. I know it wasn't easy, but you completed it nonetheless," Lady Hogwarts says gratefully as she bows in Tom's direction. "Welcome." "Does this mean you accept me as the owner of the castle now?" Tom says, knowing that means he would be her owner as well, as she is the castle itself. Lady Hogwarts goes quiet for a moment as a tense atmosphere fills the room. On one hand, Lady Hogwarts wields the power of a very powerful and old warded castle that sits on a cross-section of multiple ley lines, so she could go back on her word and kick Tom out or even kill him if she wanted to. On the other hand, Tom has grown to be extremely powerful. If she were to try anything funny, Tom would probably have the advantage now, especially since they are currently in the heart of the castle, which is technically the heart of Lady Hogwarts. One well-placed attack and Tom could easily kill Lady Hogwarts at any moment, depending on how durable the ward stone is. After a moment of thought, Lady Hogwarts looked straight into Tom's eyes and spoke up. "Yes, it does." Lady Hogwarts gets down on one knee and bows her head. "Master." As she calls Tom Master, the pillar behind her lights up and brightens the entire room like a blinding sun. Shielding their eyes from the intense amount of light, Tom and Druella wait until the light dies down. Relying on his other senses, Tom makes sure Lady Hogwarts isn't trying anything funny. Her short pause from earlier made him slightly suspicious of Lady Hogwarts. Thanks to his heightened senses from his various power-ups, Tom didn't sense anything. But could he even sense anything in the first place? Lady Hogwarts is an ethereal figure after all. When the light died down, Tom and Druella uncovered their eyes and saw Lady Hogwarts still kneeling before them. Behind her is the same giant metal ward stone, but something was definitely different about it. It is completely smooth without a single rune, glyph, or carving in sight. From top to bottom the pillar was completely smooth. "Please place your hand on the ward stone and push your magic inside," Lady Hogwarts says as she stands and gestures at the pillar. "Be warned that it will take a lot of your magic. Though seeing how much magic you have in your reserves, it would barely take more than 1,100th of it." Still slightly suspicious of her, Tom walks up to the pillar, leaving Druella standing by the door. "So, all I have to do is touch the pillar and it will what?" Tom asks as he stands between Lady Hogwarts and Ward Stone. "Your magical signature will be registered as the owner of me, Hogwarts Castle, which would give you full control over the castle's defenses, wards, and most of all me," Lady Hogwarts explains and gestures for Tom to touch the pillar. "Well, all right." Tom shrugs and touches the pillar, pumping as much magic in as it can take. If she tries anything, Tom should be able to handle it. He has Lady Death keeping him from dying and Druella watching his back from the door. As Tom pumps magic into the pillar, slowly the former runes and glyphs that covered its surface started to appear as if they were being carved into the metal one by one. Finally, when every bit of the pillar was covered in markings once again, It wouldn't take any more of Tom's magic no matter how much he tried to give it more. Congratulations, Master. Now the registered owner of Hogwarts Castle, Lady Hogwarts says with a twinge of annoyance in her voice. Although she was the one to make this deal in the first place, Lady Hogwarts wasn't sure how she felt about having an owner. She hasn't been truly owned by anyone since the founders, but she wasn't exactly sentient at the time. It could be worse. Lady Death thought as she stared at her new master. She's been watching every move of Tom's since the moment he entered Hogwarts. She knew that he wouldn't be overbearing and cruel, so at least she lucked out in that department. While Tom was familiarizing himself with everything he now controlled in the castle, from the advanced ward schemes to the moving stairs, Lady Hogwarts firmly grasped her situation and did her best to come to terms with it. "Hello," Druella greets as she walked up to Lady Hogwarts. "I'm Druella, but I'm sure you already knew that." "Yes, I know who you are, Miss Rosia. I remember every student that has ever attended Hogwarts. Thank you for helping bring the school together. I know you played a big part in this as well." Lady Hogwarts says thankfully as she gives Druella a small bow. "It was no problem at all. Running those clubs was hectic but fun nonetheless." Druella answers politely. As they were talking, Tom finished his investigation of his new privileges over the castle and speaks up. "Well, thank you for keeping your word. I was worried for a moment that you would try to renege on our deal." Tom says his thanks as he walks over to Druella's side. "I won't lie and say it didn't cross my mind." See 192 Flashback Prophecy 2. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 11 chapters ahead at chapter 203. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Patreon schedule is 2 chapters a day 6 days a week. Friday is my day off. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. "I won't lie and say it didn't cross my mind," Lady Hogwarts says with a shrug. "I didn't think you would actually be able to bring the school together in the first place though. It seems that I shouldn't have doubted the prophecy." Hearing the words prophecy, Tom and Druella's ears perk up a bit. "What prophecy?" Tom asks, knowing a prophecy can be either detrimental or helpful. On her deathbed in this very school, Lady Hufflepuff went into a trance and spoke of a prophecy. It was about a boy that would come to Hogwarts and bring the shattered houses together. She was alone at the time and died soon after giving it, so no one heard it but me. Lady Hogwarts explains. "Sure, that's all the prophecy I spoke of. No other odd or possibly foreboding phrases were thrown in there?" Tom asks, hoping nothing crazy was added in there as well. "Well, there was something odd maybe," Lady Hogwarts reveals with a hand on her chin. "What?" Druella asks as she leans forward in curiosity. "Of course, there was something. There always is." Tom thought as he gave Lady Hogwarts a look that said "tell me already." "Well, when I said she died soon after telling the prophecy, I was leaving out a few key details." Lady Hogwarts says hesitantly, "Get on with it already. I need to get some sleep tonight." Tom says as his time is very limited and sleep is hard to come by. "Right, sorry." Lady Hogwarts apologizes. This is what happened. Flashback Hogwarts Castle. In a room decorated in the black and yellow Hufflepuff colors, an aged woman with thinning grey hair lay asleep on a king-size bed matching the rest of the room's Hufflepuff decor. The aged woman is none other than Lady Helga Hufflepuff, one of the 4 founders of the Wizarding World's first school of magic, Hogwarts. The years have been hard on her tired body and mind, but nothing hurt her more than the division of her friends, bickering and fighting amongst one another until nothing remained of their former bond. Salazar left years ago and hadn't returned or even sent a letter to tell his friends he was alive. Godric grew detached from reality when Salazar left. Although they would fight and bicker at the drop of a sickle, both sides loved each other like brothers. There was no closer bond among the founders than Gryffindor and Slytherin. Salazar leaving hurt Godric deeply, leaving a snake-shaped void in the old Gryffindor's heart. Rowena retreated to her books, constantly striving to grow a bit more knowledgeable every day. Throughout the drama between her closest friends, Books became Rowena's safe haven away from her real-world problems. Helga did her best to pick up the pieces where others left them. When her friends retreated inwardly, Lady Hufflepuff rose to the challenge. She took the position of headmaster and did her best to minimize the high tensions that were ever growing in Hogwarts. Each house became its own island, where no one was allowed to fraternize with outsiders. Outsiders being other houses, of course. It was Lady Hufflepuff that made multi-house classes mandatory, which helped immensely in lowering tensions. Although, it was hard to implement in the beginning. The first few classes with Gryffindors and Slytherins started and ended in fights between both sides, with every student joining in. Lady Hufflepuff has done a lot of good in her long life, especially towards the students of Hogwarts. Now, she sleeps peacefully, awaiting her death. She has been bedridden for a few weeks now. Every day the Hogwarts Medwitch comes to check on her, making her last days as comfortable as magically possible. Suddenly, Lady Hufflepuff's eyes shot open as she sat straight up like the Undertaker from WWE. With her eyes wide open and a hollow look on her face, Helga Hufflepuff started reciting a prophecy. I'm too lazy to write a rhyming prophecy, so you get a description of it instead. She spoke of a descendant of the founder that fled, coming to Hogwarts and fixing the mess made by its founders. How he would unite the houses and make Hogwarts the way it was supposed to be from the beginning. A place where anyone is welcome to learn. As she started coming to what seemed to be the end of the prophecy, her eyes widened in horror as she shrieked louder than a banshee and fell backward onto her pillow once again, dead. The shriek of Lady Hufflepuff was heard by every person in Hogwarts that night. No one knew where it came from or who it was, but many of the younger students were haunted by what they heard that night for days. The next morning, Lady Hufflepuff was found dead, presumed to have died in her sleep, peacefully. No one suspected such a loud screech could come from such an old and frail woman, so no one ever suspected it was her. Flashback end. Great. Just great. Tom says, the sarcasm clear in his voice. The only thing worse than having a bad prophecy about you is not knowing the bad prophecy. Hearing Tom's words, Druella couldn't help but nod in agreement. The shriek could have been because of many different things. Hell, it could have been her seeing Tom's encounter with Null, but Tom doesn't think that's the case. Tom doesn't know for sure. It's just a gut feeling he has. See 193 Leaving Hogwarts bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 11 chapters ahead at chapter 203. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Patreon schedule is 2 chapters a day, 6 days a week. Friday is my day off. Thanks for the Power Stones and enjoy the chapter. After gaining full control of Hogwarts and learning about a possibly unfavorable prophecy, Tom and Druella returned to their dorm rooms to get a good night's sleep, with only a week of school remaining. The last days of Hogwarts went by in a flash. Of course, Tom received perfect grades for every one of his NEWTs, which was extremely rare for Hogwarts. Although, Tom wasn't the only one to get perfect grades on multiple NEWTs this year. Druella and many of his followers in his year also got either perfect or almost perfect scores as well. The headmaster said that it was the first time that so many people from the same house had such a stunning NEWTs performance. Before Tom left school for the last time as a student, he was called to the headmaster's office and given all the information he needs for the next school year. As they discussed earlier, Tom would be teaching Transfiguration as a professor at Hogwarts, which hasn't been announced to the public yet. As a professor, Tom has to come up with a curriculum and assign the needed books before the Hogwarts letters are sent out. Since Tom has a perfect memory thanks to his occlumency, he decided to write his own books for his future classes. It shouldn't be hard to compile all of the information from the many books he's read and stockpiled in his mindscape, especially since it's all compiled on a laptop, which should make everything a lot easier. The most annoying part will be finding the time to write it all down. After that, it's just bringing the books to a publisher and they can mass produce them for the coming school year. Maybe I can come up with a spell to instantly write the books. A moving quill. Isn't there a spell like that already? Tom thought but wasn't sure, as he may have overlooked that charm. "I'll check later." When Hogwarts came to an end, Tom left school with Druella through the flue, with the headmaster's permission of course, and went straight to the flue in the leaky cauldron. "Where are we going?" Druella asked as they made their way into Diagon Alley. "I have to make a stop at a shop and then we're headed to Gringotts," Tom reveals as they make their way towards Knockturn Alley. When Druella saw the entrance to Knockturn Alley, she went on alert and reached for her wand, ready to attack anyone that looked suspicious. Knockturn Alley is the most lawless place in Wizarding Britain. Many that walk in are never seen again, while some go in innocent and come out battle-hardened and broken on the inside. Although Knockturn Alley is such a dangerous place, it houses many stores and vendors that specialize in wares related to the dark arts. "You could have warned me that we were heading to Knockturn Alley," Druella comments. "Don't be such a baby. I'm strong enough to level all of Diagon Alley, and probably the strongest witch alive right now. No one in this dingy old alley is going to stand a chance against us," Tom says as they stroll into Knockturn Alley. As they pass through the entrance, they put up their hoods to disguise themselves. The second they left Diagon Alley, the atmosphere instantly changed. The upbeat hustle and bustle of Diagon Alley disappeared, as a dark and ominous ambience filled the air. Hearing Tom's encouraging words, Druella couldn't help but agree. Although she's been told all of her life how dangerous Knockturn Alley is, those dangers aren't something she has to worry about anymore. After dealing with a couple of pickpockets and a group of muggers, Tom and Druella entered a shop called Borgin and Burke's. Of course, all attackers and thieves were disposed of brutally, sending a clear sign to anyone else that wanted to do the same. As they enter the small shop, a bell on the door chimes, informing whoever works there of a customer's arrival. Looking around the shop, Tom saw a messy room filled with all sorts of dark and cursed items and books. He even saw a few human body parts laying around, which wasn't pretty. The place was a goldmine for illegal and powerful dark items. Not seeing any person manning the store, Tom and Druella started perusing the shop for anything of interest. "Are you looking for anything specific?" an older man says as he walks out from the back of the shop. He had black graying hair and tan wrinkling skin. The atmosphere around him was not pleasant either, which is most likely due to a lifetime of handling dark and cursed objects. "Yes, I am," Tom says, not at all surprised by his entrance thanks to his enhanced senses. "About 18 years ago a woman came and sold you a locket with a snake on it. I want it." Hearing what this mysterious customer said, the shopkeeper's eyes widen for a moment as he remembers that purchase. "I don't know what you're talking about, but we do have an assortment of other lockets that you can look through," the shopkeeper says, diverting the conversation. Tom knows that some woman buys the locket from Borgin and Burke's in the story, but he doesn't remember who. Maybe he took a bathroom break during that portion of the movie? Who knows? "No, I'm not just looking for any old locket," Tom says as he approaches the counter with Druella strolling behind him. "I want the one I talked about. Either you still have it and want to keep it for some reason, or you've sold it already, which is fine. I can't blame a man for doing his job, but I will be terribly offended if you don't tell me who has that locket. Now, which is it?" See 194 Taking Information 1. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 12 chapters ahead at chapter 206. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Patreon schedule is 2 chapters a day 6 days a week. Friday is my day off. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. I can't blame a man for doing his job, but I will be terribly offended if you don't tell me who has that locket. Now, which is it? Tom asks from across the shop's checkout counter. Hearing Tom's threatening words, the older man's face hardened as he slowly reached under his black robes. "Either you buy something that's for sale or I'm going to have to ask you to leave," the shopkeeper says stoically, as he grasps the handle of his wand under his robes. A tense stare-down commences as Tom and the older shopkeeper eye each other intimidatingly. While both of them were having their stare-down, Druella just stood on the sidelines, looking at the older man with pity in her eyes. If Tom were to try and steal everything in this shop, She knew that this man could do absolutely nothing to stop him. Hell, he couldn't even stop her, and she's far weaker than Tom is. Although in the standards of the wizarding world, Druella is about as strong as Voldemort in his prime. Truthfully, she may be stronger, but there haven't been many times where she can go all out and test her power in a fight. Sigh, why can't things just go smoothly? Tom mutters as he waves his hand, casting a wandless imperious curse in the man's direction. Before Tom could ask the question once again, while he was more pliable, another older-looking man came sprinting out of the back door and fired a string of multiple spells and curses in Tom's direction. Already knowing that the other man was there, Tom waves his hand once again and conjured a normal Protego shield. Normally, a simple Protego wouldn't be able to block multiple spells, but with Tom's boosted magical power and ocean-sized reserves, the attacks were easily deflected and didn't even damage the shield at all. While Tom was blocking the attack against him, Druella was not sitting idle on the sidelines. Although she was surprised by the sudden appearance of the attacker, Druella grabbed her wand almost immediately and pointed it at the man, who was firing spells at her fiancé, Crucio. She calls and the man falls to the ground, screaming in agony. Seeing that the attacker was dealt with, Tom let Druella continue her torture for a few seconds and nodded towards her. "Thanks for the save, but I think he's had enough," Tom says, and as soon as Druella stops torturing the man, he shoots another Imperio in his direction. "Now, do you have my locket, or did someone buy it?" "I sold it," the second man that attacked Tom answered with glazed eyes and a hollow look on his face. "Who did you sell it to, and if you know, where does she live?" Tom asked, hoping to get enough information in order to get this done within the day. "I sold it to Madam Hepzibah Smith. I don't know where she lives, but I do know that she claims to be a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff, which may be true because she's very wealthy. I managed to get a mountain of galleons for that locket," he answers with the same blank look on his face. "I see, thanks for the information," Tom says, and was about to leave, but then he remembered something. "Do you have a vanishing cabinet for sale?" Stopping in his tracks, Tom peeked over his shoulder and stared at the two shopkeepers questioningly. "A pair of vanishing cabinets will act as a passage between two places. If an object or person was placed in one, they will appear in the other. The cabinets seem to ward off all known defensive spells, and in the movie, they were successfully used to transport several Death Eaters from Borgin and Berks into Hogwarts School. And Graham Montague was able to apparat into Hogwarts despite the protection spells of the school normally preventing such an action. Tom can't allow an entrance like that to remain available for anyone to use, especially since he's gained full ownership of the castle and plans on becoming headmaster in the future. "Yes, it's in the back," one of the shopkeepers answer with clear signs that the Imperio is still in effect. "We don't have the matching pair to it though." "That's fine," Tom says and strolls back up to the counter. "I'll take that cabinet off your hands as compensation for the earlier disrespect you showed me." "You don't need it anyway, right? It's not like you can use it with only one of them." Not needing to hear Tom's whole explanation, as they were being mind-controlled at the moment, they went in the back without a word and soon came back, lugging a big cabinet and set it down in front of Tom. "All right, your earlier attack is now forgiven," Tom says magnanimously as he places a hand on the cabinet and apparates it back to his room in Camartage. "Well, it was nice doing business with you." Tom and Druella stroll over to the door, and as they leave, Tom shoots a wandless obliviate in their direction, erasing their memories of what just happened for the past half an hour. "Are we going to find this woman now, or are we still going to Gringotts?" Druella asked as they exit Nocturne Alley. "I've just tasked a few of the minions to find her and steal the locket, along with anything else that may be interesting, so Gringotts it is." See 195 Gringotts 2. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 12 chapters ahead at chapter 208. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Patreon schedule is 2 chapters a day 6 days a week. Friday is my day off. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. As Tom and Druella exit Nocturne Alley and assimilate back into the crowded and more friendly Diagon Alley, They both take down their hoods and make their way to Gringotts Bank. Although, the trip over there wasn't very smooth. Due to having their hoods down, Tom and Druella drew a lot of attention. Well, more along the lines of Tom drawing the attention. He is the princely hero of the wizarding world after all. Though it seems as though the populace has calmed down a bit, as they weren't swarmed as badly as the first few times they went out in public. After politely declining many of his adoring fans, who wanted his autograph or other celebrity-type questions and request, Tom and Druella strolled into Gringotts. As soon as the goblins saw him, they immediately escorted him and Druella to a conference room, where they waited for Tom's account manager, Luke. No more than a minute after their arrival, Luke came walking in with a confident smirk on his face. Ever since he was lucky enough to meet Tom Riddle, Luke has become the account manager of some of the most profitable and wealthy vaults in all of Gringotts. Throughout his time in control of Tom's vaults, Luke has invested a good portion of his wealth in anything he thought would bring in money. Some of those investments failed, while the majority of them were thriving and pouring money into his favorite client's vault, which in return brings a portion of that money into his own vault. In the Goblin Nation, the wealthier you are, the more status you have amongst your peers, and boy was Luke rolling in gold. He became the most well-respected and powerful goblin in Wizarding Britain, hence the shy-teating grin on his face as he entered the room. Since Tom has studied up on goblins and their culture, he had a few ideas about where that smile came from. A wealthy goblin is a happy goblin after all. Tom gets weekly reports on everything that Luke does with his money, and knows exactly how much his account manager is making every month. Although, that doesn't mean Tom is upset about losing a portion of his money. Luke has been working hard to fill Tom's vaults, and hard work demands an appropriate payment. Are you here? Why I think you're here? Luke asks, knowing that Tom just graduated from Hogwarts. Yes, it's time that I become the lord of my houses. Tom voices exactly what his manager was thinking. When Tom first came to Gringotts, he was only allowed by law to take up his airships, not the lordships. Only after he graduated from Hogwarts could he take up his lordships and have access to the vaults pertaining to said lordships. Tom has been living off his trust vault, which wasn't bad at all since he got a good portion of money every month from each of the houses he's an heir of. You do remember that there will most likely be a trial for each one, right? Luke warns Tom. Trials? Druella asked from her seated position next to Tom. Luke has already been informed of Tom and Druella's engagement, so he didn't question as to why Tom brought another person to their meeting. When I first came to Gringotts and took the inheritance test, all of my heirings gave me a trial of sorts to pass before they would accept me. If I didn't pass the trials, I wouldn't be able to take up the heirship. We think that the Lord Rings will do the same, Tom says, and explains further in detail about the trials he went through. Are you sure ready to take up the Lord Rings? We could study up on this and find a way to bypass the trials. Druella voices her opinion. Nope. I've already looked through every book I've come across and haven't seen a single one that could help. It's probably best to just pass the trials, Tom says, not wanting to wait any longer. He wants to see the vaults of all these prominent houses. They don't just hold mountains of galleons, but family heirlooms and other precious items. Since Tom is the heir to the Pendragon royal family, he scoured Tintagel Castle and any other properties for the Sword of Victory itself, Excalibur. Though, that search was not fruitful, leading Tom to believe that the sword was either stored in the family vault, destroyed, or in some other undisclosed location. Not only does Tom have high hopes for the Pendragon vault, but he has expectations for the other vaults as well. The shelves full of dark arts books and other artifacts that have to be in the LaFay vault. Not to mention whatever Salazar Slytherin has lying around in his as well. It's safe to say that these vaults are treasure troves that Tom can't wait to crack open. As for the Gaunt vault, Tom had zero hopes for anything good being inside such a poor family's vault. Nor will he be putting a ring of that inbred family on his finger. Who knows what horrible curse would befall him if he were to even touch the Lord Ring from that family. All right. Just be careful, Druella says, supporting her fiancé's decision. "I will. Don't worry," Tom says with a reassuring smile and turns to his account manager. "Bring the rings and we can get started." See 196 Gringotts 2 bonus. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 12 chapters ahead at chapter 208. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Patreon schedule is 2 chapters a day 6 days a week. Friday is my day off. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Bring the rings and we can get started, Tom says, not wanting to waste time. Since time is money for any goblin, Luke acted quickly and waved his hand, conjuring the same 3 boxes that Tom remembers from his first trip to Gringotts. "I take it that you plan to avoid the Gaunt ring?" Luke said as he didn't even bother conjuring it. Not only do the Gaunt vaults have nothing of value, but they don't even hold a place in the Wizengamot. After some thought over the years, Tom decided to just let the House of Gaunt die out. He's the last one alive, so no one but his children would be able to take up the rings, and even if someone did take them up, they would gain nothing but a stained legacy of a poor and hated house. "Yeah, I've decided to let the House of Gaunt die out and vanish," Tom says as he puts the Gaunt family behind him and focuses on the 3 boxes across the table. "I believe that I can speak on behalf of the entire Goblin Nation when I say that is the best decision for everyone," Luke commented with a truly happy smile. "Now, back to business. Do you have a preference on which house to start with?" Hearing Luke's question, Tom eyed the boxes for a moment and made his decision. Last time the easiest rings to gain the approval of were the Slytherin and Lefay rings, but who knows if the Lord rings will be harder to impress, Tom says, automatically placing the Pendragon ring for last. "Let's start with Lefay this time, shall we?" Lux nods and slides over the Lefay box. As soon as Tom opens it up, he took the earring from his pouch and placed it back in the box. Once he becomes the Lord, he'll have no need for the earring anymore. That will be saved away for whenever he and Druella have their first child together. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself for whatever is to come, Tom grabs the big World Series-sized ring and slides it on his finger. The second he placed it on his finger, Tom's consciousness appeared in a dimly lit bedroom. "Oh, look what we have here," a seductive voice says as a scantily clad woman appears in front of Tom. The woman could only be described as a wicked beauty. She has pale white skin, dark black hair with matching eyes, and a sneer that would put any Malfoy to shame. Dressed in a provocative black nightgown, she sauntered over to the foot of the bed, laying sideways and eyeing Tom up and down. "Hello," Tom says as he wasn't expecting to be given a show during his test. "You are Morgana," she reveals, shocking Tom slightly. "I heard you were dead," Tom says as he prepares himself for a possible battle. "Am I?" she asked, shocked by this revelation. "She's Morgana Le Fay, but not the real Morgana Le Fay. She's just an imprint of the real Morgana, left in the ring in case someone never comes to take up her former position as Lady or Lord of House Lefay." Tom can already tell that this isn't the real Morgana. Feeling her presence, Tom could only sense a bit of magic where Morgana is laying. He also knows that this isn't her soul, since he could now sense those things with his Master of Death powers. "Well, I happen to be fairly close with the person that claims to have killed you, so I'm afraid it's true. Unless of course, you somehow faked your death, but that's very unlikely," Tom explains, causing Morgana to stop her games and stand from the bed. "Who claims to have killed me?" she asked as her flirty sneer was replaced with a questioning frown. "The Ancient One," Tom says, causing Morgana to freeze in place for a moment. "Huh." She grunts out as she plops onto the ground, sitting there in shock and sadness. If anyone could kill her, the real her, then it would be that bald-headed BTCH. The realization set in that she may actually be dead. Her, Morgana Le Fay, the greatest dark sorceress to ever live, was killed by the woman she hated the most. Just the thought of her bald head made Morgana want to puke blood, but she can't as she is just an imprint made by magic. "Prove it." She grits her teeth as she stands from her place on the ground and stares at Tom challengingly. "Well, I might be able to," Tom says as he tries summoning the spirit of Morgana with his Master of Death powers. Suddenly, a transparent version of the imprint Morgana appeared between the two of them. Huh? Where am I? Ghost Morgana mutters as she surveys her surroundings. It didn't take her long to understand that she was next to the imprint left by her in the Lord ring, or in her case, the Lady Ring. What's going on? Did one of my descendants summon me? Ghost Morgana asks the imprint Morgana, as she sneaks a peek in Tom's direction. It's true. I'm dead. We're dead. Dead. Imprint Morgana yells as she sees the proof of Tom's claims before her very eyes. Seeing her imprint freaking out, Ghost Morgana just stood there waiting for someone to explain what's going on. Why does everything I do become so complicated? I just wanted to take my test and get my rings. See 197 Gringotts 3 times 1. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 13 chapters ahead at chapter 210. I'll be writing and posting at least 2 chapters tonight. Patreon schedule is 2 chapters a day 6 days a week. Friday is my day off. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. As Tom was pondering over his complicated life, Ghost Morgana started losing her patience. One of you needs to explain to me what's going on soon, or I'm going to start throwing curses. Ghost Morgana threatens as she eyes them both. Does she know she's a ghost with no magic? Tom thought, what does it matter? We're dead. Imprint Morgana is still having a hard time coming to grips with her own mortality. Ghost Morgana eyes her with annoyance clear in her gaze and turns her inquisitive stare in Tom's direction. I guess I can explain while she processes everything, Tom says as he strolls over to the sofa across from the bed and takes a seat. I'm here to claim the Lord ring, as you've probably guessed already. Ghost Morgana nods in understanding. I told her that you were dead. She didn't believe me, so I summoned you. The end. Hearing Tom's explanation, Ghost Morgana's mouth dropped open. You summoned me, she says with a hint of awe in her voice. How? I'm the Master of Death. Tom answers plainly. Huh? That story was true? She asked in shock. Although she wants to call her descendant out on his bullshit, Ghost Morgana can't refute his claim. How could she do so when she's standing here right now? She's dead after all. Yeah, I collected all the hallows and whatnot, Tom explained further. Did you meet Death? She asked curiously. Yup, fun fact, Death is a woman, he says, causing Ghost Morgana to smile. Girl power and all that. Wow, Ghost Morgana muttered. Although Morgana is dead, that doesn't mean she has met Lady Death. Almost none of the souls collected by Death even know of her existence. Only the ones that pique her interest will ever know. Tom sits there for a moment, giving both Morganas time to process everything. Imprint Morgana, who is still coming to terms with her death, and Ghost Morgana, who just learned that the story she heard as a child was real, and the man before her is the Master of Death. After a few moments of waiting, Ghost Morgana was the first to come back to her senses. My descendant? I really lucked out. Huh? She says, happy that one of her descendants has come so far. Never in her wildest dreams did Morgana think that someone from her lineage would surpass her in power. To be able to summon the dead is a powerful gift, and she doesn't even know about all of his other privileges. Suddenly, an evil glint appeared in Morgana's eye. Looking over at her imprint, who seems to have come to terms with her deathly situation, an idea forms in her mind. That same idea seems to also appear in the imprint Morgana's mind, as a matching glint shines in her eyes as well. Tom noticed the looks exchanged between the two of them and was about to say something, but he wasn't fast enough. Suddenly, both of the Morganas broke off into a sprint at one another, smashing into each other. Except they didn't hit each other. Instead, they seemed to merge into one another, causing a bright light to shine from their location. As the light died down, Tom could see only one Morgana standing there. The two of them became one being, and she looked exactly like the imprint Morgana, except she wasn't dressed in a nightgown anymore. In fact, she is completely naked, without any of the ghostly transparent features. What did you do? Tom asks as he tries sensing where she stood. Instead of feeling the bit of magic from before, Tom now feels the soul of Morgana along with a lot more magic than before. Feeling how powerful she has become, Tom went on guard and stood from his place on the couch. Before she was just a soul and an imprint with very little magical ability. Now she seems to hold triple the amount of magic compared to Dumbledore and Grindelwald combined. We merged. Morgana reveals exactly what Tom thought. Neither of us liked the idea of being dead, especially ghostly me. She had to spend a lot of time in some very unpleasant places in the afterlife. Alright. Tom says as he isn't sure whether he has to worry about a fight or not. Sensing Tom's plight, Morgana tries to ease his worries. You have nothing to worry about. I'm stuck in your new Lord Ring, and won't be able to leave. Well, unless you find a way to get me out, she says with a pleading look on her face. That's not happening. Tom thought as he processed what she just said. Did you just say my Lord Ring? Does that mean I passed the trial or whatever? You've more than passed the test. You blew through it with ease. Anyone that can command death itself, or herself as you've said, is more than qualified to become Lady or Lord Lefay in your case, she says as she struts over to Tom's side and holds his arm between her naked breasts, not at all bothered by being exposed completely to him. Tom's male brain shuts down for a moment as he feels her breasts rub against his arm. We'll talk about this later. Seeing as he completed what he came there to do, Tom willed his consciousness back to reality and disappeared from Morgana's grasp. HMPH. You can't run for long. See 198 Gringotts 4-2. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 13 chapters ahead at chapter 212. Patreon schedule is 2 chapters a day, 6 days a week. Friday is my day off. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. As Tom's subconscious mind left the ring and returned to the real world, he looked to have a small blush on his cheeks. At the end of the day, he's like any other man, and having a wicked beauty rub her bare naked chest on your arm will get to him. This of course didn't go unnoticed by Druella, who was sitting on his left. Luke noticed as well, but he didn't care one bit to comment on it. Why are you blushing? Druella asked suspiciously with a raised eyebrow. I'll tell you later. Tom tells her as he gets himself under control. How long was I out for? Huh? What are you talking about? You've been perfectly fine. Druella asks curiously. In Druella and Luke's perspective, Tom merely put the Lafay ring on. It glowed for a second, and then he started acting funny, blushing and asking ridiculous questions. I see, so it's similar to last time, Tom says, only getting more curious looks from Druella and Luke. He'll explain later, Drew. He assures her as he turns his attention towards Luke. I've been accepted by the Lafay ring. I guess that officially makes me Lord Lafay. Yes, it does. Congratulations, Lord Lafay. Luke says, knowing the situation must be similar to the time he put the Pendragon ring on. Would you like to do the Slytherin ring next? Yeah, it's probably best to save the Pendragon ring for last, Tom says, getting a confused look from Druella and an understanding nod from his account manager. Without another word, Luke slid the Slytherin box across the table. Opening the box, Tom laid eyes on the Slytherin Lord ring for the second time. Before putting the ring on, Tom once again fished into his pouch and pulled out his Slytherin earring, placing it into its designated spot next to the Lord ring. Hopefully, this one isn't as complicated as the last, Tom thought as he picked up the green and silver Lord ring and placed it on one of his fingers. Suddenly, Tom felt a burst of magic wash over his body. As the pulse of magic dissipated, Tom heard a snake-like voice speaking directly to his mind. You may be a half-blood, but your magical power is more than enough to make an exception. You passed. Tom heard as the Slytherin Lord ring glows for a brief moment, similar to how the Lafay ring glowed earlier. That was far easier than the last one, Tom muttered as he turned to Luke, who without a word slides over the last box, containing the Pendragon Lord ring. It worked, right? Druella asked, knowing the same glow happened with the Lafay ring. Yup, looking at the new Lord Slytherin, Tom says as he opens the Pendragon box. Once again, Tom pulls out his last earring and places it beside its matching Lord ring. Please, Don't take as long as the air ring. That trial felt like it took an eternity to finish. Tom thought as he eyed the last ring. Taking a deep and calming breath, he picks up the last Lord ring and slides it onto one of his fingers. Similar to the Lefay ring, the second the Slytherin ring slid onto his finger, Tom's once again appears in a totally different place. Tom seemed to be in a training yard surrounded by high castle walls made of big stone blocks. To his left is a wooden weapon rack filled with all sorts of swords. "Greetings, Your Highness," a deep voice says from behind Tom. Turning around, Tom is met with the perfect picture of a knight in shining armor. The knight is on one knee, bowing his head towards Tom with the utmost respect. Although he's dressed in an entire suit of armor, the knight doesn't have his helmet on, allowing Tom to see the man's facial features. He is a white man with an aristocratic face, blonde hair, blue eyes, and an intense air about him. This man gives off the aura of a very serious person, especially in his duties as a knight. "Hello, who are you?" Tom asked, causing the knight to stand and answer his question. "My name is Sir K. I'll be the one to administer the test. If you pass, you'll be accepted by the Pendragon family ring," Sir K reveals as he stands proudly across the training yard. Sensing Sir K's position, Tom felt as though he's not just another imprint similar to the Lefay family ring. No, he's an actual soul left to test members of the royal family before they can take up such a serious position. "What do I have to do in order to pass?" Tom asked, guessing it has to do with combat based on the location. "In your last trial, you were tested on how capable of a ruler you would be, what decisions you would make, and how they would affect society as a whole. I'm sure you've learned a lot from that experience." Tom nods to his word, as he did learn a lot from the Airings test. This one is all about combat, specifically, swordsmanship. As a descendant of Arthur himself, you are expected to have mastery over the sword. Arthur was a knight king. You've been given your king's test and now you will be receiving your knight's test, Sir K explained. "I thought so." Tom nods as he looked over at Sir K questioningly. "I just have a quick question before we begin." "Yes?" He nods. "Why pick you as the person to give the trial? I mean, your soul is bound to the ring, correct?" "Why?" See 199 Gringotts 5 bonus. It's April Fool's Day. I could have debated you, but I'm a kind lord. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 13 chapters ahead at chapter 212. Patreon schedule is 2 chapters a day, 6 days a week. Friday is my day off. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. I just have a quick question before we begin. Tom tells the knight in shining armor before him. "Yes, Sir K nods." "Why pick you as the person to give the trial? I mean, your soul is bound to the ring, correct?" "Why?" Tom asked, knowing it must be lonely unless he somehow goes into hibernation until someone wears the ring. Hearing Tom's question, a small reminiscent smile graces the serious knight's lips. "Well, if you pass the test, I'll gladly tell you, Your Highness," Sir K says challengingly. Then let's begin, shall we?" Tom says as he strolls over to the weapons rack and grabs a sword similar to Arthur's sword form. "I guess I don't get any armor as well?" he thought as he saw no armor laid out for him. "Good. The test is simple," Sir K says as Tom strolls back and stands a few meters away from him. "Beat me in a duel and you pass. No superpowers are allowed. The Pendragon ring will limit you down to a normal human's strength. Of course, a person of your caliber could easily power through and break that limitation, but doing so would count as an immediate failure. Once again, you must best me in pure swordsmanship to pass. Understood?" Hearing the man's description of the test and its limitations, Tom couldn't help but sigh internally. This guy is probably some big-time knight from Arthur's time. Beating him in a duel without any superpowers to help me will be rough. Tom thought as he readied his sword nonetheless. "I understand. We can't die in here, correct?" "No. During the duel we could cut each other's heads off and be perfectly fine." Lord Merlin spent a lot of time on the Pendragon ring's enchantments. As soon as the duel ends, we will be reverted back to perfect health, Sir Kay explains. Knowing that he doesn't have to worry about his life being threatened while he's weakened, Tom readied himself for what will probably be the hardest sword fight of his life. Are you ready to begin, Sir Kay asks as he unsheathes the sword strapped to his hip. As ready as he'll ever be, Tom says as he gets into a defensive sword stance. Let's stay on the defense and test the waters. All right, then we'll begin, Sir Kay said as he dashed forward with his sword wound back behind his head. Only after a few large steps, Sir Kay appeared in front of Tom, slashing downward with a ferocious sword swing. Seeing the swing from a mile away, Tom sidestepped it, barely dodging the attack. Taking the opening given to him, Tom tries sticking the pointed end of his sword through the gap in Sir Kay's armor near his armpit. As if having the ability to read the future, Sir Kay changes the trajectory of his slash and bats away Tom's attack, causing their swords to cross with a loud clang of steel hitting steel. After their swords crossed, both Tom and Sir Kay separated and started circling each other, looking for an opening in each other's stance. Very impressive, Your Highness, Sir Kay compliments respectfully. Thanks, not too bad yourself, Tom says as he stays on the defense, looking to study his opponent before acting rashly. Once the pleasantries were out of the way, Sir Kay dashed forward again, knowing from Tom's stance that he wasn't going to be making any moves just yet. Instead of dodging the impending sword strike, Tom swings his sword as well, diverting the strike and going for his own in return. Of course, a seasoned swordsman and knight like Sir Kay wouldn't fall for such a simple move. He sees the strike coming and moves his forearm in the way of its trajectory, batting it away with the metal vambrace protecting that portion of his arm. With the attack blocked, Sir Kay swings down his sword with his other hand, aiming for Tom's left shoulder. Of course, since Tom has no armor, any area Sir Kay lands a strike will be detrimental. Having his sword batted away, Tom can't move it back in time to block the strike, leaving him no choice but to dodge once again. Thankfully, Sir Kay could only use one hand to swing his sword, as he blocked Tom's attack with his other, which caused his strike to be slower than his normal two-handed swings. Dodging to the left, Tom was only grazed lightly on the arm, cutting his shirt open and trimming his arm hairs to a perfect smoothness. Instead of separating like last time, Sir Kay grabbed his sword with two hands once again and dashes after Tom's retreating figure. Tom, who wanted to get some separation and reset the match once again, didn't expect his opponent to be so aggressive. Although he wasn't expecting it, that doesn't mean he wasn't ready for the possibility of it happening. Soon, a flurry of clangs is heard as Tom and Sir Kay crosses swords multiple times. The pace of the fight is being completely controlled by Sir Kay, as he constantly barrages Tom with never-ending sword strikes. Tom, who has learned that he's nowhere near as experienced with the sword as the knight currently doing his best to chop him in half, is doing all he can to keep up and block whatever strike comes his way. The velocity and ferocity of Sir Kay's attacks ramped up to an extreme degree. When before Tom could at least give his opponent a counter-attack, now he can't even find a space to think about countering whatsoever. Although Tom knows he's on the ropes, he doesn't cower a single bit and does his best to keep up and push back against the obviously more skilled and experienced swordsman. See 200 Who. 1. As of this chapter, the Patreon is 12 chapters ahead at chapter 212. Patreon schedule is 2 chapters a day, 6 days a week. Friday is my day off. Thanks for the power stones and enjoy the chapter. Constantly on the defense, Tom knows that it's very unlikely he's going to win. The man before him was probably one of the top knights loyal to King Arthur. He's a better swordsman than Tom. Tom could easily admit to that. The problem that piles onto that is the fact that Sir Kay also has an entire suit of armor, protecting the large majority of his body. The only openings Tom has to work with are the small and very few gaps in his armor, which are even harder to get to when the man protecting them is a seasoned veteran in all things sword fighting. Seeing no way to beat the man before him in normal swordsmanship, Tom decided to take a risk and hope for the best. Waiting for the perfect moment, Tom put all of his strength into a single parry, knocking Sir Kay's sword back and breaking the never-ending cycle of strikes for a brief moment. Knowing that this peaceful moment won't last, Tom throws his sword like a spear in his opponent's direction and immediately dashed towards the wooden sword rack at the edge of the training yard. Separating yourself from your sword during a duel like this is something only a true idiot would do. But Tom could see his loss on the horizon and needed to take some risks in order to possibly secure his victory. As Sir Kay watched Tom throw his sword in his direction, he felt as though he was hallucinating. For just a second he saw a young and inexperienced Arthur Pendragon in Tom's place, hurtling his sword at him in hopes of a victory, and a reminiscent smile crossed his lips for the second time that day. They were very similar. Sir Kay internally laughed as he sidestepped the sword spear that launches past him. If only he knew of Tom's enslavement of his former king. Then he may not be thinking the same after knowing that. That's for sure. After spending a moment reminiscing, Sir Kay watches Tom reach the weapons rack and start hoarding small blades. Everything he would pick up would be slipped into his belt. Soon, Tom had 10 daggers along with a sword similar to his last one in his belt and 1 dagger in each hand. His plan is fairly simple. He knows that he won't win when it comes to a normal sword fight. After testing the waters, Tom knows that Sir Kay is far out of his league, so he will keep his distance and throw daggers, hoping to land a hit along the way. Tom knows that with that heavy armor weighing Sir Kay down comes a distinct loss of mobility. Tom's plan is to use his unhindered mobility to keep his distance while simultaneously attacking from range, hence the daggers for throwing. If this were to fail, which is very possible thanks to the armor protecting a large portion of his body, Tom grabbed another sword so he can go back to the normal one-on-one sword fight. Sir Kay seemed to have put 2 and 2 together, as he broke off into a sprint straight in Tom's direction. Although he is sprinting, it's not very fast with all that armor. Seeing this, Tom dashed diagonally to the left, dodging any possible attack and creating a good amount of distance between him and the shiny Tinken that is Sir Kay. When he gets to a good distance away, Tom stops and uses everything he has to throw one of his daggers, aiming it to land in the gap between Sir Kay's helmet and chest plate, which would hopefully pierce his neck. Sadly, Sir Kay saw the attack coming and easily deflected the dagger with his sword, but that wasn't the only dagger hurtling his way. No, Tom didn't stop after his first throw and continued to throw dagger after dagger at whatever weak spot in his opponent's armor he felt would have the most success. The second dagger went for his open armpit, as Sir Kay had to lift his arm in order to block the first dagger with his sword, which exposed that gap in his armor. Unfortunately, that one didn't hit its mark either. Sir Kay managed a slight twist of his armored body, barely making it out of the way of the flying dagger. Then another dagger comes flying at the gap in his armor near his knee, which is deflected as well. Then another and another and another. Soon, Sir Kay is the one going on the defensive, constantly dodging and deflecting oncoming projectiles one by one. With every dagger thrown at him, Sir Kay found it harder and harder to deal with the next. One thought kept him optimistic though. Tom only picked up 12 daggers, 10 on his belt and 1 for each hand. He only has to dodge 12 projectiles. Then Tom would have to use that sword he picked up on Tom's last dagger, which he threw with all his might, skill, and hope. Sir Kay was just a bit too slow. The best opening Tom saw on his last throw was the gap leading to Sir Kay's knee, which would be an extremely detrimental injury to anyone, especially a knight. Tom's hopes were answered as the dagger landed perfectly in the armor's gap, piercing his knee with a sickening stab. Ugh! Sir Kay yells in pain as he falls to his uninjured knee and drops his sword on the ground, grasping the embedded dagger's handle with both hands. Seeing this as an opening, Tom swiftly dashed forward and pulled the sword from his belt. While Sir Kay was in agony and contemplating whether to pull the dagger out or not, Tom appeared before him and slashed his sword down at his outstretched neck, severing Sir Kay's head from his shoulders.